Alrighty, let's do this. Welcome back to the Mania 7 Key World Cup 2025. I'm really excited to be back here for the final part of this quarterfinals weekend. We've had all of the matches. We've whittled it down to the top 12 teams for the semifinals, and all we've got to do now is showcase the semifinals map pool for those 12 teams to duke it out against each other on next weekend. I'm Toph Daddy, one of your commentators for this showcase, joined by one of our map selectors, Tails DK. How's it going?
Hello everyone. Excited this weekend. Once again, we have a new map pool, and it is the semifinals map pool, so the difficulty is gonna go up once again. Actually by quite a bit.
Oh, it's going up, all right. It's I've played through this, and I mean, I know I'm not a 7 main. I know I'm not that good at it, but I was actually able to S rank a couple maps last week. I got 1 A rank on the semifinals map pool. 1.
Yeah, so very exciting. But I think we'll just get right into it, right?
Yeah, not much left to say. We could start off with the beginning of the map pool, starting off the same way we always have with our first Rice pick, Rice 1, and just like the last rounds, this is going to be our speed pick. This is Umami Blaze by A Question, a map by PWHK, and this is brutal. The speed maps that we've been having for the previous rounds have been fast and could be difficult to get accuracy on, but this map in particular is really mean with the patterning and plays very similarly to what you would call a delay map in BMS or other 7 key rhythm games.
Yeah, you see it here in the intro, just super fast, very brutal streams. I think this is definitely a contender to be the ban map of the round. I think this is definitely the hardest one. Yeah, the ban map of the Rice pick, anyways.
Yeah, I think that's actually fair. Even looking at some of the more complex maps later on in the Rice pool, like the tech pick and the mixed Rice, I think those are still probably more straightforward than this, which is ridiculous to say.
Yeah, this one is just super difficult. Gonna get into these streams, they're so fast. We're at 336 BPM, so just really fast.
Bit of a jump. A little bit of a jump.
Yeah.
But take a look at something important to take a look at. Previous maps in this category have been OD 8-ish for the most part. This one, OD 7.2, still the hardest one to get accuracy on so far. And I mean, that's just the patterning doing it to you, you know. We saw it in most of the speed picks that we have had so far that most of the patterns are kind of connected to each other in a way, where this one kind of has splits and changes in direction that happen all the time. It's almost like there's doubles that are paired together, and those you have to play kind of as one, and just everything kind of throws you off for what you'd normally expect a speed map to entail.
Yeah. But without further ado, let's get into our next pick. This is our Rice 2. This is Little Star full version by Red Alice featuring Ayumi Nomiya. This is a map by me, and this is our dense code stream map. Yeah, this map is not too much faster than last round, only a 5 BPM increase, but it is 3 minutes and 19 seconds, so a lot of the difficulty is just gonna come in it being way longer.
Yeah, I think also important to note is that a good portion of this map is pretty significantly denser than what we saw from Rice 2 last round. You'll see in the choruses in particular, those patterns are a little bit more difficult. You still have these small verses with mostly double streaming, but the choruses hit you with a lot of brackets and a lot of just full-on density, and I think that's going to be paired with the extra length to destroy your stamina here.
Yeah, this one is really living up to the name here, just being full density code stream. There are quite a few breaks throughout. You see these little breaks here and there, so you do get a little bit of a break, but that might ruin your focus a little bit. And
definitely could. I can see that happening. You can see those transitions just ridiculously high density. And I'm used to the short version of this song, so normally I would expect to go directly into the solo there, but you still got a little bit more of a verse to get through and more choruses. But that verse comes with a break here. Not too long of one, but you get a little bit of a reprieve after trying to get through the super high density of that first chorus.
Yeah, definitely. This break is like definitely one of the main ones. I wanna say this is definitely where you're supposed to like say, "Oof, we made it through the first half. Get ready for the second half." Here we go.
And this density actually even higher than what we saw in that first chorus. We actually saw like a little bit of the double streaming, just denser double streaming than what we saw in the first. This one doesn't have that at all.
Yeah, patterns change out, change a little bit throughout the choruses, just to keep it a little bit fresh.
Yeah, and after that, you get another little bit of a break here, more reprieve after the density just hits you. So, like you said, the breaks are going to make it a little less stamina focused, but the sheer length, I think, is going to push it more into like an accuracy consistency type pick, which we haven't really seen too much of in the right side of the pool so far this tournament. This might be the first time we've had like a rice pick go this long that's purely focused on making sure that your accuracy and reading are well within their capabilities throughout.
Yeah, and here we go, the last chorus. Once again, super high density. Do have to watch out for the bursts that come once in a while, like we said. Super big bracket burst. There we go.
Yeah, that same bracket burst happens at the end of all three of those choruses, where it's swapped between doing like a two-hand trill into brackets and back and forth through the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's going to be Rice 2. We've got another more straightforward pick. This is going to be Rice 3. Flying Steps is We Are Electric, a map by X Neko. And Rice 3, as it has been, is our chord jack pick. This one was an interesting one for me to play through because it felt not terrible to play through for the first like quarter of it. Like the first set of patterns here are actually very comfortable in general, but they do not stay comfortable for very long.
Yeah, this map, we are gonna get a 10 BPM increase, so quite a bit of an increase here in the chord jack, at least compared to what we got last week. But the patterns in general are a little bit more straightforward. We do see there are definitely some longer jacks in here, and it doesn't really have as many breaks, so you kind of need to keep up the stamina here.
Yeah, I think there's like one very short break in this right here, and then it just kind of goes back into the same thing that we saw before, where it starts off with some more comfortable patterns and then transitions into much harder patterns. But still, I think the biggest thing that is going to be tough for the players to adjust to in this case is that this is 10 BPM higher, and the density doesn't really get any lower at all to compensate for the increased BPM. And 130, I think, it starts to be around when players kind of, in 4K, I call it hitting a limit with chord jacks. I don't know if that's exactly mirrored here in 7 key, but it definitely does start to get pretty close there once you hit like the 130, 140 BPM range.
Yeah, definitely here it starts to get really difficult. We do see there are some long jacks in here as well, some triples especially. They're kind of hidden in throughout the entire map, so watch out for those. And there we go.
Also, OD9, higher OD for the jacks. Expected, because we've been seeing such incredible accuracies on jacks, but still important to note.
Yeah. Next up here, we have Rice 4. This is 6 acid strings by the Flashbulb. This is a big Max's map. And this is gonna be our Rice tag for the round. It is quite a bit longer. It's 3 minutes. So, but it's gonna be a bit more of a streamy tag map. So you're gonna see it's gonna have the stream going on throughout most of it, and then it's gonna have a bunch of tricky bursts and jacks filled in. But it definitely is like one of the lower, physicality heavy map throughout in these pools.
Yeah, I think really important to note is that it's just kind of constant throughout this map. Like, you don't usually hear constant as a way to describe a tech map, but this one doesn't really give you any like time to think. Even when you do get those small breaks, it just goes right back into it where you gotta kind of make sure you're still on the ball with it. But
Yeah.
even then, the main difficulty of this is just going to be kind of like a mixture of stamina and keeping accuracy when those more technical patterns come around. I do need to note, this is the lowest star rating in the pool, including all of the long notes and all of the hybrids, which is crazy. But on the same token, it is when I mentioned at the beginning of the showcase, it's that I got 1 A rank on this pool. This is what I got it on. So I think physically, most players should be mostly capable of handling it. It is really going to be a matter of keep your consistency, don't choke. Misses are going to be brutal on a map like this.
Yeah, I think this is really gonna be like almost consistency tag for like at least the higher level teams. They're gonna really try in the matches here to get the highest accuracy they can. And here we do have a little. This is the more calm section of the map here. We get a little break-ish. It doesn't actually completely stop here, but this is definitely the easier part of the map.
Yeah, get a little bit of time to handle it, a little bit of a break. Constant does start to come up again very soon, but not too bad overall. It's just going to be those bursts that really hit you off. Some not to mention those mini jacks aren't really the easiest, especially interweaving them in the middle of everything else that's kind of constantly going on throughout.
Here we go, the final chorus here going on, and we're not really gonna see too much of a break here. As we said, it's gonna be a little more tricky here. You do have these fast jacks in here. Some super fast burst there. But yeah, not too much else to say about the tech map this week. Just watch out, don't miss.
Watch out, don't miss, don't choke.
Yep.
Just hit the notes. It's easy. But that is going to be Rice 4. Tech map out of the way. We've got one more kind of technical pick. This one labeled as a mixed Rice pick, and it certainly is. Has a few pretty heavily technical patterns in it, though. I think the most important... Well, okay, I'll introduce the map first. This is going to be Silas. Hey, babe, this was an OSA original from the 4-Key World Cup last year. Was in round of 32. I saw this and I was like, how are you going to make this a semifinals Rice pick? And boy, do they.
Yeah.
Very heavily Jack focused, ODA 8, HP 8, but you'll notice throughout this that the beginning, or like the first third of this is basically like some rhythmic changes with a high propensity for mixing jacks into the streams, basically, is what it's going to be. And then the ending has something... The ending is so funny in this.
Yeah, we're not gonna spoil the ending, I don't think. You'll have to see it when we get there.
I won't tell you what it is, but it gets very interesting. Certainly difficulty spikes a little bit at the end.
Well, it depends on how comfortable you are with the pattern.
I guess that's true, but the ending has 2 different sections. We'll talk about everything else first, but we get into more of that jack focus. Gets actually kind of dumpy here. We've kind of been seeing some dump patterns throughout the map, but this one really pushes that envelope with mixing in those bursty dump patterns with just straight chord jacks.
Yeah, we do. That's the difficulties as mixed. We do have a little bit of speed and then some jacks and everything in there.
Yeah, luckily you get a little bit of a break before we go into the ending where things start getting a little bit more interesting. And, I mean, we had this in 4Key MWC, so I think a lot of viewers are going to recognize the song and know that it speeds up here at the end. So going to get a little bit of a BPM boost. And this is not the funny part yet.
Do you have a fast jack, sir?
This part was the first one that really made me kind of laugh at it a little bit, because these streams are just so fast and brutal, mixed with those mini jacks, but it gets even more interesting as it transitions into just full bracket chord stream.
Yeah, we do have full bracket code stream at the end of this one. I think some teams are really gonna like these if they're really used to BMS maps and just like all the brackets they have in there. But
Yeah,
if you,
that ending is just very silly. Not to mention it's full bracket chord stream with just jacks in the middle of it. Like it's not just straight chord stream. You have to focus on some of those mini jack patterns that are in there.
yeah, and that is it for our Rice 5. Moving on to our Rice 6 map here. We have Lime, Pixel Planet, and Ozu Original from Ozu World Cup 2023. This is our fast code stream pick. We do see a pretty large increase in speed here, 30 BPM. As I mentioned earlier, this this fast chord stream is gonna focus on really fast, lower density chord stream. So that's just gonna keep going.
Yeah, and on top of that, it is shorter than the full density chord stream pick Rice 2. So that one was about just over 3 minutes. This one just under 2 minutes. So the stamina is not going to be quite as impactful, though. 222 is quite the speed to be at already for semifinals. I'm not used to seeing speeds like this until like finals or like even grand finals in some cases if the density were to start being picked up. But definitely pushing the envelope for speed for these players, and I'm excited to see how this category starts to kind of shift up in difficulty through the tournament. Because I can only imagine how fast something like grand finals is going to get.
Yeah, exciting to see what it'll be for the grand final. But for now, we have just these super fast flowing chord streams here.
Yeah, really comfortable to play, fast and difficult to handle, but if you can get through the speed and read through it, these patterns are super fun to hit. And like a lot of it you'll kind of notice is either like single streams with like 3-note chords and 2-note chords on every beat, or it's going to be full double streaming. And I think that's kind of what you expect. That's what we've been seeing from this Rice 6 category since it was introduced.
Yeah, you're gonna see these like double streams for the most part. Not really much more density than that. I'm not gonna try and put it above that. But that is it. Very short map.
Very,
And
very short, but that's going to do it for our Rice pool. We'll move into our long notes, starting off with our inverse pick. And this is going to be Elliott Sue, a guiding star, a map by Ruka. BPM mostly 176 for the most part, and last time we saw mostly 1/2. We're starting to get closer and closer to just having full on streams for extended periods of times on full inverse, and this is kind of pushing the envelope yet again for that kind of inverse pattern.
yeah, we do see it has like two different sections. It has the verses, which are more coordination focused there, and then once it gets into the choruses, we see the full on streams. But definitely a step up in density in general.
Yeah, what I think the important part in that case is that like these verses mostly have the coordination. I think this is maybe on par for what people would be comfortable with in quarterfinals. A little bit denser, certainly need to read through it a little bit more, but this is where the difficulty really starts to hit. That inverse streaming is so fast, 176 BPM. That is the same BPM, very close to the BPM we had for our dense chord stream pick last. Obviously lighter in patterning, but still having to full inverse this speed of streaming is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think players are actually gonna like this a lot because it is just it's a little bit more comfortable for not as much. It's way faster, so you don't have to hold on to them for as long.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of the interesting thing with this inverse category is that as the tournament goes forward and that speed starts to increase, the inverse kind of fades away from. So like early on, it was like the full coordination pick because it was slow and you had to deal with that aspect of the game. Then you introduce the coordination category for LN4 as the speed of the inverse starts to pick up. And the further we get into the tournament, the closer something like LN1 is going to be to a density pick. And I think that's going to be very interesting to see how it impacts the rest of like picking strategies and the map pool itself.
Yeah. we'll have to see as we go on, of course. But for this round, we do have this little ending here. We do have a pretty intense ending. So players should, maybe some stuff can happen here for the matches. Hopefully not. No jokes at the end.
Yeah, those gaps are a little bigger than I would like to have to read through for the inverse pick.
And that was our long note 1. Moving on to our long note density here, we have The Core by Ciatris and Half. This is a collab between Muses and U1D. This is our long note density map. It is an 8 BPM increase from last round. You know, OD pretty low, OD 6.5. So excited to see how this goes. We're gonna see quite a few of these extended long notes. We see some already.
Yeah, I think the thing that I noticed first when I started playing through this is that it's not just chord streaming with extended long notes. There are bursts all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's going to throw an extra layer of just difficulty with both accuracy and holding combo, because the shifting rhythms are going to make it a lot harder to handle when they do show up.
Definitely quite a few bursts in this map, but the general difficulty is definitely going to be, you know, less tricky than the other long note picks.
Oh yeah, 100%. Of course it is, but you know, it just adds an extra layer of difficulty that I think maybe wasn't actually, it kind of was in the previous round as well. You saw the same kind of sweepy patterns like we're seeing here in the LN2 from quarterfinals, especially in that chorus where it was just kind of going back and forth between those like LN sweeps into just full extended LN chord stream type patterns.
Yeah. As we get into the second half, it's gonna be a little bit more consistent once we start getting into the stream. We've seen a little bit of a break here and there in between the section. Once it starts, we're really gonna see it be a little more consistent.
Yeah, your classic LN density structure. This is kind of how all of them have been. You get a little bit of an introduction, then your verse that has some very dense parts, and then an ending chorus that just turns it up to 11.
Yeah. We see it here. Just super dense here. And there is gonna be not really much of a break, it's just gonna keep going.
Yeah, and you can see those slight, small bursts of inverse there on some of those. Not too much faster than our inverse category pick, which was at that 176 BPM. So people who are comfortable with that around this BPM with the long note speed could, I think, see some good success with both this and the LN1. Though LN1 obviously still has those coordination sections that might be a little bit difficult for players who, you know, feel better with density than they do on the full-on like figure independence type of patterns that come around with coordination requirements.
Yep. And that is going to be it for our long note density pick. Well, we have a long note 3 moving on here. This is Tetratone Altissimo by Trinette Lydia. This is another U1D map. This one is very tricky, I feel like. It has some pretty tricky patterns in here. But you're gonna see a little bit of everything, and it's also pretty consistent with its difficulty throughout.
Yeah, this intro not too bad. I felt pretty comfortable with most of the patterns that were going on in this intro, but it very much mirrors kind of what we see from these types of maps, at least so far in this tournament, where it will just go in and out of both density and coordination patterns where, you know, you see that high density, some bursts, get the mixed LNs all in there, but you can't be too comfortable holding on to this like it's density without dealing with some of those coordination patterns just thrown out. Extended long notes that last longer than you think they are going to poke their heads out, and those bursts just brutal.
Yeah, this map is pretty brutal overall. But it will include a bit of everything. We'll see the density, the coordination, as well as a tiny bit of inverse once in a while, as some release even. Some of those bursts. We do get a little bit break here before we really start getting back into it.
Yeah, got the transition. Oh, I forgot about that pattern. A little bit of a nasty burst pattern there. Same thing, kind of we've been seeing transitions into a very heavy density section. Kind of that same motif of like this is very density focused, but a few of those long notes maybe extended a little longer than you'd like to. You have to still deal with that.
Yeah. We do get into the end here. We see a little bit of a repeat of an earlier section, almost.
And a little bit of a rehash of that intro. Gets a little bit simpler here, but not like the rest of the chart didn't have so much just to challenge you on anyways. But final patterns. It's gonna finish off our LN3, our mixed LN pick. And we've got one more long note pick remaining. This is going to be our coordination long note pick. Ayuban featuring Kodako Gekkochu. And for the detriment of some, for the joy of others, much shorter than last week's coordination pick. Only 2 minutes here. Another map by X Neko, but these patterns already look brutal. These release points are just disgusting.
You're gonna see so many shields in this map. The density is really picking up here. We saw it last week, it was 4.5, and now we're at 6.8, so...
Yeah, a little bit difficult. You mentioned the shields. I noticed some of the patterns throughout that it's almost like there's just pure Jack type patterns throughout this. Where this is like a Jack map with long notes. You see that kind of category come up a lot with the 4Key World Cup, particularly with long notes. So this kind of has that same feel to it. And you can see just shields pretty much everywhere here. There's never not a shield somewhere.
Yeah, you gotta see them everywhere. They're gonna be like especially tricky to coordinate while you are holding on to these super long notes that follow these vocals there. Here we go. Oh, you see
again, really nasty gaps between these nodes. There's some, the releases are never like staggered in a way that they're like off beat, but they're staggered so slightly between each other's notes that it almost feels I can't even really tell what's going on. Not to mention having to balance these awkward release timings with those shields that are just all over the place.
Yeah, here we go into the ending section here. A little bit of rehash of the earlier section. A little bit more simple, but still very difficult. And this continues all the way to the end.
Yeah, kind of continues the path, the like separation almost between LN1 and LN4, where LN1 is moving towards the density side, and this one is going full coordination, not physical at all. Just deal with the coordination required and the finger independence.
But now we're done with long notes, and it means it's time for hybrids. And we have a little thing, something special here for a hybrid one. Take a look. And there we go. That was our second original hybrid one here. This is Foxglove by Cyrus. And we have some special thanks to give out. We got an illustration by Jack024. We got graphic design by Arabian. And video design coordinator Sakura006. This is a map by Critical Star. Very excited to see what people think about it, and it has a full spread. So if you want to play it, you can play it at any difficulty level as soon as it gets uploaded here later.
That's a really cool song. That background's also really nice. I think that they did a really great job with this one, and that looked brutal. So I'm really excited to see teams play that, because you saw a lot of really interesting patterns. It looked mostly like separated between long note and rice skills, but they were like short bursts of each. So I'm really excited to see like how teams kind of approach this kind of pick.
Yeah. Also to mention, the star rating is 7.27 on the client.
When you see it, but. Yeah. Anyways, that's Hybrid 1, our second OC original, like you mentioned, for the 7Q World Cup. We'll move on to our second hybrid, Linear Ring Enchanted Love, a map by Kobe. And this is going to be our more technical hybrid. And when you hear technical hybrid, that usually means that you're going to have to deal with some shields.
Yeah, and we are gonna see quite a few just like tricky patterns. It's not gonna be too consistent overall. So you're gonna see it like be very stop and go with.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Just a funny note. I'm sure a lot of players who are in this World Cup will remember the Bangsuck chart of this. That was also used as a hybrid a couple years ago. But this one, way different in structure. A lot more heavy on the long nodes, and the bursts way less friendly in general.
Yeah, see these bursts there, super rude. Almost.
Oh, that inverse sweep pattern is so much. That's a lot to get through.
Yeah. This one is very tricky, and then it has shields all over here. Not gonna have any chill. Get it back into it. We have more of these big sweeps. Especially watching out for these shields.
I'm having so much trouble just articulating this because it's so much. This is a very busy chart. I don't even know how to approach something like this.
You see the big sweeps coming back, yeah. And for the ending, we got a little bit of a calm section. Not too difficult.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I remember, for some reason, I remember the song being longer than maybe it's a shortened version or something. But for some reason, it always feels like this shouldn't be the end of it. But given how difficult that entire middle section is, it's a good thing it ends here. I think.
Yeah. But we do up next have our hybrid 3. This is our mini tiebreaker, and this one is gonna be long. It's gonna be 4 minutes and 5 seconds. This is Phosphor by Mitai, another map by U1D. We're gonna start out a little bit of a calm build-up section here before we really get into it.
Yeah, and calm build-up section doesn't really mean anything. I've seen players struggling with some of the more simple patterns, especially when you have some of these like difficult sweeps that you need to have a little bit of coordination. Like, it's obviously easier than the rest, but if you're not like fully aware of what's going on, I think misses are still just going to happen all over the place.
Yeah, and here we go, getting into the first section here. We are gonna see a little bit of tech section coming up here after this build up.
Very interesting. This map, super long. Like I mentioned, the break isn't free. It's easier, but it's not free. But that is a 4-minute chart where the first entire minute is build up. And then you start getting into the real meat potatoes of this chart.
Yep, here we go. You see these super tricky bursts, both for long notes and rice.
The shades of enchanted love with that sweepy long note pattern there.
Yeah. This is probably a little bit of the more tech section here. It does come back here for the first half of the whole next section, but then we start getting into a bit more density focus, just it being more dense after this part here.
So continuing the motif of those LN sweep patterns, I still don't know how you
here we go.
those.
We got these little jack sections here.
Yeah, jack's at, keep in mind, 107 BPM, which is not particularly fast, but needing to deal with those jacks with long notes attached to them, it basically makes it feel like you're playing 130 BPM chord jacks. It really does just boost that physicality requirement. Having to hold down those notes is just so difficult.
Yeah. We do get another break here. This map does have plenty of breaks, so at least that are actually way easier, so you can actually take a breather. Now that it's 4 minutes long. Getting back into this build-up here.
So the first minute was build-up. You get a nice 20 to 30 second build-up here before we get into the final third. But still, need to keep paying attention. It's not free, as I mentioned.
Yeah,
and full LN density.
We do get full LN density, but you'll notice that some of the long notes are really short at those BPM, and they'll mostly act as rice notes even, just with a little bit of the release to them.
It just kind of continues along this way for quite a bit of time. And that's kind of also been a theme with these mini tiebreakers, is that the ending section has been basically LN density for every round, which is so interesting to see. We transition out of that, get another technical section here. The LN sweep return.
Yeah, so the grace notes here for the rice notes here.
And a little bit more of a taste of that long note. Kind of jacky structure, but that's going to finish out our Hybrid 3, our mini tiebreaker, and our last regular pick before tiebreaker.
Yeah.
This outro is so much longer than I thought it was.
Yeah, and we do see that was the end of these regular picks, and now next up we have the tiebreaker, and we got something a little special once again. But before we get into it, I do want to give a little bit of an epilepsy warning. There is a short moment in there, so let's get into it. And that was our semifinals tiebreaker. It was Ruin and Cascade by Kanamiko. Super cool song. Uh, Very excited to see how players will do this. But let's get into some special thanks. We got some illustrations here by Shiarani and Red CXCA, and as well as some graphics design here by Alex Stump, and of course a storyboard here by Nafi, as well as a video by Yuka and Venerable Nyata, as well as Sakura 006, and of course, last but not least, thanks to design coordination by Sakura 006 and all the mappers of this map. Critical Star, Big Max's ex Neku, and Stan, Paul Kappa, and Taba 2. Huge collab here, just under the emerald of the team.
That tiebreaker was insane. Shoutouts to Kanamiko. What a song and what a chart. What a result. Came out really well. Both Osphere originals this week came out amazing, and that tiebreaker looks absolutely brutal. How long is this? 5.5. That felt so much longer than 5 minutes.
Yeah,
But
it is all the way at like 8.76 hours, so also very difficult map.
yeah, very difficult. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the real as someone who was a player at one point, I would say try to avoid it because this is going to be a scary map to have to play under pressure. But as a commentator and viewer, please, every single match this week can go to tiebreaker so we can see this. What a map! What a song! I'm excited.
Yeah, we do have some really close matches, I think, next week, so we'll see how that goes. But that is all for our semifinals map pull showcase, I think. Of course.
Yeah, that's it for the semifinal showcase. That's it for our quarterfinals weekend. We don't have too much left to say. All I'll say to close this out is this map pool was really cool. Song quality is really nice. Map quality is really nice. I'm excited to see these players duke it out next week against it. But I'm certainly not going to miss it, and I hope you guys don't miss it either. But that's going to be it for the Osimania 7Key World Cup 2025 quarterfinals weekend. Don't miss semifinals next weekend. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your short little break here, but make sure you come back here and stay tuned because we've got a fun little show match here to have between the teams called ET Blocko versus Big Maxis. We've got two teams made up of the map pool team.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, before we get into the show match, there are a little bit of a change of rules before we get to see the show match happens in action. So when we're being told that this is going to be there's going to be a show match, it is going to be 4v4, which means all 4 players will be fighting against the other 4 players in the lobby. So we're going to be seeing 8 screens at the same time, and then it is not going to be best of 11 in a similar fashion with other semifinals. This is going to be best of 13, which means first to 7 points will win on the show match. So, and also another note again, we're being told by the organizer that this one little thing that might actually be funny for some players, that each team can use the random mod once. I do not know if this is going to be enforced by all players in the lobby, so maybe some other picks will be funny when we get to see that. And also, we're gonna be seeing no bans in this one.
Yeah, no bans because of the best of 13. I assume the random mod, it would be forced for both teams if it's used. So each team gets one opportunity to use the random mod, and I assume that means everyone has to use it. So depending on the map, that could be really funny, I think. There was some maps that were theorizing,
yeah,
like anything related to like kind of stairs. I think stairs
head bias patterns.
Yeah, stairs get ruined by random. So I think that would be really funny to see like a Rice 1 or I think we saw before like LN3 having a lot of those like sweeping patterns.
Yeah, something that we're looking out for once we get to see the picks coming on. Also, yeah, like we mentioned, there are going to be no bans, so obviously no protect. So all of these picks are out there for the taking.
Yeah, we got some super strong players in this lobby as well. Looking across like the list of players here, Ruby being an extremely strong player, a South Korean player there on Team ET Blocko. We also got Oct4 on Big Maxis. We got a few other like top 50 level players as well, kind of floating here and there. So we'll see what like the kind of arrangements there are, because I mean 4v4 ends up being pretty hectic, I would imagine, especially for some of those like lower players in like the 4th slots.
If you thought seeing 4 screens would be kind of tedious, let's double that.
Yeah, 4 screens with 7 columns per screen. That's a lot of columns. That's a lot of keys.
That's a lot of keys being pressed, exactly. So we get to see Big Max's team to pick first because they won the role. So I believe like the main takeaway that the Big Max's first name is going to be Oct4. So Oct4 is the captain picking LN1.
Yeah, picking LN1, so we're going to be seeing LN picks coming out, and oh my god, yeah, 8.
There you go.
8 at the same time. I guess people familiar with OWC might be a fairly normal sight to be seeing, but definitely not for 7P.
Definitely not. Definitely not for 4K either, so let's be real. It's kind of funny to see the skin though, because in 7 key the skin would be kind of compressed, or rather you just see all keys being just being shown in that similar fashion.
Hang on a second, is Kobe going to use flashlight? is that what I'm reading in chat?
There are some talks. I do not know if Kobe plays flashlight, or maybe even a flashlight thing. I do not know. But yeah, just by looking at these players, kind of, I mean, these are familiar names. When we saw the roster for both of these series, we kind of thought that this would be like a little bit unbalanced I do not know.
I mean, we'll see. I know Ruby, Chump Up, Oct 4 very strong players. Maple Syrup also very good with the LNs in particular. I'm maybe less familiar with some of the other players like U1D, Watch, Kobe. I mean, Kobe I know very well from mapping. Kobe maps a lot of LN. I don't know if
Maps a lot of high star LNs.
very high star LNs, of course. So we'll see. I mean, as a player, I am less knowledgeable. So I guess we'll learn as it goes on. We're seeing Yukina Meng coming in as well for Team Red.
Yeah. Also, we probably have to get used to the total score not being 2 million. It is 4 million.
Yep, of course. And it being 4v4 as well might be hard for there to be 8 players in total who can play all of these maps, so we might be seeing some low scores and some high scores at the same time.
It is all for the funsies, and when you see, you can see it correctly. That is his best of 13. So first to 7 points win.
Wait, did Kobe just bait himself into going flashlight by himself?
Yeah, I guess. Yep, there you go. Flashlight it is. Okay.
Kobe was asking someone else to go flashlight with him, but I guess it's just gonna be the one.
I mean, we got some potassium main coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I might actually just watch the top left of my screen. This is more comfortable for me to read, honestly.
All right. I guess you're being the flashlight regular, so I suppose that's only fair.
We are seeing some traded misses here. We saw some Oct 4 Maple Syrup, Yukina Meng also finding a miss, Chump Up now finding a miss as well. This is going in favor of ET Blocker, just in the early stages.
Look at Watch 01 go, actually. Coming like 9.7. Everyone else is just completely just having some struggles.
Yeah, definitely not a comfortable map to be playing. I mean, this is why it was banned earlier in the first match that we saw. Yukina Meng trading with U1D as well. Ruby finding a miss also. And we're seeing Kobe finding the first miss. Lasted very long with the flashlight, but now the accuracy is starting to tank for a few of these players. We're seeing some 97%.
All 97%, except for a couple of 98s, which is very, very good.
This is all Watch. Watch is cracked. What is this?
we did not know Watch up until like when we saw their LN wall capability of reading some of it. It's just completely insane.
But actually, this is flicking back towards Big Maxis. Repeated misses from Kobe, maybe struggling with the reading at this point, right? You kind of get the fatigue reading over time.
Either that or just baiting himself to play flashlight, which might actually cost a little reading here.
I mean, that's how it goes. If you're reading something that, like, in a way that you're not comfortable with, it's hard to play, like, longer, extended maps without kind of, like, getting burnt out a little bit with how you're reading. That's what happens to me with no mod.
I mean, I guess, since it might actually happen in some cases where no mod would actually be completely unfamiliar sight when you're so used to, like, visual mods.
And so far, it looks like this lead is really growing in favor of Big Maxis. I think the overall accuracy advantage on their favor with Oct 4 and Chump Up holding these strong 98s. But it's like, what is Watch doing? I still can't believe this.
Is that an FC?
That's an FC.
That is. Oh, okay. That is
99.57 FC.
Oh man. Okay.
My
All
God.
Right. That is an FC by Watch 01. That is like 18200. Apparently Kobe with the S with the plus. Extra special. Oh, Kobe can't see the scoreboard. He can't see the whole thing with the flashlight there. Oh, oops, I guess. Alright, so that is a even though that's like 17,000 point lead, you gotta remember that this is all 4v4, so 17,000 does not sound like a whole lot in comparison to like 2 players. Yeah, we'll see with the ET Blanco's turn to pick now. When you like compare like long-term picks, and it does show that 101 can play long-terms like very well. So you would imagine that all long-term picks are not safe. And they're going for Heem, the OSA original from 4Key 2024.
Yeah, another one that we didn't see in the match before. Nice to be seeing more of the map pool. As we'll see how Team Red do on the Rice now.
Okay, so here's the thing. Now we talked about this a little before the show match, in particular. I do remember that some of the patterns in Heem are... It has some spikier patterns that are not easily cheatable. I'm wondering if they're gonna use to enforce this with random.
And we are actually seeing the mapper themselves being played on their own map. So we'll see how Yi does on this on Team Blue.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta hope to be able to play your own because created this for the semifinals is definitely it's a hard undertaking.
Few players being switched in now, it looks like.
Probably.
So
I'm guessing we haven't seen Lululemon either, and for our Big Max's side.
yeah, Lululemon might be an idea for this one. Actually, yeah, it makes sense for the Rice picks because I think Lulu is one of those BMS controller players as well, right?
I believe so. Yeah. Alongside, I believe like Ray Lily and I guess all the Japanese players in particular are just coming out with BMS controllers. That's kind of crazy. Alright, Lululemon it is for the Big Max side. So, apparently, the swap for AT Blanco, it seems to be Hina only, in replace of Kobe.
Yeah, we are seeing Hina, Yi switching in. I don't think Yi was in the previous map.
Yeah, Yi was with Maple Syrup before.
Right, yeah, Maple Syrup, and it was the... Oh god, it's so hard keeping track of the players. There's so many of them.
There's so many, yeah. I mean, it's only
this.
6. It's only 6. It's okay.
Yeah, okay.
I believe it was. I mean, we've seen like Surf Chew played on like ET Blanco side, so it might be that's also slowing down around as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing most of the rosters actually already, even after the second map here.
Okay, so should be seeing it soon, but here's the real question: is the random mod gonna be enforced for this pick? Because you would imagine the random mod would be on this pick would be quite funny on the spikier patterns at the very least. Because I haven't seen random mod being used in like a multiplayer lobby before. Because if we're seeing random mod, does that mean all the screens are gonna be all? It's just all it's all just randomized. We're not gonna be seeing the same patterns.
No, I think how it works is everyone should get the same random seed in the lobby, so it should be randomized in the same way. But obviously, you don't know exactly which way that will be.
So no, so not the original patterns, but you get all the random. Yeah. You get all the seed for all the players.
But it could, I mean, depending on your seed exactly, right, that every player gets, it could make the map way harder, or not really any harder.
It depends. Random it just works in mysterious ways. It just completely cures Mind Block, or it just completely worsens your score.
I think most of the time it should make it worse, at least somewhat.
It depends.
I guess it gets around Mind Block. That's the one thing. If one team has some like serious Mind Block on one of these maps, which I mean, very possible because these are like mostly the play testers for the map pools, so they've probably played these maps a bunch already.
Yeah, it can definitely work in some way because Mirror usually does cure Mind Blocks, but if Mirror doesn't work, then random maybe.
It's a more extreme version of Mirror. in a way.
I guess.
And
yeah.
oh wow, okay, lots of misses already.
Not looking very comfortable with patterns. Just completely just just a jump scare of patterns.
Yeah, only Ruby and Yukina Meng coming out of that with the full combo. That's going to give Team Red a bit of an advantage. Trade misses now. Hina actually missing repeatedly. But it is traded by Oct4 and Yi.
Yeah, Lee's just gonna shift a little bit. Ruby and Hina finding it drops back to back there.
And we've seen this lead can flick really fast. I mean, even though it's 10,000 points, that can... With 4 players, that can actually flips incredibly fast here. And we can already see it's shrinking a little bit.
Yeah, awkward jump over trading with Hina and Watch is not Hina's not having a good time with a 96% roll on the side now. On Big Max's side, all accuracies are staying on average like 98.5, and the lead now goes to Big Max's. The spike gear patterns are at the last 15 seconds, so I'm kind of concerned now.
Oh, there's some funny patterns there. There's some full bracket at the very end of this map. That could completely kill some players.
Yeah, it depends on whether or not you are very well versed in bracketing. Okay, maybe the mini jacks right here is just gonna maybe dent the lead, but it stays the same.
Oh, there's some rough.
There's some rough, yeah, rough edges actually.
Yeah, they're switching back and forth. A lot of traded misses here.
Here comes bracketing. Oh, really strong show. Actually, no, Ichi Blocko not having a good time.
Hina and Yukina Meng, both of them having a lot of issues towards the end of that bracket section, and that's going to give Big Maxis the win. It looks like.
Boy. Okay, so that apparently with a good lead, 20,000 point for Big Maxis there. Handling on very well in the last 15 seconds, like I said.
Wait, Watch is crazy. What is that 200 count?
Yeah, only 14 200s and 5 misses. Chop Up and Ruby with basically same 200 count too. All scores would be like very crazy to look at. For the later picks, I guess in the match later on. Big Max, that's a break point too, so that Big Max turns to pick now.
Yeah, we'll see what they pick. I mean, surely going after each section of the map pool, we could be seeing a hybrid next.
Yeah, we could be seeing Foxglove back-to-back OC original. Is that the way it goes?
I would love to see Foxglove at some point, surely.
Yeah, I think Foxglove has the one of the prettiest backgrounds I've ever seen for like OC original.
It's also just kind of a banger. But,
Exactly.
oh, wait a second.
Oh, wait! Whoa!
Oh,
no!
Hybrid 2 with random.
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing the random come out on Hybrid 2. We're seeing the technical hybrid.
Okay. So here's the thing. We haven't considered the possibility with Hybrid 2 with a random. So this being technical hybrid with random, this is gonna sound funny.
Wait, this might be messed up. We'll see exactly how this works out.
I had to do an actual double take that the star rating is actually says on what it is. And with random, this will sound funny. But yeah, apparently Big Max's already had their random use, so ET Block still has a chance to use random on their own, so we're still gonna have one more random with random mod later on. Man, imagine if like 7K World Cup now has a random pool, like a random as a sectional pool is gonna be all a random mod.
I mean, there was some discussion, like at the end of last year, kind of second half of last year, thinking about the introduction of some random shenanigans in the actual World Cup. Maybe that one's still up in the air a little bit.
I mean, it's kind of feel especially if it's like non-rice picks.
I think it would be really funny sometimes. Like some maps, it could be extremely funny having it. Like this one, maybe. I want to see how it plays out here, because it might just kill everyone in the lobby. Let's see, a few swaps happening. Watch is going to be switched out for Kobe, it looks like. Maple Syrup and U1D coming in for Oct4 and... oh god, again, I need to remember names. But yeah.
There's been a lot of names.
Lulu was in there where Maple Syrup is. Yeah, okay.
Okay, we're gonna be seeing all with the random same random seed, but just random, not original patterns.
Yeah, so these would be a configuration of the patterns that no one's played before out of these ones. And I mean, okay, so far it doesn't seem too crazy. Let's see. Oh,
I mean,
wait, that left
oh my
hand.
god, the shield on the left hand is sucks. Okay.
Yeah, that left hand looks a bit rough.
Column, the key one, column 1, especially. Oh, this is actually gonna be so mind-blockable, isn't it? With random like this. Even all the chords are just randomized to the point that you have to hit it in a specific way.
There's some like bracket patterns happen. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, accuracy's gonna tank from those ones for sure.
Oh, that's a very rough.
Yeah, this is a little bit crazy. You can see everyone struggling with these. Like, the patterns are just so much more unintuitive now.
I mean, you kind of have to compare with like the non-random, I guess non-random mod to be able to compare this with the patterns that you saw this just now. Because if the patterns are designed like kind of like this way, then yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah, I mean, you can see no one's holding combo. No one has been able to hold combo the entire map long, right? Because these...
exactly.
Yeah, these, like, inverse walls are just, like, really weird. No one would ever map like that.
It's just, like, patterns that are AI generated in some way. I mean, it kind of does, but it's just way worse. This is so rough to look at now. Now that I think about it, yeah, Hybrid 2 does look funny with random. Yeah, the 2 A's on the ET block side, that's really rough to play all the way with random.
Hey, I mean, fair enough. That's gonna be big maxes. They're 3-0 up now, though.
All the left thumbs are hurt with the random.
Yeah, that left hand at the start of the map was great. Like, if you added a left thumb, that would have been insane.
Oh boy, okay. That is a point on Big Max's side, so 3-0 up. So ET Blocker's turn to pick now. I wonder if they're gonna go with the pick that I'm mostly concerned about with random, or is they just gonna go with something else?
I also like the fact that Oct4 dropped that Hybrid 2 random and then left.
just completely.
Yeah, let the other players suffer.
Yeah, we don't want to deal with this. Let's just go with the other 4 players. They can do it fine.
Well, let's see. What's the pick gonna be here for ET Blocker? Are we gonna be seeing a random reply, or are they gonna save that for later, maybe?
Long note 3 random. Let's go. They have to taste it there. They have to taste their own medicine. Something. Oh, they're gonna go with
yeah.
something a little bit more lighthearted, although quote unquote still kind of
Yep.
funny to look at.
This is not one that you want to put random on because random might make the map easier. Maybe.
It does. It actually kind of does because you kind of randomize brackets if you don't if you do not like some specific brackets.
You don't want to be. I don't think it will be fun to randomize a bracket map because bracket's already pretty much like the most uncomfortable pattern to be playing.
Yeah, well, it kind of doesn't. It kind of doesn't change the bracket itself too. So you're just alternating hands. I mean, bracket by itself is already alternating hands, but it's just the start of the bracketing pattern that only gets changed. Yep, Lulu M is apparently doing means Volko should be fixed there. I'm wondering though, because the players that are joining for a core stream, is it going to be like the Swatch, yeah, like Watch01? It does make sense overall to play because of the technical hype we saw earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Watch and Ruby are looking very strong with the accuracy. See if that keeps up. Lulu, okay, Lulu. This is a Lulu map for sure, right? This is BMS map of all time.
Exactly.
Okay, couple of switch outs again here. Although I think almost the same team for ET Blocker.
Mostly the same, yeah. Just Kobe plays for ET Block, I think.
Well, Kobe was playing last map as well. I think Watch wasn't.
Yeah. Watch wasn't. Yeah. It was mostly just Ruby just staying in for AT Block. And I believe, I guess, Yukina also plays as well for all the three picks that we saw earlier. Just mostly Maple Syrup now plays for the core stream.
Oh, huge lead for ET Blocker.
Oh,
500,000 points already.
How did ET Blocker do that?
That might be too much to come back
gone.
from.
Oh, it's gone. At least this is a little more lighthearted to look at. Although it's really just hurting your eyes just looking at me squeeze all the nose coming around like this.
I think Maple Syrup is still playing with the flashlight skin.
Oh yeah, mostly just skin built around flashlight.
So some more shenanigans. This is really close so far. Actually, both teams pretty much the same.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. Maple Syrup and Lulu M is at the 98s there. Only Kobe with the 98 too. So all the 99s on the BT Blocker is on the Ruby, Watch, and Yukina on the side.
Oh, whoa, that was a massive miss from Maple Syrup. Yi as well, finding a miss. This is looking good for ET Blocker so far, but long map.
It is a long map. So there's still quite a bit to go. Like 30,000 point lead is still not that much, but again, Kobe with a lot more misses actually coming out when you look at it.
Oh, but look at the Ruby and Watch right now. Okay, Ruby does find the miss, but those two players, the accuracy is kind of insane. 99.7. And Yukina Meng with the full combo as well at the same time. So ET Blocker winning in the accuracy and the combo, it seems.
Yeah, only 2 full combos on the ET Block, but none of the Big Maxes has the full combo bonus at all. It's just one player mainly trying to keep up there. It's just Kobe, which randomly missing every now and again might actually reduce the lead.
Yeah, but Kobe's still beating out Maple Syrup in terms of the accuracy, so that's still fine for ET Blocker. It's just whether or not that changes as the map goes on. I mean, players gonna start. Oh, three-way miss for ET Blocker. Actually, but 3 for Big Maxis as well.
Yeah, so some reason now the lead is going from 30,000 to 45,000 now. 101 is actually just doing God's work.
Now
right
this is
here.
this is an ideal place to drop a full combo, right? In the break
the
section.
break section is the hardest part of the chart, apparently.
Yep.
I mean, it just makes sense because you do lose your focus. You do lose your edge on break sections. You do not feel warm.
It's easy to relax a little bit, like, oh, the hard part's done, and then you relax too much, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But Watch is too
you do
good
lose
for
your
that.
focus.
Watch would never. Watch is actually just insane.
Yeah, we do see I guess full combo from Team Ibuka from like Russia's on match before. So this is the soulful combo seems like from Watch. Same thing except for a 4v4 scenario. It seems like Watch is able to get a full combo like that.
Yeah, I can't curse this guy. He's uncursable.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
crazy. That's crazy.
Wait, hang on. 99 points.
That's a full combo.
One,
Wait,
6.
3 200s.
Oh, okay, 3.
Oh my god.
Oh, Ruby with 3 too. That's okay. Apparently, with they're very good at core streams, so they have Rice 6 at their disposal now. If you want,
Like, someone get Watch on a team. What the hell?
Oh boy. So yeah, Maple Syrup with only 96 and Kobe with only 97 there. So all in all, very solid pick there for A2 Blanco now, staying afloat with the point on the board.
Yeah, Kobe winning that 1v1 was actually pretty big for them as well. But yeah, comfortable point. There we go. We've got a match. It is
Actual
1
match
to
now.
3. Yeah, only 1 breakpoint left. So ET Blocko on the lookout to win this next point if they want to tie up the score.
It does seem like it that we do get to see all the map types. Man. Like, it's just whether or not you're gonna go with the some picks that we haven't seen earlier in your first match before.
Yeah, there's a few picks. We haven't seen Rice 1, Rice 3.
And
We've seen all
hybrid
the
ones.
LNs, and Hybrid 1 is the only last one, right? Yeah. And the tiebreaker,
Yeah,
of course.
that is okay, LN4 and then okay, yeah, LN4 it is. So they already have picked random mod, so Big Maxus cannot use random mod again. But ET Blocko does have the option to use random on their pick later on. So
I'm actually interested. If you use a random mod on a coordination pick, does it really make it that much harder? Because
not really.
I feel like coordination is already a skill set where it's very hard to, coordinate your fingers, of course, right?
If it's dependent on the anchors, then maybe it gets harder.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I
guess...
do not think.
Actually, no, I guess what it could do, it could make some of the coordination patterns be, like, really hand-biased, which would make it impossible, right?
Yeah,
Like, single-hand bias coordination would be a nightmare.
If it's relying on hand bias coordination, then I guess. But I believe so far in the pick is pretty spread out evenly, almost. It's just the anchors that make. Well, whether or not you get the anchors on random is up for debate.
If you get all the anchors on one hand.
If you get all the anchors on column 1, then I guess you don't. Oh man.
Yeah, column 1 and column 7 anchors are kind of brutal. Maybe that's just a skill issue thing. Maybe that's just me. But
You get an outer ring finger doing all the work.
yeah, my ring fingers do not have the same level of physicality as
And
any
do
of
not-
my other fingers.
And do not have the same flexibility that that
course,
is for
yeah.
sure.
The worst is those, you get like the 1-2-1 like mini trills, right?
Oh, I
Like-
guess that's
Oh,
not the
that's-
worst thing.
No, I suck at that. You
I-
try and make my ring and middle fingers do trills, and it's like, oh,
It's still heavily dependent on the which finger that you get to press the trills though. If you're getting the 2-3-2 and it's not like the 1-4-1 or 1 or just random like held finger on the column 2 and then you get the trail in 1-3-1-3, and that might be an issue.
Someone mentioned pinky anchors in 10 key. I don't think my pinky can even press a key. I only have 7 fingers, actually.
The three fingers are just gone.
Yeah.
This might be a good thing to look at because Watch Zero has been amazing so far in long note picks, and we already saw a full combo on level 1. So yeah, maybe get to see that here.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. U1D back in the lobby here. And we're seeing GS Hina actually swapping in for Ruby on Team Red.
So far normal, maybe apart from some of the anchor like we talked about earlier. Yeah, you can find the first ones to drop. Oh, watch now dropping finally on the long note pick now.
Yeah, Watch definitely seems to be more comfortable when it comes to like the Rice picks for sure. The LN's still been pretty good, but getting the misses here and there. And I mean, everyone is really getting some misses, finding some drops. Accuracy above 99 for everyone except for Yi, U1D, and Watch.
Yeah, all the 99s here very carrying them for upload. Big Maxus only has actually all the 99s there for Big Maxus there. Very impressive.
No, I mean, look at Watch. Hang on, Watch is cooking.
Watch has been cooking after like 2 misses, which just goes to show.
Yeah, Maple Syrup and Chump Up actually also getting 99. All 4 players on Big Maxus, yeah. And still some struggles on the side of ET Blocko. Misses coming in from everyone. It's impossible to call all of these out in time.
Yeah, it's just all the way through. Just you
Oh,
get to see random drops everywhere.
I think that was an FC from U1D that just got dropped as well. So Watch the only one. Never mind. I was gonna say Watch the only one above 400 combo.
Nice.
Maybe he is human after all.
Still the only one with a 99 for Watch. Just goes completely showing that all the 98s, even the Chump Up is carrying to the 99s now. Just barely.
Everyone got shredded by that last section, except for Watch. And it is going to be a fairly comfortable point lead for Big Maxus.
Oh, that's quite a bit of drop there by Watch there at the ending there, but still kept the 99 there. Still very, very impressive. Actually, so far the scores are not actually at the high 96 minimum, which that's for a map pool tester, map pool selector is you're gonna have to play their own maps at some.
Okay, 1-4 now. Big Maxus in the lead. ET Blocker get their next pick. I think Rice definitely should be the go. I'm looking at a Rice 6. Maybe if they want to go for a Rice 1, perhaps if they're feeling spicy.
Are they gonna drop the random? Are they gonna do the random?
Random Rice 3.
Random Rice 5. Oh no, or no, Random Rice 4. Sorry, not 5. Random Rice 4.
Random Rice 4, I think, could be very interesting.
Oh, no more X Knuckle map. Are you suggesting you're gonna do Rice 3 or Core Jack? Core Jack with random? Oh boy! Okay.
There we go. Here we go.
Oh boy. Actually, now that I think about it, Rice 4 with random doesn't sound too bad. It depends on whether or not you get the trills on the outer or the inner trill, or the inner finger trills.
This is gonna come. Yeah, this is gonna come down a lot to the RNG. What seed do we get?
I can't believe we get to see a match winning deciding on a Gamba.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. This could be really, really silly. That's for sure. We could be seeing some very low accuracy.
I'd be laughing if the random decides to really mess with the patterns so much that rather than we saw in the Hybrid 2, if that's not obvious enough.
I mean, at the same time, there's also the very unfortunate possibility that you could just get like the same thing but reversed, like Mirror.
I guess. In the mirror type of way, I guess random does I guess random can help with some. Whether or not the players get the random buff would be a question. Because so far, all the players that have played Hybrid 2 does not get any benefit with random. So this time we get to see Awk4 playing after picking Hybrid 2 and then leaving. Mostly the same players for AT Blockos, only Awk4, which is apparently not with us right now. Okay, apparently now they do.
He's the only one there.
It's still what, 8th February,
Okay.
not 4th October.
Okay, let's see it. How crazy can these patterns get? Oh, okay. Wait.
Oh no, the mini jack on column 5 interferes with the flow. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Oh yeah, the column 6 mini jack now. Oh yeah, I forgot about the rapid jump drill. I do not know if this is gonna randomize too.
If it turns into a single hand trill.
No. I was talking about the 1/6 2-note trill, which is jump drill basically. There's a rapid 1/6 jump drill after every transition.
Okay, lots of struggles here. Kobe actually finding a lot of repeated misses, but so does Maple Syrup early before.
No one has a lead apparently. Even though 7,000 might look like a lead, but this is 4 players, so it is shared like between 2,000 points in practice. Okay, here comes the rapid jump drill. A little bit after this. Oh
Wait,
god!
No, that's rough. No,
Oh,
that's
no.
brutal. That's impossible.
That's really bad.
That's
Oh,
so
no.
bad. Oh
That's
no.
really bad.
There was a bracket one in there as well.
Oh, it gets mixed in with that too. The original pattern only has like patterns spread out in between like columns 2, 3, and 6, 7. But this is 4, 5. 4, 5 column.
Everyone gets absolutely shredded by that.
I believe all the players in the lobby would be very confused to see which thumb I'm gonna be pressing with that. Although still, 7,000 point lead. Lead's just switching over to ET Blocko, but not by very much at all.
Yeah, it's really close. I mean, Maple Syrup is beating out Kobe right now in that 1v1. But there's a couple of very high accuracies on the side of ET Blocko. I mean, Ruby and Watch, once again, getting the 2 highest accuracies in the lobby. There's a little bit of the map left.
I mean, there's still that rapid jump drill again. I'm worried.
It's good.
It's so cursed. It's so cursed with this randomness now. Oh, okay, that one hand bias pattern stuck. Oh god, yeah, here comes a little bit there. Oh, that just completely just a rapid jump jack in between.
It's just funny seeing everyone like completely suffer on all of these patterns that just look so unfriendly.
Oh, there you go. Yep, the only 99 being kept across the board is Watch 01, apparently.
Who else? Who else would it be?
Man, that is ET Blocko win the Gamba. That ratio with random too, that is... God, okay.
Like, actually, Watch is crazy. I actually didn't expect this at all. I had no idea he was this good.
ET Blocko's team is completely complained about those trills. The bracket trills that are just completely mixed in.
They were cursed. They were so cursed.
That must have been a full lobby wipe at some point. I did not pay attention to it.
No, that was a full lobby wipe. Not a single person managed to get through more than like 2 of those trills in a row. Like, I think occasionally one person hit one of the trills, but then they would immediately miss on the next one.
Okay, so I mean, funnily enough, I believe that was all the two rice picks being won by Team Blanco. Only Eve was won by Maxis there.
Yeah, so it will be both of the randoms out as well. So unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing any more random shenanigans. I kind of want to see more of it, but
yeah, maybe in the next show match. I don't know. Who knows?
yeah, we might be seeing some more happening. Who knows? But Big Maxis, are they going to go for another hybrid, another LN, perhaps?
It's up in the air. Big Max has the tendency just to pick and leave, and it does seem so like maybe most original that is left standing right there. Hybrid one, maybe the case. We haven't seen that, and maybe Rice won. Okay. Oh, okay. If random was still open, and this would be the funnier one, I would say.
LN3 would have been funny with random. I'm very happy with the random ones that we got there.
Oh yeah, that was definitely the most stupid random seed ever in a technical pick. Can't believe you get to see a rapid jump show just squished in to make some sort of like a pseudo bracket. That is just, you can just completely just jack it all the way. So we're probably gonna be seeing almost a full swap for Big Max, it seems like.
I mean, you can only swap at most 2 players, right? Because there's only 6 players in each team.
Yeah. Well, we see off 4 again, once again. Maybe the other 2 players would just probably be UND and Yi, perhaps? Or maybe, yeah, or I guess Chump Up, maybe, I don't know. Tetra mind block.
Let's see who the last player is for Big Maxis.
Either Chump Up or Yi is just the 2 players.
Yeah, Chump Up Yi, or okay, wait, no, Lulu's not going to be playing. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
no, Lulu's strictly BMS player.
Not.
I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not aware of what a BMS controller is, you can search it up. Not the type of controller that is very nice to be playing LNs on at all.
Yeah, you can just like look at Beatmania 2DX gameplay in terms of like controller. You can just see how really obnoxious to play along us with that. Although even so, we've seen like Rain Lillian playing LS like that.
Even Lulu in the past in MWCs has been playing like. I've seen Lulu playing some LN picks in MWC and actually play them like decently well. So it's not impossible. Yeah. They've proven it. Ray Lily's proven it, but you can't say it's offering you any advantage when it comes to LN.
It's just so cursed and obnoxious to play with LNs with that kind of controller. It's just how do you even comprehend with that? Playing that playstyle.
It's like playing Twister. With your fingers.
Oh, the tornado patterns does not look like he's having a good time for 18 block at the very start. Imagine that with random though. Oh, this time with Faded for Maple Syrup. No flashlight. Or I guess flashlight skin. Flashlight built-in skin.
Fade-in is really hard because if you miss once, your reading is just gone.
Your reading your reading got expanded.
Yeah, like look at that.
Yeah, oh boy.
Look how much different it goes so quickly. That destroys any chance you have of like maintaining any kind of reading. And everyone dying right now on these patterns.
Yeah, you just might be better off just playing with a built-in skin for a visual boss. Like you would see like from Japan, like Utani plays like a lane cover like with a very high starting judgment skin. and that's kind of the issue with visual mods in the OS. I guess in OS mini in general. Flashlight, although does not affect so much, did it?
Yeah. I do know in Laser though they did add some like customization options for Flashlight. I don't know if they've done that the same for Hidden and the other ones, but it's definitely a thing.
Yeah, it definitely does. Laser does that a little bit, but I don't know if that's what the players would envision it to be.
We'll see.
Although so far, ET Blanco is winning on the lead there.
Yeah, Hina is struggling a bit, dropping down to the A rank range, but Maple Syrup not that much higher, and U1D also kind of struggling in the accuracy as well.
Everyone not having a good time, except for Yukina among.
Guess who the highest accuracy is?
Guess who is also the only 99?
Yeah.
And okay, I stand corrected then. Watch is completely just
It's an
would be the
absolute
soul
machine.
carry.
He's a machine completely. This is a break point, by the way.
Yeah, the soul carry. Now apparently it's in the court of ET Blancos now. They're still behind by 1 point, but this is their pick now.
It's the duo. Watch and Ruby have been tearing it up a little bit here. Yukina Meng also strong scores across the board, and now it's almost tied up actually. That was the break point that ET Blocko needed. And counting them up, that's Watch's 5th MVP of the match, 4th one in a row as well.
5 in a row. We get to see. Oh well, I guess in a way, if ET Blanco wins this next one, it's ultimately best of 5. So we got a little bit to go for this pool.
Yeah, we got Rice maps left. Rice maps looking good. Do we see Rice 3, Rice 1? I want to see Rice 1.
Yeah, the only picks have been that I guess the left post column hasn't been picked yet, and apart from the tiebreaker, of course. Okay, we get to see Cortex. Nice. Now we haven't seen Cortex in the previous match. We saw in the showcase that the Cortex by itself is not that big of a deal. But I'm wondering if random is still up. Would this be a nightmare to play with random?
It could be. I mean, again, it really depends because Korjak is one of those things that, like for 7K specifically, the patterning, the exact patterning of the jacks and the chords does so much to the difficulty. Like, there's such a gigantic difference between comfortable patterning and uncomfortable patterning. So I mean, it's very possible that you get something that's just way harder if you apply the random mod.
Oh, I guess in this chart, this chart in specific does not have bursting. It's just straight up 1/4 all the way. So 130 BPM, just all the way, just straight up brawl. I think it's the same. It's the same thing as like the. I believe it was like last year when it was Voyage Precision, which was the one of the O's originals last year. This is just like 1 BPM slower, although maybe a little bit harder patterning perhaps, but it depends still on the anchors. If the anchors get randomized, then it will be funny.
Well, it seems like we're seeing something funny maybe on the side of Pig Naxus from the chat.
Oh yeah, I guess. Flashlight it is, maybe full flashlight. We don't get to see the screens fully yet. Maybe this is all Potassium's playground after all.
I would say for most people, Chord Jack would be the easiest to play on flashlight.
I
Like-
mean, you would just know the matter now, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, because the timing is not an issue as long as you're obviously hitting not too early or too late on average. It's
Yeah,
just
you're keeping up.
reading the gaps, reading notes, which should be pretty much the same with flashlight as no mod.
Yeah, 7 key is definitely an entirely different matter. Yeah, Core Jack wins 7 key, it just gets completely blown out of the water. in terms of reading. Because unlike Forky, which it just gets compressed into like 4 columns definitely, and it would get much less rating because of density. But in the 7th game, the density might be spread out, but you get bad chains everywhere if you misread.
Okay, looks like we've got all 8 into the lobby here. I wonder how many are using flashlight this time. Is it just all of Big Max's? Or is it are we seeing the match from Team Red?
I mean, good luck for all the people watching, the audience watching this with all flashlight, because you don't get to see all of it.
I'm gonna be very happy if it is. Like,
yeah, it's just up in your alley.
no one knows this, but I struggle to read. Like, I commentate all these matches. I can't read what's happening on the screen. I need the flashlight.
I mean, you would know. Ah, there you go. There's all the flashlights on Big Max's.
Although, fun fact for
all
streamers,
mirrors.
you can click on the flashlight option, and that helps people see.
It helps people see, but
the little flashlight mod.
Just for the funnies and giggles. Why not just make it all just completely unreadable with the flashlight?
That's also fun.
Maybe all the top row would be all of it. We see the nose coming in, and I guess we get to see all of it now. At Lulu M, I do not know what happened.
Lulu M, I think, is not running a comfortable scroll speed right now. Maybe forgot to change
the
scroll that's what it looks like if you play flashlight with your regular scroll speed. And it is impossible to play and read entirely, so...
well, I guess that's what happens when you do not prepare before the match even starts.
Yeah.
You have to skid on.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. You do need to test your settings a little bit to try and find the right scroll speed at the start.
Speaking of which, this is not Watch Playground. Look at Ruby go.
Yeah, Ruby's having a comfortable time right now.
Even for such a core jack like this, he's just very hard to bad chain everywhere, and it just happens to be the case for Hina.
Oh, that's a 50 for Ruby though.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. 50s happen so often in core jacks. It just if you just misread something, you just get bad chains everywhere.
You hit like one extra note that you weren't supposed to on the chord, and it treats it as the next one. Oh, Ruby misses the full combo.
Yeah, that is no FC this time around, but that is a completely win, like a 1,000,000 point difference.
Yeah, ultimately, I don't think it would have mattered if Luluem got a score, but
Oh, what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
This is gonna be a deadlock for best of 5 now. Ooh.
Over 1 million points difference.
Oh,
so.
watch the score is even funnier.
That's a core jack score. Watch has a real core jack score right there.
Yeah, you do not have a core jack score if you have more 50s than actual 200, 100, or misses.
Yeah, and Ruby as well, just with the 1 miss, 150.
Oct4 with negative ratio for some reason.
Yeah, Oct4 wasn't having the easiest time reading the flashlight either.
Oh, Luluem does not know what happened either.
Yeah. Oh, I feel bad. That's how it goes.
Hey, apparently, now best of 5, so we get to see the one of the 3 picks that we haven't seen early in the previous week. So, the 2 things left are only Rice 1 and Hybrid 1.
Yeah, so both teams, well, Big Max is definitely going to be able to get at minimum 2 picks.
Hybrid mini
3,
tiebreaker.
Okay.
Oh boy, okay. I like how this show match, we're 1 hour in, and we're theorizing on whether or not with random would be funny with this pick and that pick.
Okay, Hybrid now. We're seeing the mini tiebreaker coming out now.
mini tiebreaker, but we haven't seen the most original Hybridator.
I do want to see that one coming out.
All for saying that just to spite everyone.
This one's a pretty difficult one. Maybe some players gonna be tanking a little bit of accuracy throughout this map.
I mean, of course, because you would know the mini tiebreaker like this is just a pain. So it's just a pain for like players who are not really adept on getting like high 98s, 99s. You can get some struggles here and there, but for people who are not able to keep up with like S ranking on this, it would be such a pain to play.
Yo, wait, we got Surf Chew in.
Yo, our fellow commentator for this tournament, finally actually making a showing here. What if Surchu is actually the MVP for the mini tiebreaker?
Surfchew subs in, gets 990k on Hybrid 3.
Yo!
I'd believe it.
Hey, I mean, it never hurts to believe. Although, would be the discussion of whether or not Surfchu is able to get an A on this. Given the chance to get Surchu getting an A would be very impressive because Surchu is able to play 70 like on some high levels of density, but this one is very, very dense. Or I guess more funnier patterns that way.
Okay, keeping everyone else in for ET Blocko. Yukina
Yeah,
Meng getting a bit of a break.
Fine, yeah, okay, so let's see. Let's see if our fellow friendly commentator get to taste their I guess the map their map pool after testing us so much. Oh, missing that spacebar LN.
You know what? Sometimes it's a smart idea to just let it go.
Okay, sure. Alright, seems like Maple Syrup doesn't seem to have a good start either, so apparently just seemed to be traded out, surprisingly. Oh, not having that great of a time with anchors now.
Wait, what does that start from watch? Hang on, what?
Wait.
Yeah, what is that hack?
99.91 in the intro?
Yeah,
Huh? Oh, I mean, sure, Big Max is like 99.7 on average, jump up E. But 99.92 on the intro, that's...
that's not one that I expected to see from anyone. But of course, lots of the map remaining, gonna be some accuracy drops from either side coming.
Okay, oh, that's very rough there for Sochu, is not able to hold on in the density here.
Yeah, on these rough LN patterns as well. If you mess up some of those, you actually tank so much accuracy because of the number of misses that you'll get.
Not having a best of times either. Hitting most of it on very late for Sochu there. Holding on to 91.6 there.
Yeah, still the two highest accuracies on the side of ET Blocko though.
Yeah, 99.5 and flat 99 say for Ruby. Search is not... I know the feeling too well because these LM patterns are not reading too well because you would normally hit them as sweep if you're not very good at reading 70 on those.
Yeah, no, it is real. If you can't play LN patterns in 7 key, it does...
You're done for.
Yeah, you're just done. Like, you actually are just done. I dropped down to like 70%.
Don't worry. Same goes for me, even lower. Like I know the reading aspect of be one thing, but hitting them would not be in the same brain wavelength. Still the 99s though for Ruby and Watch, so that's very impressive on their own.
Yeah, we got the two 98s on the side of Big Maxus as well. Yi keeping up with that 97.8 as well. But more misses coming in, denser section with the LNs towards the end of the map. We're going to be seeing a lot of LN density.
Yeah, this is really hurting. Surge 2 so much in 988% there. Probably battling out with the HP pass here. This is very rough to see, even though Hina is almost losing the S rank there over there. But
yeah, Hina and Maple Syrup both getting dangerously low here to that S threshold. And we are paused.
We are apparently just chilling to see. Oh no. Maybe I don't know what happened to Surf 2 there.
Surf 2 internet.
Don't tell me that Surf 2 is on their own again, just like in 2018.
Well, hang on, that's a throwback. Not everyone here is that old.
No. At least the OGs know how it happened.
The OGs know that reference for sure.
Search being left behind as the map finishes. Looks like he's on his own.
Okay, but wait, if Sershu gets a 1 million score, then they can
oh
take
hell
this.
yeah.
Yeah.
just needs like 509,000 ish.
He can clutch this. 370k, easy, go.
Easy, okay. I still we have no idea what happened.
Power died apparently. Oh
well,
no. Southeast Asia moment.
That's rough. Yeah, well apparently he's now on his own.
There's going to be a point for Big Maxus on their own pick. Okay, 5-4. We're going to be seeing another ET blocker Rice pick, you would assume.
Just pick Rice 1.
Rice 1 and then Hybrid 1, please. Hybrid 1 I want to see.
Yeah.
Not Hybrid 1 for ET blocker though. I don't think that's the...
No. that would just be a suicide plan. I don't think it would be a great idea. Apparently, like, would be kind of funny because Rice 1 is like the, I guess the more unpopular pick, because you would expect to see Rice 1 being played like in the early, if it's the match like 1-0 or 1-1 or whatever, it's like in the early stages of the match. But apparently, it gets picked way later in the match.
Well, let's see what the pick ends up being.
We get apparently our fellow commentator Sergio has confirmed on the chat that you can't see, but apparently the situation is kind of dire over there. Timer starts running out there.
It would have been so good to see Surf finishing the map on his own there. we come full circle.
We come here all week just to see Surf 2 is actually reliving the past 7 years ago. It was been 7 years ago, or just at least 6.5 years at that point in time.
Oh, we're all so old, man.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna see core stream. No Rice 1.
Okay, core stream.
This works for them though, so this works okay.
They did win the other chord stream.
Yeah, we just win it again, except faster chord stream.
Yeah, I believe in some of these Team Red players. You know, Watch and Ruby They've been tearing it up.
Yeah, Kobe did play as well for the Dancer Core stream. And also Yukinamon also played the Dancer Core stream as well. Just do it again, except faster.
Alright, Lulu M, of course, coming back in.
Yep. And I guess Lulu M plays as well. Would be no surprise at all. Although maybe not Yi. Well, I mean, I guess Yi just didn't play the Core stream earlier. I guess. Maybe other players swap. Okay, maybe swapping in, maybe just to get baited.
And I guess Yukina Meng coming back in as well.
It may be.
Yeah. That is what it seems like. We're just waiting on some players switching some positions, it seems. Lulu needs to switch over to that blue team.
Alright, Yukinamon is in would be invited now, so we're gonna be seeing a Yukinamon for ET Blocko. I mean, hopefully Lulu M has been moved over because it's still in the ET Blocko. It's been quite a while. I like how we're 1 hour and 11 minutes in, just to see.
We might still have a few more maps to be played.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're kind of glad that the next match. Oh yeah, just to give out information to the people watching, that the next match will be, I believe, in like 14:30, 15 UTC or something like that. So it would be a interesting match to watch as well. So you're gonna have to stick around for that one too.
14:30? 15
UTC. Yeah, 15.
Yeah, 15.
So maybe we got a little bit to go. Maybe once this match goes the distance, maybe we're closing in on the actual match for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, good thing there was a 2-hour break in the middle, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
And waiting for the fourth player to come in. We'll see who that ends up being for Big Maxis. Whether it's going to be Yi or maybe one of the other players.
Okay, we'll be seeing actually now all 4 players finalized for ET Blocko, and yeah, UND coming for Big Maxis.
UND, okay,
should be all good to go once they are ready. Although Okfor seems I don't know if he's saying no map for his own, but or just I have no idea. Oh, no map?
No,
really?
it's U1D. I think it's U1D.
Okay. Have to download it first, I guess. So site read seems like.
I believe there was I forgot which map, but one of the previous maps as well was the same thing for U1D.
I
just a couple of them
believe.
here and there, you know.
I believe it was I believe it was like Enchanted Ring or what is it? Hybrid 2, that is. Maybe. UND plays in it too. Either UND or Yi, but maybe I'm mistaken between. But I guess that's the thing.
We're getting into it. Short map, 2 minutes long, gonna be fast as well.
Yeah, it's gonna finish in the blink of an eye. We'll see what happens here. Hopefully though, Lulu M does not use flashlight because of what happens in the core jack previously.
Yeah. Yeah, no flashlight happening, no shenanigans. These teams are locked in.
Locked in, huh? I mean, you're gonna have to look around and find out that if ET Blocko wins this pick, then we're at best of 3. Oh, that's a very rough start for 101 and 97 across the one intro there. Hopefully it's just the intro because this pattern just keeps going.
And what happened there? How many of those were real misses?
I don't think it's all misses.
None of them.
Yeah, 101 does not miss.
Hey, Kobe did miss.
Yukinama, Kobe did miss, yeah.
And jump up as well. It's going to be a trade back and forth. Actually, Big Max is in the lead right now. More misses coming from ET Blocko.
Yeah, just seems like Ruby is now taking quite a fair bit for their team, but Kobe is now at the S threshold now, 95.
Yeah, Kobe's struggling with this one, it looks like.
Oh yeah, I mean, apparently like the Rise 2 with my Big Max's was by Maple Syrup, not U1D. So having U1D this time, it helps pay big dividends here.
Oh, of course, it's the Mappa debuff that Kobe has right now.
Yeah, I guess. 95 here. I mean, if he doesn't get an S, then I guess he's bad. But that's not my call to
Whoa! Whoa!
make. 60,000 now, just climbing up there.
Yeah, misses
Oh,
happening
Kobe's-
from everyone
Oh.
except Ruby.
Oh, Kobe's getting the 95, looks like. Oh, it's gonna drop him down a little bit there, but yeah, it's gonna get the 95. He's gonna get the 95.
Well, look at that. That is going to be a match point for Big Maxis.
Oh boy, now we're at match point. ET Blocko needs to win 2 straight picks, but that is also break point for Big Maxis too, so that means ET Blocko has to break this point, break the next point, and then win their own.
Yeah, Ruby
That's
FC.
also 5-200 too, yeah, that's very impressive there too. And 101 has like 3 misses at the intro too, that's very rough there. And the one miss was like the just after the break.
Okay.
We'll see what Big Max is picked.
Hybrid 1, surely.
Surely Hybrid 1, because
Surely
otherwise...
Hybrid 1. You can't make like the only ignored pick in the entire pool be the Osu original.
Yeah, exactly. Why were you thinking that you made an Osu original being charted, and then it does not get picked in the show match of all things?
Surely you have to show that map, right?
Yeah. It would be such a shame if you don't. Yeah, there you
There
go.
we
There,
go. Okay,
there.
yeah. Let's go, Fox Love.
Attaboy. Alright, Osu original. Fox Globe.
Yeah, banger incoming.
Yep. Apparently it's also quite. I mean, kind of long. Like, it's just like flat 3 minutes. But the star rating, well, audience will let them do their thing.
Nice. Okay, so we are going to be seeing. Looks like a switch out for ET Blocko. We're going to be seeing Kobe switching out for Hina. And Big Maxis also having a couple of people switching out. Maple Syrup coming back in.
Oh, actually, now that I think about it, Maple Syrup did play fairly well on the LNs and hybrids, but this one is fairly different, I guess. Well, I mean, it does classify as a generic hybrid, but by generic it just means just straight up density. And Maple Syrup doesn't play very well on density, I feel. Although U1D is now coming just for the hybrid this time.
Yeah, Mifa throwing some shade on the players.
Yeah, exactly. You do get to see a little bit of a a little bit of grumpy side. Because we want to see tiebreaker, the actual tiebreaker.
Yeah, tiebreaker, which is going to happen for sure, right? Two maps away. ET Blocko got to lock in for these next two.
All right, we'll see if this works. And yeah, this time I believe we've seen Hidden Mon being used somewhere around the match, but
Yeah, U1D.
we've seen Baited Flashlight, but I haven't maybe Hidden somewhere.
Maple Syrup is playing Flashlight as well, it looks like.
Oh yeah. I guess the built-in skin, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot about I forgot about the patterns in the intro. It's kind of funny if you take into account. It hurts my eyes just by looking at this on with built-in flashlight skin with just all the notes just seem like you playing like Scroll 5.
It's nice. It's easier on the eyes.
I guess easier on the eyes to hurt, I guess, in a way. But that's a 99.4, 99.1 on Ruby and Watch. And Yukina 992 actually. Still keeping up full combo seems like.
It looks like Oct is actually struggling
Ah,
quite a
never
lot
mind.
as well. So Oct out at 92%.
Getting very late there, actually, surprisingly.
I wonder what's going on there. Some kind of setting change, maybe. Maybe he's also playing some kind of visual mod at the same time.
I have no clue. Because this BPM is very manageable for at most points. It just seems the setting is kind of weird. But hey, all in all, that is quite a big lead. So I'm not complaining.
Yeah, comfy for ET Blocker right now. Halfway point. Still half the map to go. Watch and Ruby. Who would have guessed?
And Maple Syrup just completely failed out of there. Stop playing over there.
And Maple Syrup needs a break. Sometimes it's important. Don't destroy your hands.
Yeah, maybe you need it for tiebreaker. Who knows?
Yeah, everyone take care of your physical health in your hands.
Exactly. Although, yeah, by generic hybrid, it's just density. Everyone's just manhandling it so well. On the leftmost column, although Ruby taking the less, I guess, the below 99s now. Only Watch though. And Chomp Up apparently with 99s too. Hey, look at that! 860,000 point lead. Maybe we get to a 1 million.
Yeah, it's very possible here.
I mean, the score's decreasing, so the lead should be much faster
the lead
to increase.
is growing. Still, I'm interested in one of these scores.
Oh
right
yeah,
here.
okay. That's a 1.17.
Yeah, that would be. And watch, wow, that's a crazy score.
971,000. That's it's one miss.
I
mean, I presume the 650s was slider break, so I'm not sure.
that's just an incredible score. 971, better than everyone else by quite a fair margin as well.
Damn, man. Even Oc4 still has the negative ratio issue with the core check. Still quite... Yeah, okay, so one more pick left for ET Blocko to stand and rise for the win to get to a tiebreaker. Hopefully you pick right, or you maybe pick the Rice one remaining, which is the only...
Rice one.
Rice one. Or the only Rice pick remaining outside of maybe the LN. You don't pick LN
but what? Hang on.
just to get the complete swap there.
Connect 4. They could pick LN2 for the Connect 4.
It's kind of neat though. It's kind of tidy. Just to look at the all the boxes are red and all the
Imagine
boxes are
if
blue
Big
for
Maxes. No, imagine if Big Maxes didn't pick Hybrid 3, but they picked LN2 instead. That would have been like perfect, like aesthetic.
Boy, okay. Yeah, Lulu M's coming back and no surprises at all there. But Kobe plays for Rice one apparently, and no map for Jump Up, I guess, or no map for almost everyone in Big Max.
No map gang.
Yo, side reading time.
This is not a very nice map to sight read.
Well, apparently 336 VPN. A jump up after Aliake from last round, which is like around 280. 280 to 336.
And this is also quite a big difference in like the patterning as well. I think the patterning looks just really rough on this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Aliake is pretty rough as well, despite being lower beat, despite having half BPM because of most likely because of the not the entire speed itself. It's just the I guess the quantizations are weird. This one is fairly straightforward as a quantization, but it's still like it's fairly obvious to see why this has been like inked for so long. I guess not in the show match case, I guess.
Yo, we got Surf Chew in.
Oh, hang on. So Surchu is
Wait, hang on. We got some team
Sur-
switching around right now. What's going on?
Okay, we got some treachery going on here.
Surf Chew
hang on.
threatening to strangle himself.
Wait, hang on. No, you can't say that.
Yeah, well, that's what he did in chat.
No, yeah, it's just way too graphic. Hey, just pray that the power issues are solved, even though it's not your issue entirely. Power skill issue, that would be kind of the funniest thing I've seen.
Just get better power, lol.
Oh no.
Just stay connected, lol.
Hey, maybe this reliving the second time that Surchu will serve their way to tiebreaker. Yeah, that could be a thing.
I don't know, I'm not feeling that pun, man.
Hey, you said it yourself. Just it never hurts to believe.
Yeah, no, Surf Chew's gonna get 1 million though, for sure.
Exactly.
This is
exactly.
the Surf Chew FC. No, not
Only-
the roll.
Only 4 out of 100. Hey, I mean that's still like 4%
gets-
chance to PB.
He gets roasted by Banshobot. Oh,
Only-
Opt is winning.
Hey, 4% of getting personal best is still a 4% though. It's still like better than most gacha players getting
I
their
believe it. Yeah, I believe in that 4%. That's
getting their desired thing as a 4% is still relatively fine.
yeah, gacha players would treat that as an 100% if they saw that.
Yeah, 99% of gamblers quit before they win big.
Yeah, and Surf Chew's about to win massive. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. What is U1 do? Easy,
Big Max's
no fail.
flashlight.
Easy, no fail, 4 key fade in mirror. That mirror is so interrupting the skin. Wait, hang on.
Yeah, the
Oh,
fade
wow,
in is
U1D
definitely messing with U1D right now, like a massive amount.
Oh my god, what's gonna happen after this? At least he's guaranteed to not fail, so the score is still recorded.
That's why you have no fail, right? Everyone play with no fail in your matches.
Except for ET Blocko, because he does not. They don't need it.
Yeah, they would never fail. Surf Chew
ET does
could
not.
never.
Does not fail. Surchu can never fail. Although to be fair, even if Surchu like failed out, it's still a lead because U1D has like 58,000.
I just saw U1D hit a Rainbow 300. That's a win.
Oh my god, he wins! He wins the match.
U1D wins.
U1D wins straight up.
I also just like a side note as well. Oct4's scroll speed with flashlight. I don't know if
Oh yeah,
anyone else-
maybe that's scroll 40. Who knows?
that is one of the scroll speeds of all time
That's some dress of scroll speed right there.
with flashlight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just hit them as you would like you hit SV. You know. Even though SV is not in the 7 key area, but you know, 4 key as well will not have SV.
And would you look at that? We're gonna see a
Oh
tiebreaker.
oh my god! Yo, look at that! That's a very big decisive win. Looks like we're gonna go to a tiebreaker. Oh my god! Oh boy, that's a big D ranks on the Big Max's side.
Yeah, very
You want the-
unfortunate misses from those two players. Would have gotten the FC. They were very close.
Oct for try fade out. That's just hidden.
Wait, why is there an emote for that?
Wait,
why is,
really?
why is there a emote for 2D ranks?
Okay, this is a big public service announcement for Trump up there. Be sure to change your scroll speed
Okay,
for
please.
tiebreaker.
Please, everyone on the side of Big Maxis especially, change your scroll speeds back to their regular settings.
This is a big, important public service announcement for every player is involved in this show match. If you're messing around with your scrolls so much, please change it to your usual scrolls.
Change the mods as well.
That is cool. Now,
Thank you, Jump Up,
imagine if,
in the chat.
oh god. Imagine if the random mod was saved up to Tiebreaker and Tiebreaker uses a random mod.
Oh wait, can we use a random mod on the tiebreaker? Is that allowed?
No, I don't think so.
Can we make a special rule just for this?
What, you're saying that they have to play two tiebreakers, one with random and one with non?
Well, then you like add the total scores together. No, okay. Well, what about this? What if you have two players from each team play? Wait, is that possible to have individual players play random and the rest not?
Well, that's what I've been asking at the start of the stream.
Okay, and would you look at that? We actually have one more person joining us.
Well, this is just a very short message. Well, at least we have someone from the commentary team play. Let's go.
We did.
All
That
right,
was
we did finally, and
So,
apparently
you're
it did not go
85.
so well on the first. It did not go so well on the first one. But it did not go so well. He really did. He really went there. He really went his way on his own.
Surfju was a big integral part of that last important decisive map win that ET Blocko got to force this tiebreaker out.
Exactly. So when ET Blocko wins that Rise 1 pick with Surchu in, that means Surchu is very good at beating Big Maxes.
Well, let's see. Strong teams for both of these squads going to be
Let's see.
playing in this tiebreaker. A long one as well. 5.5 minutes long.
Let's see it. No messing around. Although maybe Ruby for Chump Up has the same accuracy. The score difference is still non-existent.
I believe in Oct4 supremacy right here.
Or rooting for Australia. Hey.
Of course. Australia's only appearance in this World Cup.
Sure. I mean, I guess they did not survive the qualifiers, which is F, I guess.
Nice and calm intro. A couple misses from the players. See some early ones. Nothing too massive just yet. Actually, Ruby starting with the lowest accuracy in the lobby, which is quite uncharacteristic.
How is this still not a lead? Wait, what? Still go back and forth so much here.
Yeah, oh my god, it's less than 1,000 points. It's balancing.
Wait. I did not expect it to be back and forth like this.
Oh, but these LMs.
Oh my god, that's,
Oh, that's
so rough. The only one that has been missing is Aquor.
now Big Max is in a bit of a lead after everyone finding Miss. Oh, that's the entire lobby gone.
Oh,
Ruby, the only one holding on there.
Now that's a lead that we can all agree with. 20,000 to Big Max's side. Although it's gonna change because Rice section is actually very, very hard to deal with more double stairs.
Yeah, I mean, it's Team Blocko that was the advantage in some of these Rice maps that we saw, but everyone finding equal amounts of misses, it looks like.
Oh, Hina tanking so hard on the, I guess hitting very late on that one too.
Yeah, Hina struggling with those, and now again this LN section is looking pretty rough. But misses being traded out for both sides, a lot of the plays everywhere.
Wait, hang on. That's not a 48,000 point lead.
Yeah, Big Max with a full team wipe. Watch the only one holding on through that section.
Only Watch is only holding on to the 99. Alright, we're coming into the more, I guess, the change up in the song. Not having a good time with this as well. The bottom row is tanking so hard on this. Only Watch is able to hang on. Watch this.
What was that? Mifa, why would you do that?
I'm just holding my breath.
What?
At some point, that transition
That
is
was
so
some
rough.
insane timing. And
Hey, at least that
Whole
lead
lobby
is
missed
not
on
going
that.
anywhere. No one. It's still, the lead is still the same, basically.
17,000 points is not that much. Like, we still have a whole third of the map left. Accuracy advantage is where it looks like it's pretty even, all things considered.
By even, it's just trading misses.
Yeah, I mean, it might be slightly in favor of Big Max's. I think Watch is the only one holding it
Here
together
comes the
in
LNs.
Blocker right now. Oh, big LN section. Everyone
boy.
dies.
Everyone completely got shattered through this. And Big Max is taking the 30,000 point lead now. That is very, very rough on the hands there.
Oh, everyone's struggling through this.
Only Hina is losing the S there. Everyone is still at above the S threshold. You want these, the 95.7s.
I mean, at this point, the stamina has to be completely gone for some of these players, right? 5 minutes into the map, and it's getting harder and harder as it progresses. Full team wipes for both teams. No combos at all.
Everyone's not having the best of time in this either. These patterns are so raw, dude. Like, the sweep patterns are just accompanied with mini jacks too.
I mean, how
it's
do you
looking-
hold combo here, right?
Yeah, it's just not happening unless you're like top 3 in the world or whatever. The map comes to a close, and maybe Aquor is getting MVP. It's still very close to watch though.
Yeah, I think Watch probably has it. Just because of the accuracy.
Oh, there you go. Yep, 42,000 point lead to Big Max is right over there, and Watch is gonna get the MVP by 1,000, by a split margin to Aquor there, but very, very good stuff.
Yeah, congratulations, Big Maxis winning the show match. Just barely by the end, went all the way to tiebreaker, of course.
Big Maxus becomes the biggest Maxus. Can't believe that ET Blocko finally lost.
Wait, am I blind? I'm looking at the chat, I can't see it. I see nothing.
Oh.
Damn. Well,
Okay.
it's gone.
Yeah, well. All right, there's your winner. I forgot how hilarious that flag.
I
Big
have
Max.
not seen that flag up close yet, but now I have. Big Maxis, congratulations for winning.
Congratulations. Yep, Aquor for being the sole. I guess you can consider this a captain, of course, a team captain for Big Max's, Champa, Maple Syrup, Yuan and Lulu M there for contributing a whole lot to the show match. Despite having memes for being thrown over and over, but that was a very good show match to maybe fill up the filler up until the next match comes up in about 20 minutes later.
Absolutely. Not that long until we continue with the regularly scheduled matches. In 20 minutes, we will be seeing a losers bracket match, USA versus Peru, and America's showdown there. And that will be the last match of today, it looks like. So make sure you stick around for that one. Loser of that one is going to be eliminated from the tournament in top 12, while the winner gets to move on to see who they will verse tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And before you go on and have a little break of yourselves, be sure to check out banners on the Osu store. We haven't mentioned this many times that you can buy multiple banners from the Osu store just to show your support to your favorite teams as well. You can stack them as you would like, and even buy the same multiple banners for the same team. And maybe you can give some for the other people that you would know. So all the supports are very much appreciated, and maybe all the proceeds as well go to the prize pool, to fund the prize pool in particular.
Of course, make sure you go check them out. Make sure you stack them on your profile. Always a fun thing to do there. But until the next time we see you, we're going to be taking a bit of a 20-minute break, so stay tuned for the last match of the day later. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, this has been for us. This is Mifa, and Potassium F will be signing off for the day.
Always talking shit, took your advice and did the opposite. Just being young and stupid. Oh, I haven't been all that you could have hoped for, but if you'd held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud. So many questions, but I'm talking to myself. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all the fact that I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words, the longer I stand here, the louder the silence. I know that you're gone, but sometimes I swear that I hear your voice where the wind blows. So I talk to the shadows, hoping you might be listening, 'cause I want you to know it's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Osumania 7 Key World Cup 2025. We're here with the semi-finals, ready to kick things off with a couple of matches here. We've got quite a few matches this weekend. But starting off with a nice one in the losers bracket, it's going to be Indonesia versus the Russian Federation. I'm Potassium F casting alongside me for today. How are you doing?
Hello, hello. It's been quite a little bit of a busy week this time around. We got now we're actually at the top 12 area where we gotta thin out the hurt someone there. I mean, considering the pools are getting harder, the players have to hustle a lot for the pools, especially harder pools, harder game tactics.
Yeah, definitely a big step up. Quite a few of these maps have increased in the BPM and the patterning quite a drastic amount. So we are going to be expecting these teams, as good as they are going to be getting a lot more misses and a lot more drama, I hope to see, with the score going back and forth with some of these. But I do expect with this one, Indonesia has been playing kind of fantastic recently, even up against the match that they lost last week against Japan. So I expect Russia's probably going to be wanting to go with the Rice. That's been their main strength. So Indonesia probably going to be protecting either an LN or hybrid.
Yeah, seeing the rolls, Indonesia won the roll by a fair bit. They're actually 31% free, so I'm expecting Indonesia to like the protect long term right at the game, with no question, since their long term scores have been particularly great.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a name like, Onto Bekasi on your team, an old player that is known for long notes in particular, that does sound like a good plan. Hybrids, I think Indonesia is going to be pretty well suited for as well, because Russia's one of those teams that does switch out one of their players between the LN and the Rice, so maybe they might be lacking the comfort for both at the same time. But LN4 is going to be the protect.
Yeah, good show. The alien coordination, which Indonesia, I believe they also protected this one in like the last round, or either that, or it's just like a longer one, which is kind of the fair same ideal.
Yeah, both of those long notes, like 1 and 4, are the ones that if you can play it, you can play it well. If you can't play it, you're dying.
Oh, Russia protecting unconventional act. I mean, this has been like the protect from like the last round too. Technical pick, which is 6 as strings in this case.
Yeah, maybe I think Russia probably looking to go with I would say the least physical pick, or one of the least physical picks in the pool. One where they can really try and, capitalize on their accuracy and also hope that Indonesia misses a little bit, because Indonesia also been looking quite good on the Rice themselves. And the LN1 ban coming out from Russia, they don't want to see that full inverse.
They do not like inverses, and even though Russia played long on won the last round, they did fairly well. But against Indonesia, I do think it's a very good man.
I could see Indonesia banning Rice 3. I think that might be the place they decide to go to if Russia is feeling good on the Jacks. They
Something
could
tells me
also...
that something tells me that Rice one is gonna be the man. I feel like. Oh, okay.
I
We're
win.
sticking to the core jack. All right.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing with Rice 1 is, even though Russia has been extremely good on Rice 1, I think some of Russia's scores have been really impressive on the speed. Indonesia last week was number 2 on that pick as well, and this week it is a lot harder patterning wise as well, and I feel like Indonesia might be looking at their own late game scaling being a little bit better in that regard.
Yeah, interesting. No straightforward no straightforward accuracy picks, other than maybe the core stream. We got to see little star and pixel planet being left out there, so Russia has the option to pick that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit hard to say straightforward accuracy anyway when we're getting to this stage. Like, maybe for some teams, Rise 3 might be that, but the increase in BPM does make it a lot more tricky. And I'm going to be surprised if we see many like two-way FCs at all in the entire round.
Yeah, it's a rarity when we see double FCs on one team. Yeah, it's gonna be a rarity. I feel like there's gonna be more drops. So I guess it happens more like the later stage in the game. Oh, the core.
Oh, okay, so we are starting with LN2. Interesting first pick. I would have thought LN4, I mean LN4, their Protect is definitely a good one. But the hybrids also should be very good for Indonesia. This one may be potential for Russia to feel quite comfortable with. They do have some strong LN players themselves, in Meiju in particular.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle on between the density of Longnode, which, taking into account Longnode 3 has it out in the open, and if this pick doesn't work for Indonesia, then it could spell some trouble for Indonesia to pick the other LLM that is not a Protect.
I mean, I do think Indonesia should still be fine overall. Maybe not relatively their like best skill set compared to some of the other LN picks, but still, you know, you have Onto Bekasi, LN player Rafko, who has been the most consistent player in Indonesia, I have to say, so far in this tournament. It's up to the other side of Russia to prove if they can keep up with these two players on Indonesia. Meiju and Timo Buka are going to be the players I expect to be playing pretty much every LN and hybrid pick for Russia.
Yeah, we'll see the first pick coming out from Indonesia. Hopefully this works very well in their favor. Not too surprised to given the seed roster has been like it's just completely the same for the LN roster for both of these teams. So it's not surprising that here.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing these four names quite a lot, for sure. Looks like so far all players can handle the density. A little bit of accuracy drops from a few players. Onto Bekasi, the only one holding 99.6 right now, but not too big of a difference in accuracy.
Oh, the semi-aggravating releases. Timo Buka finding the first drop on the releases there.
Quite a big act drop as well, down to the low 98s. That's going to give quite a decent lead over to Indonesia.
There's more of these patterns like this though, so I would imagine overholding it is actually quite a big detriment to the accuracy because none of them Russia has a 99 at all.
Yeah, Meiju is keeping up with Rafko. Very similar scores there. But Timo Buka finding another miss, and Meiju also, both of the Russian players, going to give Indonesia a bit more of a lead.
Oh, the first miss comes from Onto Bekasi from Indonesia's side.
But it is traded by Meiju, finding repeated misses there and dropping the accuracy down to the mid-98s. Russia with a bit of a 98.5 average, both of the players on Indonesia at 99.2 right now, so the accuracy well in favor of Indonesia.
A mirror between each other because the accuracy is just exactly the same, except for that one miss earlier.
And there's the
combo.
last full combo, but it is traded by Timo Buka. Both players finding the miss is perfectly fine for Indonesia right now, as they maintain their accuracies. Onto Bekasi finds another miss as well. That one's not traded by Russia, and Meiju is increasing the accuracy, but that score lead is not being dented just yet.
Yeah, it's still the same area since accuracy are just being traded off. Even like without misses, you have to contend on basically not dropping any more 200s, but Meiju seems to be struggling a lot more on these inverse patterns.
It can be really tricky. It's definitely not straightforward, despite it being kind of a chord streamy LN density. These release timings are definitely not so straightforward. You do have to think about them a little bit. And Onto Bekasi does find a late drop, but just singular drops from the side of Indonesia, no accuracy drops. They're still on 99.3 for the both of them.
Yeah, very hell of an aggressive pick by Indonesia, taking out along the density right out of the first pick, but they do now take the first point on this pick now.
Yeah, despite some strong recovery there from Timo Buka and Meiju in the midsection there as well, managing to recover from some poor starts, but in the end, not enough to make back the difference that Indonesia had created at the start there. 0 misses for Rafko, just the slider breaks.
There's a clear difference in accuracy. The ratio is just completely much better than Russia, which you have to think that in such a complexity that Indonesia is able to handle that.
are going to be seeing Rice 2 coming out. This is the chord stream. A really dense one as well. This one has quite a few kind of like bracket patterning, if I remember correctly. And a fair step up in terms of the BPM as well.
But this is also almost 3.5 minutes for a stream that is dense.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but when it comes to like dense bracket patterning, I can survive maybe like 5 seconds before completely dying in my hands.
Yeah, I can do less than that, less than 5 seconds, maybe 4. But that's just also disregarding that disregarding the intro. That is.
Yeah, it's some of the most tiring patterns that I've ever tried to play are the patterns that we see in a map like this. So being able to keep it up for almost 3.5 minutes, that is something else. We are going to be seeing one switch out for Russia. Meiju coming out for Karays. Karays being the Rice specialist on the team of Russia here. And it looks like Indonesia is going to keep the same 2 players.
Yeah, Karays has been playing a lot more on all the Rice picks like the last one. So justifies being the Rice main player from the Russian side.
And this is a skill set that Russia has been performing quite well on as well. Just their general Rice accuracy and consistency has been quite high. So I think overall a pretty good pick as long as they can keep up the combo.
You know, in case if most people in the chat doesn't know what bracket means, is that what bracket pattern means is like the pattern like forms some sort of net, like a checkerboard patterns, which in practice it should not be too bad because in 4K in terms it's like almost like a split jump drill, but in 7K it's a completely different thing to play.
Yeah, try and alternate every second finger on your hand on the table. It's very hard to do quickly, and you can see how fast it is right now at 182 BPM, actually onto finding the first miss across the board.
Intro should not be too bad. I mean, I guess this is by far and away the easier patterns before we get into the more straight up bracket patterns.
They're coming up very soon, actually. This tied between the 2 teams so far. We'll see if they can keep it up getting into the denser parts right here. It looks like accuracy going in favor of Indonesia as Karays drops down to 99.1, but still holding the combo. Only 1,000 points in the lead of Indonesia.
Yeah, still not dropping, just Indonesia taking back on accuracy, and by accuracy, it's still like about 99.5 for both.
But Axe still very close together regardless. Tambuka actually has the highest accuracy in the lobby by a little bit, despite Karays dropping. Oh, Ravko finding a break just before this break section. That is a unfortunate time to miss there.
That would be no full combos in Indonesia though, so might actually start to shift a little bit.
The accuracy advantage still in Indonesia's favor, but onto Bukasi finding
again.
a 3rd miss. This might flick over to Russia now as we're getting into the second half of the map. The density is about to kick back up.
Okay, the lead is still going to Indonesia's sheer accuracy alone, despite having 5 misses against none from the Russia.
It's been so clean, those misses though. Like, they have been single misses in the break section mostly. And there we go, another one, another 2! Traded by Karays though.
Only 1 left standing on the Russian side. And the lead is still so much lacking.
There's like no lead right now. 3,000 points. That lead might shrink a little bit as well as Karays is about to hit that 400 combo mark. But yeah, this accuracy is all in favor of Indonesia.
Karays just needs to step it up a little bit there for accuracy, because he might not seem like much, but accuracy is going to play a big factor. Indonesia does not want to drop more accuracy than this. Patterns bracket a little bit there. Complexity.
This is
it back again.
Last part of the map right now. Russia really desperately needs some mistakes from Indonesia, and there's a mistake from Macro. That's a bit of an accuracy drop as well. That might close the gap. They might need one more though.
bracket pattern does seem to favor a little bit of the Russian side, but 2,000 points still hanging on by a thread here.
Just 2,000 points, but it looks like if Indonesia manage to hold on to their combos,
Oh,
they
200.
will take it by 2,000
Oh my God.
points. Despite
my.
I was avoiding saying his name the entire map long, but Timubuka, the FC, doing some massive lifting there, but just barely not enough.
7 misses in total from Indonesia and 2 from Korea's side. And with Timubuka's impressive FC, it wasn't enough though. Boy, that was hanging by a thread here. Even though Russia's taking a good idea to pick core streams, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, it looks so promising as well with the number of mistakes that Indonesia was getting. Only 1 miss for the entire Russian team in that whole map. Felt like it should have been enough, but not quite.
I feel like Indonesia are gonna have to like straight go into like their protect. I do feel like LN is pretty convincing.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Indonesia, the Protect is looking pretty tempting right now. It is the map that I think they should have the biggest difference in comfort on compared to Russia. I mean, LN3 is also up, but I think with the first
Okay,
breakpoint
LN3.
in your pocket... Oh, okay, it is going to be LN3. They want to save that LN4 pick until the very last moment.
Same idea as the LN2, except just more. It's just more complex, not just straight up dead skill.
Yeah, this one has a little bit of little bits of like coordination focus as well. Some other parts that are not just density. So if Russia does struggle on some of those sections, maybe this could work out even more in Indonesia's favor compared to that LN2 earlier.
Yeah, hopefully with Mage coming back in, maybe have a fresh start looking at the overall pool, which Mage just seems to have more struggle in the longer 2 pick before. So hopefully this should work out.
But we will see. Lower density sometimes does mean that maybe you'll have a bit of an easier time finding that accuracy. So maybe Russia is going to manage to bring that accuracy closer. This one's also a fairly short one. So misses are going to mean a whole lot here. We'll see if they can hold on the combo throughout the map. As Timubuka, very early drops there. That's a rough little pattern to have in the first seconds of the map.
Really, really hard intro to take on, so it's understandable to have drops here just very early.
Looks like Ravko also does find a pretty early drop as well. That one's actually going to be more impactful than Timubuka's earlier one because it is past that 400 combo mark. And this point lead is going to be very, very close. Ravko finding another miss. This might flick towards Russia, actually.
A little bit. Accuracy might still kind of behind. Mage now finding the drop yet. I guess the first drop. No MCs. It's just one Sabakasi right now.
Yeah, the only FC on the team of Indonesia right now also have that accuracy advantage. Meiju finding another miss. Oh, another repeated miss as well. And both of the players on Russia now below 99% as Indonesia once again above 99.
Quite a solid lead for Indonesia right here. About 18,000 points compared to like the rest of the map has more complexity.
Oh, and the
Ooh.
double miss. Russia finds on that one pattern there, and on to Bekasi, actually increasing the accuracy. It's now at 99.6 with the FC still.
At this point on, the patterns are just staying the same around like this. Indonesia seems to have this in the bag, or like pretty much.
I mean, what can you do if your team Russia? Ravko does find a miss, but it is traded out immediately, and this accuracy still well in favor of Indonesia. It's going to take a bit more than that to manage to come back, and this late into the map, it just doesn't look like it's possible at all. All four players missing on the same pattern. That's the FC gone from onto Bekasi.
A bit of a lobby wipe on the last for the last takes in, and unfortunately no FCs this time, but 982k for Ontabakasi, though. That is a very good score for this part.
Towering above anyone else in the lobby in terms of accuracy and combo. Ontabakasi showing exactly why Indonesia's going for these LN picks, and they're going to comfortably take their second LN pick.
Yeah, very solid win there. 3-0 for Indonesia. Russia has to respond with something that is they're gonna have to go with Protect it to get an answer from this.
Yeah, Russia do have a guaranteed, at the very minimum, 2 picks left. I can imagine their Protect's going to be one of them. I could also see them going for Rise 6. The chord stream did look very good for them, and if they can keep up with the BPM in Rise 6, that might be the other avenue of attack they might decide to go for. The only thing is that Rise 6, the BPM, I think is something like 220, is it not?
I believe it's probably a little bit higher. Since okay, Pixel Planet it is, so more chord stream, just faster.
Yeah, very different though, because of course this one being a lot less bracket focused, it is a lot faster as well. I think it's a whole like almost 40 BPM higher, which is crazy to say. Yeah, 222.
Yeah, I believe it was like last round. It was like just around 30 BPM, which it is faster. I mean, thankfully it's not. It's less dense. Yeah, you just have to keep the speed.
It's still pretty dense though, is the thing. Like this was a scary map to watch on the on that map pool showcase.
Yeah,
because
it is less dense. Not I would say that it's not dense.
Less, quote unquote. This is pretty dense, despite it's just the difference really in the patterning. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see because I think Russia was doing extremely well on Rise 2 before, and I'm wondering if they can do the same thing because it is a very different map despite being still in that chord stream category.
Seems like we're probably waiting for Croatia to come back in for Russian side because it should be like the 2-man roster for Russia for every single Rise piece.
Yeah, I expect Karays to come back in. Was performing quite well on Rise 2 as well. And I believe we are also waiting for Rafko to come back in, so we are going to be seeing Rafko coming in again for Indonesia. With Ontabakasi it seems, so Indonesia just running their same 2 members for the whole match so far. Here we go. Looks like we are going to be getting some players back in. I'm not sure what the time is exactly at because Indonesia did use their time out for this one, just to resolve some PC issues. Or maybe is Ontabakasi subbing out for this one?
Okay, so Rafko and Asriel seems like so Asriel is the substitute that is supposed to be playing for this chord stream.
Has Azrael played a map so far in this tournament?
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
Yes, he played the technical pick from like round. I mean, I believe it's a quarterfinals. Is it quarterfinals or like round?
No, I did not see Azrael in the quarterfinals. I don't think it would have been earlier. Yeah, I know. Played. Has been playing some of the Rise picks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was about to say that. I was just about to say without saying the name of the person, but definitely played for like the last earlier rounds.
Okay, well we'll see how this one goes. Ontabakasi going to be taking a break then, getting Karays in as well for Russia. So a couple of switch outs, seeing how these players are now going to perform with these new roster switches. And this one also a very short one, so they can't be many mistakes being afforded. If Indonesia misses as many times here as they were on Rise 2, I don't think they're going to be getting away with the same thing just off of accuracy.
Yeah, hopefully this would be a breeze for Indonesia at the very least, since swapping out is definitely going to be advantageous for having a substitute to play Rise, not just the two-man roster.
Well, good start so far for all four players. No big accuracy drops, but here we're going to be getting into some of these faster patterns right now, flickering back and forth. The score is
so far looking fine. Just holding on quite well, except for Asriel, we have one drop on the Indonesian side.
It drops down to 99.2 as well, so accuracy is very slightly actually in favor of Indonesia because of Rafko holding the 99.75. But Asriel does drop down a little bit more in terms of accuracy, so Russia's still going to hold the lead a little bit. Another miss from Asriel coming in.
Oh, misread that one trail over there. That's like gonna go like 189. Karaze fading that out, surprisingly.
Oh, multiple misses for Karaze. This might be tied back up again, but still beating out Asriel's accuracy. And Rafko finding the miss as well. That was the big scorer for Indonesia. This is going to start going in favor of Russian Federation now.
Lead's amount does not increase after Rafko missing.
Yeah, Rafko's accuracy is just that high. Any misses that come from that side can be just counteracted with that accuracy. So Russia
Kind of
holding.
worried now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lead, but this lead is shrinking. Look at this, 3,000 points. It's going down really fast as Rafko and Asriel both increasing their accuracy. Karaze does drop down to 99.1% as well, tied with Asriel.
I think we're gonna be seeing the same story with Team Muka find probably the soul
Oh,
MC
say
that's
it.
gonna get Karaze!
Wait a second.
300 points! Oh my god.
That
Team
was
Muka stays with the soul MC, and that is a point for Russia.
almost a disaster, but just managing to hold on by 300 points. Team Ibuka is so good at these chord stream maps. My god, 2 FCs back to back on these ones. Even though Rafko did actually end up with the MVP because of the accuracy. He still has
the highest score despite like 8200s and just much the best ratio in lobby, straight up.
Yeah, that's how much your accuracy and your ratio can do in these tournament situations. Score v2. But that is Russia on the board. They managed to win one of their picks right now. They're only one breakpoint behind, technically, so they could come back in this, but Indonesia too, of course, have their own Protect still up. LN4 if they want to go for it now.
It seems like the obvious thing in the world is gonna go with Protect. It's just the last one pick remaining, and they already won 2 so far. And there it goes. Protect this time.
Picking out all of the LN maps. I wouldn't mind them going for a hybrid as well. I think the hybrid pool does look fairly good overall for Indonesia as well, but of course their Protect, this one being the full-on coordination style pick, has quite a lot of hard patterns.
It is quite a lot for a coordination pick that in practice it's kind of simple to look, but it's not.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that I think we're going to be discovering very early on who is not comfortable when it comes to this level of coordination. It is going to be very, very hard to hold on to any sort of combo if you aren't super good at this specific skill set.
Yeah, Steam Mage coming back in once again for all the long node picks.
Yeah, of course, we are expecting Meiju to come in here. And we are seeing onto Bikasi as well, the two LN players for both of these teams. Of course, coming in for the most LN map that we're going to be seeing.
I'm seeing an interesting thing with Mage saying this is a Jack chart. I mean, it kind of is actually not necessarily Jacks, but it's just anchored into the point that it is gonna be uncomfortable to play.
Yeah, a lot of those kind of anchor patterns do end up being some of the focus when we get to like the harder style coordination charts. So they do, in some ways, play like jacks as well. And I mean, we do see some straight up jacks in the intro as well, but those ones shouldn't be fast enough to really trip anyone up. We'll see now. This one is rough to hold on to. Meiju finding in the first drop.
Makes it with burst as well, so it really showed that it's not comfortable with this for Mage.
Yeah, those bursts are insane. When you're just focusing like as much as you can on holding combo, Team Ibuka finds another miss for Russia. That's both the FCs gone compared to the 2 FCs on Indonesia.
It's always mesmerizing to see people just to be able to play a more LR coordination focus that is not just straight up density. Although this is still fairly dense for coordination, but I guess that goes to show that how later game is going to be like.
Yeah, Meiju finding some repeated misses here, not very comfortable holding this combo, struggling to hit that 400 mark. And this lead is just going bigger and bigger over time, 50,000 points already. And there is no sign of Indonesia letting up whatsoever. Onto Pikasi's on 99.6.
Oh, Rafko. Oh, that's a complete wipe from Russia there. Rafko, even though it's trade, but that's still like unimaginably a high score difference. Probably the highest score difference we see already.
Yeah, absolutely. This one is completely done. Rafko finding another trade here. Both players on Russia struggling as we get to this really difficult ending section. But onto Pikasi's increasing the accuracy while everyone else has been missing.
This is pretty much a done deal, and
this is a crazy
long
score.
Those scores
What
are
is
insane.
this?
That is an
Was
FC.
that 987? That's the highest. That's the highest
boy.
score we've seen this entire match on. For a lot of people, would have been the hardest map.
11 200s with. Sure, okay.
That is an insane score.
Oh, Rice 4. Okay, this is now Russia's Protect to play now.
Yeah, I mean, this is when they have to pick the Protect here. Indonesia up 4-1. This is potentially Russia's last pick. So, of course, now is the time, if any, to be picking your own Protect, the one that they felt the most comfortable on. Or, in some regards, at least.
While being the least dense, this is such a headache to play because you have to contend with such unconventional snappings and just complexity.
Yeah, tech map for a reason. And it looks like Indonesia is going to be swapping in yeah. So they are going to have all 4 of their players showing up in this match. And Correa switching in for Russia as well. This one is going to be an interesting one because very different to the other Rice maps that we've seen so far. Very, very unconventional snapping. And it will be awkward to maintain any kind of semblance of accuracy or combo.
Yeah, this is all for the tech heaven players out there. If you really like just straight up weird snaps and just weird patterns in general, yeah, this pick is for you.
Yeah, of course, whenever you see Flashbulb in any tournament situation, you always assume it's going to be a tech map.
It is. It just so happens that the 4 key and for the Flashbulb has been pretty popular for tournament picks.
Well, an early miss there from Team Ibuka. Not going to matter a whole lot. Of course, 3 minutes long this map, so plenty of time to recover from that. Mini Jacks coming out at the same time as well. We are going to be seeing some lower accuracies as this map progresses, but for now it is Indonesia in a little bit of a lead. Team Ibuka now above 99% once more, so recovered pretty well from that earlier miss up.
Yeah, we're building up fairly well after that Tirabuka there, but well, I guess Tirabuka finally finding another miss too, which completely resets the combo there.
Yeah, that one's going to matter a bit more, and Karay's now finding a miss. That's both FCs gone for Russia. Still 2 FCs on the side of Indonesia with very strong accuracy on both of them as well.
Still holding 2 full combos from Indonesia, which at this point in time, this is going to be really, really good for them for building up this lead so far. Even though this is still not the second half just yet.
Yeah, it's a longer pick for sure, but oh, multiple misses there from Timubuka, dropping down below 99% once more. So this lead is going to start growing quite quickly unless Indonesia finds a miss. They do, but it is traded.
Traded on the... I mean, it's fair enough because the miss comes up from the rapid, just a rapid trail. It just so happens that it catches many, I guess many people.
And another miss coming out from Timubuka there. This lead is going to just grow over time. So now we're finally hitting this second half of the map. Just the one FC in the lobby right now, and onto Bakasi once again.
Just about 35,000 point lead just before we get to the last third of it. It's really looking very hard to come back, even though the pattern still does persist for the complexity.
Again, this lead's not going anywhere. All 4 players now holding a strong combo. There's the full combo gone. Onto Bakasi does miss. That's a big dent in the point lead now, but not quite enough. Russia's going to need a little bit more if they want to come back.
I mean, at this point, I guess, yeah. Oh, actually, the trade axe is on the rapid sweep there, but now the point lead is gonna be reduced a little bit, but needs more. And there's that. Russia has a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, Russia's getting the misses they want out of Indonesia, but it doesn't seem to be changing the score fast enough because we're already just about at the end of the map. And still 27,000 points in the lead. The outro going to be hit. And Indonesia is going to pick up another break point on this one. Off the back, mostly of just, I guess, the combo and the accuracy, both in favor of Indonesia.
26,000 point for Indonesia, taking the lead. Just goes to show that this pick in particular has been particularly unkind to people who are not adept at most technical patterns in this.
Yeah, Indonesia now putting themselves on match point. Russia, they're going to need 4 points in a row if they want to get to the tiebreaker to stay in the tournament. Of course, loser of this is going to be eliminated in top 12, while the winner is going to be moving on to play one more match later this week.
Yeah, this is a tough hill to climb for Russia in specific. They need 4 straight points to be able to force a tiebreaker. But Indonesia's turn to pick, and there's only like, okay, they're acquiesced to the pick from Russia, so they're gonna have to pick the mini tiebreaker.
Yeah, this one very, very tricky and making a lot of sense for Indonesia because I think, mentioning before, they do have some extremely strong physical players. These players can scale very well into the late game. Of course, seeing onto Bakasi and Rafko, those are the players that I'm thinking of, especially that might excel in a map like this.
Gonna be a long one this time. No surprises. Just all around. In particular, just the most difficult hire.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. We are going to be seeing Karez and Timubuka for Russia. They're going to be sticking with their Rice roster for this one. So maybe Indonesia going to get that advantage when it comes to some of these LN sections that we're going to be seeing.
All right, we'll see how this goes for the first hybrid pick that we've seen so far.
Being such a long map as well, it is very important that these players manage to keep their accuracies up as high as they can. Because if Indonesia pulls too far ahead, that might just be impossible to recover from just the combos. We are going to have kind of the first quarter of this map even being relatively easier. So probably
It's
not
kind
going to
of irrelevant.
be, yeah, not going to be too much drama happening here. I don't expect players to drop down that much at the start. I mean, both of the Indonesian players on 99.8.
Oh, there's a first miss from the Correa side there.
They're still holding high accuracy. Timo Buka does find a miss as well, so that's going to give Indonesia a bit more of a lead. But now we're actually going to go into some of the harder sections in just a moment.
Yeah, a little bit more trickier snappings here. It doesn't look like she's having a good time with the snapping right here.
Yeah, looking like Russia, the ones who are struggling a bit more now, dropping both players below 99% briefly. There's Indonesia, still 99.7% average between those two.
Already like 25,000 point lead. Yeah, there's the first drop from onto Makasi, but that lead is not going because the double drop from Russia.
Yeah, Russia's just struggling to hold on to their combos. I mean, rightfully so. You look at these patterns and you just wonder, what the heck? And there's the last full combo gone. Rafko managing to find that drop there, but overall accuracies, they're spreading wider and wider apart over time as Indonesia still on that 99.4 for both players.
These patterns are just so rude to be able to play through all of these. And even with all the drops coming up, Indonesia came out unscathed at like 99.48, just completely the same accuracy all around.
I mean, they're on pace still for the 980k scores on the side of Indonesia right now. Russia holding high 98 still for both players, but struggling to find that same consistency when it comes to the combo. Correa does find another miss right there. They're going to need to hold up the combos for a bit longer. We have a third of the map left, just about.
Just more of these tricky longer patterns, and it really does show that Indonesia's strengths on longness are just not to be trifled with.
Yeah, they are looking comfortable right now. More misses coming out of Correa there. Rafko does find a miss, but traded with Time Buka. And overall, this lead, it's just growing over time. It's not looking like it's going to be shrinking whatsoever. Now 80,000 points in favor of Indonesia.
Yeah, looking to put out of their misery there for Russia, as Russia's struggling so much of all these patterns. Rightfully so, because the patterns are just so rude in general.
I mean, it doesn't get easier.
Yeah, it does not get any easier, and you know what? It's just consistency on Indonesia's side has been superbly well. Like even onto Bakasi is still like holding a high combo overall. It just really goes to show.
Onto Bakasi really just showing why he is one of the best players in the world when it comes to a lot of these, like especially mid-game maps in MWC. Consistently showing such strong performances. Rafko as well has been exceptional so far, and we are going to be seeing Indonesia winning the match 6-1, despite some really close maps from Russia. It is going to be Russia being eliminated here in top 12. Indonesia managing to go through to tomorrow, so not quite through to the finals just yet. Indonesia are going to have to win one more match against Malaysia.
Yeah, they secured top 8 in this regard, so they still have one more battle in the semifinals to be able to get through into the finals, where they have to play like a lot more efficiently with their picks now.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be an interesting match as well. Of course, in case anyone not aware, Chile, I do believe, did forfeit the tournament as they weren't able to get enough players available this weekend, unfortunately. So Malaysia is going to be the opponent that Indonesia are going to be facing for that spot in the finals. And those two teams, very, very strong. Both of them looking quite good so far in this tournament. So that's going to be one that I'm going to be really interested in keeping a close eye on in the future.
Yeah, just goes to see that. I guess in this mid to late game pool, it does seem that they have some very few struggles, but not in the sense that they would completely just really struggling to get like 900k or above there. But it's still looking really good so far.
And speaking of extra matches, we do have one more match happening in this little block that we have here, a special one, as you can see here. We are going to be having a bit of a show match between various members of staff and other players that were not playing in the tournament right now, of course.
Yeah, I believe don't quote me on this, but just to get a little bit of to compensate for the forfeit, we gotta have a little bit of I believe this mostly staff just playing against each other just for the funsies.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to watch, so make sure you stick around. It's only going to be in 15 minutes, so up next. And we're going to have a little break until then. And I guess we'll see you soon.
Yeah, stay tuned for the show match, guys.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 7K World Cup 2025 Semifinals. We just had a very, very fun show match not too long ago, but we are now going back into the meat of the World Cup itself. We have seed number 7 against seed number 8, United States against Peru, battling for their lives. I'm Ravio and I'm joined by Surf285. Hello.
Hello, and what a very interesting match we have on hand today. United States, as far as I remember, they did drop to this part of the bracket from last week, and let's just say they did have a pretty difficult match last week, but now they're facing this Peruvian team that already has punched above their weight. Like, they qualified number 8 seed. They reached the semifinals of the 7K World Cup for the very first time. And now, they're gonna want to further their campaign, really.
Yep, this is going to be a very interesting battle between two teams in the Americas region. Some outstanding performances from a couple of players between both teams. You have Logan and Alter from the United States, but you also have Love from Peru, who has been definitely punching Peru up to where they are in this World Cup.
Indeed, and especially in the rice, like in the rice charts, which I think we'll be seeing more in this match. One chart that we'll have to take a close look at is obviously We Are Electric. Rice 3, just by virtue of being the core jack chart. And then so US protecting Rice 4. Again, I did mention that most of the Rice picks should be safe from any bans here, I think.
Peru are actually protecting LN1, which is the inverse.
No surprises there, I think. LN1 is a particularly difficult chart. And I think Peru might be looking into it just because United States has been avoiding most of the LNs despite everything.
We do see a ban on Vice 1. So the speed pick is immediately out.
Might be getting the physicality out of the way, I think. And also some dynamic that we might be looking into as well are whether players are present for this match, because I'm actually surprised that we're seeing an All-Americas match this early in the weekend.
Yeah.
Sure, there's still one more match for both of these teams regardless of who wins. But yeah, we're seeing two teams here really playing early in the morning.
And I'm not sure if that will actually affect the United States roster. LN4 is now put out, extinguished from the United States.
And then coordination is out. And I think this still plays into, we're gonna see like more of a rice battle really for these two teams. Like, just the accuracy really coming into play. I think the United States and Peru just getting their arguably worst start out of the way. I'm not really seeing any route that, especially for Peru banning Rice 1. I think Peru does have the players capable of doing Rice 1. I think this is just them covering for their worst possible score, especially knowing what the United States could do in any of these Rice picks. But anyways, I think we're just waiting for the first pick.
Rice 4 is coming out.
Yeah, immediately picking their protect.
Yep. Just to get it out of the way.
So 6 acid strings. This chart is wacky. There's like a lot of drill usages here, lots of mini jacks all over the place really. And thankfully, unlike what we had a few moments earlier with the show match, there's no random in play for this match, and what we'll see for the rest of the weekend. The one that we saw in the show match earlier is just to make things a bit more interesting really. But that doesn't really subtract from the difficulty really of this chart. Like regardless whether you play this on random or not, like everything here is just there to destroy your combo, destroy your accuracy, or if not, destroy your hands if you're not prepared.
No matter what, yeah. You're gonna be attacked on all sides, all fronts. Speaking of being attacked on all sides and all fronts, I believe that the United States will not have Alter in this match, so Potato subbing in, and potentially subbing in for the rest of this match as well.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty interesting development.
We'll see if they will be able to step up in place. But
Just
will
hoping,
be, will be Logan Potato against Love and Suisei.
It's gonna be interesting to see how everything plays out. I think the main battle really here, especially accuracy wise, will be between Logan and Love. Both players having very impressive Rice scores last weekend.
So it's up to the two players in the bottom row that would be making more of a difference, I would say.
Okay, so we see Suisei carrying the hidden for Peru here. For those uninitiated to Osimania lane covers, or what we call lane covers, hidden flashlight, and for some people fade in, they are usually there to help aid the player with their reading for the chart. That's why some players do opt to play with it, as unintuitive it may sound. Misses coming from Love and Potato. Coming from both sides, and Logan as well. That's a pretty sizable drop, dropping almost 2 full % of their accuracy. So that means that Peru will be carrying a 5-digit lead as we enter the second quarter of this chart.
Yeah, and unbelievably extremely strong showing from Suisei right at the start, carrying the torch for Peru. I did say that it had to be Potato and Suisei to be stepping up for their teams, but Suisei is doing beyond that, basically giving this edge to Peru as the United States now have to play catch up.
But the lead is still within manageable territory here, but they want to limit those misses. As I mentioned, that Potato finding one, but Love is right there to trade. I think it's a matter of who drops accuracy more between these players. And Logan finding yet another one. As we say, really impressive. Still carrying that 99.
Yeah, and Logan drops again. His lead will grow towards Peru. It really is just Suisse holding this lead together for them. As Potato drops, no one in the United States has substantial combo. 2,500 threshold reach for Suisse. This is an unreal performance from them.
This, like, I'm like, just in case like Rice 4 doesn't see much more action this weekend, this is definitely going to be one of its highest scores of the weekend. Even if we see a miss or two here, somewhere in the sequence, wow, they still maintain that combo despite the difficulty. As we saw Logan finding another drop, but they have been increasing their accuracy steadily. They just cannot stabilize their combo just a little bit more. Love has already surpassed Potato as well.
But Love will drop combo.
Yeah, but that doesn't really matter. Accuracy is still right there.
And both United States players drop. That has to be it. That's the nail in the coffin. Love will trade it back, but Potato will trade it back as well. It's everyone dropping the lobby except for Suisse. Can we actually see an FC?
Please.
Right towards the end.
Please.
Oh my goodness. An FC to start off this match from Suisse of Peru to take not just a point, but a break point of their highest seeded opponents.
Indeed. What an impressive run here coming from Suisse. Like, yeah, sure, 200 count is pretty sizable, but maintaining combo in this on a chart that's not really designed to be comboable is mind-blowing.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous score. And Logan will be restarting their laptop, so there will be some time between now and the next map to be played. Peru will have a little bit of leeway to now kind of think of what they want to go for.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Team United States will only have 2 players available at this time. Anyways, here comes Peru picking the core.
Alright, LN Density.
I've been hearing this track for a long while. I just never knew that this is a title.
Wait, what? It's a typo?
Yeah. No, the title of the song. Like, I've been hearing this song for a while. I just never knew the title.
Oh, the title.
Yeah.
I misheard, sorry. But yeah.
Yes, I think we are going to be seeing Look in a few moments from now. We're just waiting for a laptop.
Yeah, so LN2. I mean, we can also just talk about these two players' experience with LN2. Because both teams have actually played LN2 last weekend, which was a Tsukuyomi step. The good thing is that the United States actually have a better score. And even though it is with Alter, and Alter's most likely not going to be playing this, Logan has a 971k, and for Suisse and Love, both of them have roughly 955k average.
Yeah, like they're right beside each other if you're looking into the standings from last week. I think this chart might just be contingent really on how Potato could manage to play this one. Like, if they are capable of keeping up with Logan, then I'm pretty sure that would be really good for Team US. But also, there's this element of skill ceilings as well, because the pool from this weekend, last week, there's a pretty sizable jump in difficulty really. So it might also come into play, but I think too late to theorize now. We're just gonna have to see how everything will play out.
Yup, and Love with the mirror. maybe to alleviate some kind of mind block in this chart.
There comes the first drop from Potato.
Still holding pretty good accuracy, but as I said that they dropped all the way down to 97.7. And now
Not-
that's a heavier drop, yeah.
Not exactly a place that you'd want to drop as well, because those patterns are. I mean, this chart in particular, like the entire thing is just so hard to recover accuracy from. Like, yeah, sure, you could combo to the entire thing, but there's this release element in this chart that's pretty difficult to score on.
Oh, but both Peru players and both United States players drop. No one has good combo now except for Love as they go past the 400 combo cap. Potato will miss a couple more times. This lead is now going to grow towards Peru. As Potato is finding so much difficulty with these very tricky streamy bursts. Logan and Love will reset combo. It is just Suisei 4-digit combo. Once again, holding the torch high.
Yeah, the density of the chart not really affecting Suisei that much. As we enter into this break section, hopefully we don't see any misses. As I say that, obviously, why? But that does it really matter right now? The lead is pretty sizable. Like, it will just help Peru really with their campaign.
Yeah, there has to be a lot more misses from Peru, and it has to come from Suisei. Love was the one to reset combo. Both United States players reset combo, and Potato is finding multiple misses. Suisei is just running with it. What can you even say?
Well,
Oh,
they
they
finally.
got dropped.
Well, but look at the accuracy. The accuracy didn't even drop that much.
Yeah.
Like, they're still within 99%. Like, they should be able to reach 99% from this point on. Like, this is still a really impressive run here for Suisei. Their accuracy doing very well. Love also loves accuracy. Like,
Yeah.
look at that.
99 still.
Like, we've been looking into Suisei's combo really. And there's this love. Like, yeah, sure, they've been missing a lot, but overall, that accuracy is really impressive. And this will mean that Peru will be picking up their second point in a row.
Yep, good start from them. A Rice win and an LN win. And a very substantial size. 89,000, almost 90,000. And that 200 count from Love. Even though Suisei is able to pip Love to the MVP of the lobby, that accuracy cannot be understated from Love.
I think this chart, like, yeah, sure, it's only 180 BPM, but the density really, the amount of notes that you need to negotiate is really hard to explain, I think. And just seeing these accuracies coming from the Peruvian side, what form they're showing right now. But this time around, it's the United States picking. And I think they should still stick with the Rice, I'd say.
I think so too, yeah. At least to me, it seems like Potato is more comfortable on Rice than LN, so they have to stick with Rice. Maybe they could dip their toes into Hybrid, but there is so much Rice there that they should just play.
They might look into Rice stream maybe, just to say, like, I mean, it's not really that straightforward due to the amount of anchors Rice 3 has. There's also the 2 chord stream picks. Rice 5, as of the moment, I don't think there's convincing evidence to say that it has to be picked now. Like, it might be too early for that. Oh!
Also, original
Alright.
coming out.
Indeed, Fox
Wow.
Love. What are the 2 originals we have for this weekend? If I didn't miscount, the other obviously is a tiebreaker. Time for some saxophone action.
Very interesting that United States have gone with this.
I'm not sure if it's a good direction to go. I guess the closest possible comparison really is what Rise 6 and Ellen 2 combined. I guess in terms of speed and patterning. And if we're basing off LN3, I'm not sure if this is a good one. But too late to
It's a gamble. But the gamble might pay off. Love will be the first to drop. And it does seem like Potato is actually more comfortable on this than Logan. As Logan will drop, lead now switches over to Peru. It is just the two players on the bottom row of your screens duking it out with combo.
And right now, Potato has better accuracy than Suisse. And I'm pretty sure that at any point now, Team United States will be able to swing towards their end as Logan keeps on increasing their accuracy.
But so is Love and Suisse. This lead is actually growing towards Peru as Potato drops the FC. Love will take it back. Suisse holding on to the final FC of the lobby. How important can this be?
Yeah, both Peruvians having better accuracy than their American counterparts. We see Love and Potato finding a trade, and Suisse finding a drop.
But and now Logan is just the only one standing tall. Another one from Suisse. Yeah. Lead shifts over to United States. As Suisse misses again, Logan this time being able to hold on to substantial combo as Potato will reset combo. It will now shrink just a little bit.
And now going to this break section that's, while the density is not much compared to the rest of the chart, like it's not the easiest to combo.
And but Logan will jump in there! Like you mentioned, not the easiest to combo, but the highest combo has completely reset theirs twice. Peru have snatched the lead.
Love has better accuracy than Logan as well. Suisse and Potato pretty much even, but Potato finding a drop that will give Peru just a bit more breathing room. But Suisse finds a miss. Potato trades, and the lead is actually increasing fast now for Peru.
Yeah, like Love's accuracy.
Love's accuracy being 2/10 ahead of Logan combo-wise as well. Pretty sizable double of Logan's combo here. So he's finding a drop, but Potato is just trading at the right time, and that's a miss coming from Logan. That's also the best accuracy for the United States. Love finding a miss, but doesn't really matter now. The lead has increased to a 5-digit margin.
Yeah, but it's a low 5-digit margin. Peru cannot let this go yet. Potato will drop again. This will actually increase the lead even more. Now into the mid 5 digits, or the mid 10,000s, should I say. And both United States players drops. I think that should be enough.
Yeah, like Peru just being consistent today. God. And as I mentioned, that's a full lobby reset.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Yeah. Wow, that was close.
Consistency has been. Consistency has been the key.
Yeah.
For this match.
Yeah, Love once again putting in some weight. But Suisse also. Peru on fire. That's 3 points now. A second break point. And United States are in deep and hot water. It's not a position that they really want to be in as well, given the time.
Okay, so
yeah, Peru.
For Peru, they're going for Tetrato Altissimo.
Oh.
Actually, I like this pick. It's a bit more. It's a bit more technical compared to LN2. But like it's just within the realm of what Peru could really do.
Could still be the same 4 players. But alright, here we go. Peru on to their second pick. Once again, it's another LN map. Peru just basically trying to exploit all they can.
Yeah, they might as well take advantage really of their form, and as unfortunate as may sound as well, the predicament the United States has been seeing themselves player-wise, I think, which was mentioned in to those who are paying attention to the multiplayer chat before this one started, but it's still pretty close. The United States is still not out. You just have to make that clear.
Yeah, all players still holding on to FCs quite impressively. But we'll see if there'll be any drops from here on out. Love will be the first to drop actually. So Peru will have one fatality. A couple more from Love. This lead will now extend itself towards the United States, but not by much. Accuracy game, it is in favor of the United States. But now accuracies are starting to drop from the South. United
That's a big sizable one.
Trades it with Logan. Logan drops twice. It's just Potato.
The accuracy for Logan is still better than Suisei. Just to note, Suisei dropped like 2 full tenths on that spacebar LN from earlier, like spacebar LN sequence. And it's just really Potato now. They need to maintain this consistency as we enter the second half of the chart, where the difficulty will just ramp up. Love finding a miss, and that will just help United States. That is. Ooh, okay, everyone managed to do it, and Suisei no.
Oh my gosh! United States might find some stability, but both of the players drop. Suisei is finding a couple, no drops. Potato will trade it back. It is just Love holding onto substantial combo right now, but both players on the bottom row of your screen are dropping so much combo. Potato is finding chain misses. Logan drops as well. The lead will swing it back to Peru as they will not take them down. But both players of Peru will drop. This lead is shrinking back to the United States in the dying second of the map. A couple thousand points down to the United States. They are able to try and hold themselves together. Logan is holding on to substantial combo now. Potato will find a drop right there, but it might not be enough. There has to be more from the United States to give this to Peru. It might be the back-to-back break point. Peru will not be able to capitalize on this. By 4,300 points, the United States have a point on the board.
And as I mentioned, the United States are not yet out. What a sequence that we saw in the second half. Final third of the chart, really, overall. Like, we're not seeing players trade. We're seeing full team reset trades for both of these teams. Like,
crucially.
Wow.
Crucially, both players of the United States did just enough. Logan with the MVP of the lobby. Potato beating out their counterpart in Suisei by just a couple hundred points. And that was all it matters.
Now it's time for the US to pick, and this is a golden opportunity for them to pick up another one. Maybe
get the ball rolling. They are going for Rise 5.
And it's your... I think this pick is going to be a pretty special one for you in particular.
Indeed. I did not request for this. This was just the 7K World Cup map pooling team's decision, so I was not informed until the map pool showcase.
Actually, now to think about it, like, it's so funny that the art style of the character on this background is basically the same as the one for Foxglove. Like, for those who are paying attention to the backgrounds.
Yep.
So I guess in a way, this might have foreshadowed the original for those who were watching the showcase last weekend. This one is nuts. Like, the 4K chart is already... The 4K chart, for those who were watching the 4K World Cup last year, like, that was a classic. This one is...
It's definitely
Yeah,
a bit different because the 4K one was hybrid. This is just, well, it's mixed rice.
yeah. I think the ending really just puts an exclamation point to the difficulty of this chart overall. And I think we're gonna see if like the last pick was any indication of what's gonna happen. This might be similar.
If anything, it is going to be another showdown of the two players on the bottom row of your screen. I believe actually Soisei missed at the start, and Soisei will miss again.
Yeah, the Jacks have been giving Suisei some problems, but it's still pretty early. Like there's still a lot of chart remaining, lots of notes remaining, and again, a lot of the main difficulty really is on the final part of the song, Love finding a drop, and that is actually going to help United States accumulate more of a lead. But the accuracy
drops, yeah.
Suisei-
Soisei drops combo. Both Logan and Potato drop some accuracy though. So yes,
Yeah.
the lead did grow to 14,000.
accuracies are pretty same though. Logan, ooh, that's a shaky miss.
That's
And
another
oh,
miss. That's a huge accuracy drop for Potato as well. Logan dropping combo, Potato dropping accuracy, and the recipe of that has now produced a Peruvian lead.
Yeah, that sequence not giving the United States that much that much comfort really. Meanwhile, I've been mentioning Love's performance throughout this entire World Cup on the Rice.
Yeah.
Like they are one name to look at in these Rice picks, and they're showing it right now. Still getting 99.7 despite not having the full combo. And now we're about to enter the final quarter of the chart where all of the craziness is gonna happen. The lead is starting to decrease. That's
Oh my God!
from the Peru.
Both Peruvian players drop straight to Logan. It is just Potato holding onto combo. This lead will now swap itself back to the United States as Love will drop again. 6,000 to the good to the United States as Logan will trade it with Love. Potato drops the combo. Everyone drops in the lobby.
Oh, Love! Oh,
That's
that's the
huge,
push for Love.
unfortunate drop from Love. And
That
a
is
disconnect.
That is a swing and a half.
That was a swing and a half. I do not know if Love
That
actually
was-
played to the end or if it was an actual rage quit.
I mean, before the disconnect, it appeared that they were missing an entire denim bracket section.
They just completely like in a sense column locked.
Like if it was a legit disconnect, like a rage quit disconnect, that wouldn't really matter because the amount of misses that would have accumulated from that bracket section is going to be pretty immense.
We will see if Love actually got a score.
Yeah, we gotta see that.
But I think regardless, it might not be enough. All of these players have very similar scores, 941k, 942k, which means that Love would have to match that. And I think with what we saw just now, with like them missing a lot of notes in those brackets, I do not know if they would have gotten the score that they need.
Like brackets at this speed aren't the most comfortable. Like I know we're not doing the show match right now, but when Kobe and I and Maple Syrup just did a run through the pool fairly recently, this chart gave us really that amount of trouble. Like that sequence in the final quarter of the chart is wow.
It's very difficult. Because the song itself does go steadily from 135 BPM to 175 BPM. So you're now having to hit denser streams, denser brackets than pretty much like the first half of the song.
Okay, seems like we're just gonna be waiting for official decision here. Like right now, we're at 2-3, right?
It should be 2-3, I think.
Yeah. And like this is gonna be hard.
And I think Peru have a timeout, which will now be enabled. Because suddenly, a lead that Peru looked to be running away with it, 3-0, has now been cut to just a single point difference.
Okay, we're just waiting for official decision now. So I guess while we're doing that, and we're also waiting for the next pick regardless. Yeah, so while we're waiting for everything, just a reminder that the OC Media 7K World Cup 2025 team support banners are up on the OC store. More details about that will be coming at the end of this match. We just had to,
Get
just have
some
to tell a
shills.
reminder. Yeah, we just gotta have to bring those reminders out. More details after the end of this match.
Now let's look at the options here. Rise 2, Rise 3, Rise 6. LN 1 is the only LN map remaining. And we got Hybrid 2 and Hybrid 3 left.
Okay, closest possible here is... Actually, wait, I think LN1 would be something to be avoided for if you're United States.
Yeah, and it is a Peru's Protect.
Yeah.
So...
Hybrid 2 isn't... I don't think it's a good pick, Hybrid 2. Like, that is wacky.
It's another gambling kind of pick.
Yeah. It's just wacky.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
So LN1 is going to be the option. The entire LN pool has now been exhausted. And if we've seen anything in regards to inverse, this is basically the anti-Kojak.
Yeah, but we've seen some quote-unquote Kojak scores on inverse. I don't think in this matchup in particular is going to be similar, at least from what we saw from previous performances of these players, but again, overall performance throughout the entire weekend, across all players, won't really matter right now. You just want to outscore your opponents. Oh, okay, so we're just trying to get confirmation, I think, if the previous pick, if Love actually had the score from the previous pick.
In regards to how Inverse is different from Release, technically Inverse is Release, but it is way, way tighter, because now you're having to read the gaps in between the LNs. It's basically trying to read Rice, but you're not hitting Rice. You're having to let go instead of actually having to hit.
Yeah, it's... Release is just heavily dependent on when you actually let go. This one on Inverse, it's a lot of... there's a lot of control in play here. You have to keep on holding the other keys while you're just releasing a few keys for a short moment, and then keep on holding again, and you're just gonna have to try and not to accidentally let go of another one. The other is just if you could do staggered releases at an accurate manner, and considering the timing windows in this game are pretty tight, even for LN game standards. Those who have been playing 7K for, let's just say, 2 decades would know what I mean.
The O2 jammers.
Yeah. Those who have been playing O2 Jam for a while would know what I mean. As far as I know, O2 Jam has pretty forgiving windows compared to Score V2, which is already pretty forgiving compared to what we had for Score V1.
Yeah, let's get ourselves into this. Let's see if it can be a competitive one, or if we just see like a complete stomp, because these are the kinds of maps where you might see a complete stomp, or you might actually see a very competitive match from start to finish. Peru actually dropping both of their players. Logan will be the final one to drop, as both United States players drop actually. So you say we treat it back. Love is the only one holding 400 combo and above.
Well, then
And
that's
it's
gone.
And
Full
it's
team
gone.
reset again from Team US. And we're gonna see more of that, I would think. But okay, that's a full lobby reset.
It comes down to accuracy now. I think combo doesn't really play a huge factor anymore. Love with a 99, so you say with a mid 98, and both United States players are just not having fun.
So you say impressively carrying a 600, a pretty sizable combo. Now, as I mentioned that, it's gone, but the accuracy is still right there.
Oh, Love dropped a lot of accuracy. They're actually tying accuracy with Suisse as both Peruvian players drop, but both United States players drop as well.
Like, despite the pretty sizable drops that we've been seeing from Peru here, like, they've been dropping a lot of accuracy. Like, despite all of that, their lead was still increasing.
Yeah, and suddenly Suisse has just taken over the lobby MVP, just like that.
Now, just a short break section before we enter what I'd say is pretty hard section to negotiate, despite the column patterning. Like, we're seeing reverse shields in play here.
Yeah, reverse shields are when you have L lens, and then at the end of the L lens you have Vice. So you have to let go and then re-hit the column. And that is very hard.
It's like, imagine you're just playing chord jacks, but suddenly you'll have to keep holding multiple keys at once, and then you'll have to keep on continuing the jack. Like, there's an element of difficulty with LN inverse. Like, it's very different from what you'd see from a conventional LN chart for the most part. As we see Peru pick up their 4th point.
Yeah, a very dominating fashion as well. Both players actually not too far off each other. Love and Suisse just separated by 1,012 points.
Yeah, also Logan with only 9 misses.
Yeah, it's just the accuracy.
Yeah, just the accuracy. But that's a really good miscount there coming from Logan. So now it's Team US going to be picking. I presume they would be looking into Rice 2 or Rice 6. Because at least from what we saw in the chat, I think they're looking into avoiding playing We Are Electric as much as possible.
Rice 2, Rice 3, Rice 5, both hybrids apart from Hybrid 1. Very interesting position to be in. They are going for We Are Electric. They are going for Rice 3.
Ooh, okay.
And they are going for Chord Jack. How fitting. We go from inverse to Chord Jack.
Yeah, last one was pretty low scoring. Now we're gonna see something pretty high scoring.
High scoring, but also some extremely funny judgments.
Also, shoutouts to those people who were regulars in internet cafes back in the late 2000s to early 2010s. This song should be very familiar for them for if they were playing a certain game. Top 10 highlights. Like, yeah, sure. They know what I mean here.
I mean, I'm old, but I'm not that old.
Like I didn't even play that game. But
That game.
this is pretty iconic. I suck at MOBAs. Let's just put it that way.
Don't worry, don't we all? That's why we're here playing OS.
Indeed. High quality rhythm game action. we're seeing right here.
Are we actually gonna see Visa for the first time? Actually, I actually won't be surprised. Visa has a very good project score from last weekend.
Yeah, it'll be a good sign of they're capable of just keeping the performance up going into this weekend.
Well, let's see. Man, Rise 3 is so funny. Just looking at last weekend's scores. Love has a higher score than Kaokai and Dresov. Which is like, what? A Peruvian scoring better than both South Koreans? Yes, welcome to Kojax.
Such is the funny thing about Korjax, really. And then you see like a very tight ratio, and then suddenly you see 10 misses. Yeah, that's also Korjax.
Yeah, when you like mess up hard sometimes, and when you do mess up hard, especially for a chart like this, 1 minute 53 seconds, OD9 as well, it's very punishing.
Okay, so here we go.
Okay, no Visa. It is going to be Suisei still staying in.
Oh, I think this is contingent again on whether the two players you see at the bottom half of this screen will be able to keep up, because I know Logan and Love, like these two players have been pretty good.
Yeah, pretty
On the
good's an
Twitter.
understatement, I think.
Yeah, like two of these, Logan and Love, have had 999,000 performances on Korjak over the past 3 weekends. Oh, yeah, it was 3 weekends.
Yep. Well, here we go. First action bits of Kojak. And Potato is slipping in accuracy compared to the rest of the lobby, but Love will be the first to drop, and that is a couple of drops. And that is going to shift that lead red to the United States.
Yeah, you mentioned that if you mess up in a Korjak pick, you mess up really hard. That was an entire sequence of 50s coming from Love. Look at that accuracy. They were getting the other 99.9 act. Now, they're trying to recover back as much as they could. Potato finding a drop. Say misses. Love also, that's a full team reset coming from Peru. But a miss from Potato, that's a big one!
Potato has been steadily dropping accuracy in the first half. And that is very brutal from them. The lead now blue in favor of Peru.
Like,
Logan drops though! Still holding extremely high accuracy, but Potato finds a chain of misses. Love will trade one back, but Peru might run away with it. Suisei is holding on to combo. Love drops again though. This lead now in contention for United States to snatch it back.
But Potato has dropped to below 98%. That's a pretty big miss coming from them as well. I think the US might also need a breakdown coming from Suisei here. Love has been missing a few, but man. But again, consistency. Consistency has been the key here for this match. Suisei has shown us consistency now.
Oh, but his lead is shrinking. But the accuracy of Love is dropped. The Potato will trade it with Love. And as we go into the dying seconds of the map, and that is going to be a 5th to Peru, match point to them. Suisei stepping up when needed. And Logan with an unbelievable performance, still just unable to capitalize. And that is 1 point away from elimination. Peru can step further if they win one more.
You know what's weird about Korjaks? Like, if that 50 and that one miss were in the 200s, or maybe even like in the 300s or Rainbow 300s, that lead would have been cut by 10,000 points at the very least. Like, such is the effect of misses in Korjaks.
Well, this map pick now is going to be from Peru.
Okay, Like if they're going
Hybrid
for
3.
Hybrid 3 is their best pick. I was about to mention that. And honestly, based on what we've seen really from the other Olympics, and maybe we would have had a better clue had we seen the chord streams also in this match. But again, as I've mentioned, for this entire match, consistency is going to be the main key here.
Yeah, it is 4 minutes long. Basically the mini tiebreaker. As is every single Hybrid 3 in this World Cup thus far.
And honestly, like despite this pick, I think does favor Peru for the most part. I still think that this one might be really close.
Once again, it is up to the second players of each team, Potato and Suisei. Although I will have to say, like as much as I've been saying Suisei has been the second player of Peru, they have been stepping up amazingly well. Potato will be the first to drop in this map, and I reckon we'll be seeing a lot more misses to come from the lobby.
That's a drop coming from Potato, but the lead is still pretty close. Like for a long pick, like these early misses won't really matter that much unless their accuracy would have been dropping a pretty sizable amount as well. There's like a lot of notes remaining in the chart. This consistency really.
Is that Bancho?
Yeah, that
Okay,
has to be
that's
Bancho.
That was very odd. Okay, there we go, we're all up to speed.
I was actually wondering why my spectator
That's real.
froze.
Love's miss was real.
Yeah.
And now, the United States being able to try and take this lead back is also becoming more real. As Suisei will find the drop.
Potato finding it.
It is just Logan.
Another
and
take
Logan will drop.
And that's a miss coming from Potato as well. That will expand the leader for Peru, who I think will just want to stretch this lead. That's a full team reset coming from the United States. Already a 5-digit lead, but they're not yet out. There's still half of this chart remaining. They just need to step up their form and maybe hope that they see a meltdown coming from Peru. But they need that consistency right here, right now.
1,300 combo, 99.1%, but they finally dropped their substantial combo. It is just Love holding on to the highest combo in the lobby. And Suisei is finding a couple of misses, and their accuracy has tanked all the way down to 98. Love has also finally dropped a couple of their own, but Logan is changed the things. Suisei will find a couple of misses of their own, tracing with Potato and Love, and the entire lobby has no combo at all.
Yeah, everyone has been dropping combo left, right, and center. Like we're going into this break section with practically no sizable combos.
Some time to breathe.
But the lead is pretty big now.
It is big. 40,000 points at this stage of the map. You are loving it if you're Peru, and you are in shambles if you're the United States. But we are going into a build-up. And here comes the drop as Love misses in the build-up. Alright, Peru finding both players missing.
But Potato and Logan, both of these teams are just trading full team resets. It's just that the United States have been missing just a bit more than they should.
And also accuracies.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Meanwhile, Love still getting the 99% that they have been doing since the very start of this match. I mean, at the very start of this map, not that. Apologies about that.
Yeah, but Peru are just gonna run away with it now. 60,000 points. They are dropping some substantial combo. Love finally dips below 99%. But the United States, they are just having just a hill and a half to climb.
Yeah, and I think it's I don't think there's enough time anymore,
That's it.
regardless.
That is it. A
That
giant
is
slain. Potentially David versus Goliath. By the end of the day, maybe it was Peru being the Goliaths after all. The South Americans, the seed number 8, were advanced to live another day in the 7K World Cup and eliminate United States.
Yeah, and the United States, on the other hand, really unfortunate circumstances that they found themselves in going into this weekend. But massively commendable performances here still coming from Logan and Potato, stepping up at a time of need.
Yep, and with that being said, Peru will be facing the winner of Hong Kong and Germany tomorrow. So that is also going to be an ultra spicy match.
And yeah, I think regardless of what happens, regardless of whoever wins from Hong Kong and Germany, like this team, Peru, is going to be a pretty big threat.
Yeah, especially with Suisei also like stepping up real hard. Love did a really good job, don't get me wrong, but Suisei, as opposed from like the quarterfinals performance, they have been doing excellent. And whoever's gonna be facing Peru, they will have a task.
Suisei has been a revelation in this match. Hopefully they're able to carry the same form, maybe even a better one, come their next matchup. Anyways, I think that is actually the last match for the Saturday block for this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. And the next match will be at 9 UTC Sunday.
Wow.
And that matchup is South Korea going against Japan. Rice accuracy versus rice accuracy. Both teams also have a case for LNs. Number 1 seed versus number 4 seed.
That is going to be a very tasty match. But of course, it is in 17 hours, so we still got a lot of time before then. But until then, like you've mentioned in the middle of the match, Surfju, would you like to do the honors?
Indeed, the Oceania 7K World Cup 2025 team support banners are up on the OC store. If you want to support your country or your favorite player's country, you may do so by buying banners. They will appear on your profile, and obviously you can also buy multiples of them, multiples of the same country, multiple countries' banners. It doesn't matter, you can purchase as much as you want. And if you are lucky enough to buy the banner of the winning team for this World Cup, it will stay on your profile until the next 7K World Cup.
Yeah, well said. But that will do it for us. Is there anything else you want to add?
Well, I think that's pretty much it for me for now. Again, we've had a pretty interesting first day of action. We still have another 4 matches coming our way. And everything from here on out is just going to be very, very spicy.
Yep, and you do not want to miss the next match in 17 hours, so do come back to OS Live, where we will have South Korea against Japan at 9 UTC on Sunday. See you then.
Hello, and welcome back to the Osumania 7K World Cup 2025 semifinals weekend. I am one of your commentators for tonight's Surf Show 85, and alongside with me in the booth is Potassium F. Hello.
Hello, we are back for another match, another winner's bracket match. The other one that we're going to be seeing right away, seed number 2 versus seed number 3. This very well could be another really close one between China and Philippines.
Yeah, like this matchup in particular has had a storied history. This matchup in particular, like this showdown, is the 6th time these two countries will be facing each other in a 7K World Cup. The previous 5 times were 2017 semifinals where China took the victory. Same went for the quarterfinals in 2018. In 2019, the winners bracket final between the Philippines and China went to tiebreaker with the Philippines winning that one 7-6. The 2022 losers bracket final went to China, and obviously there was last year's losers bracket final, the one that went to, losers bracket in the finals weekend, not a losers bracket final. The one that went like just 2,000 points difference in one of the best tiebreakers in OSU World Cup history.
Of course, the evening tiebreaker was that one, was it?
Yes, indeed. And
I remember that one very well.
We were the ones who were commentating that match. Like, this is a storied matchup. So yeah, 6 matchup. Currently, China leads the face-off 3 matches to 2. The Philippines has a chance to tie this up, or Team China will be up 4-2 in terms of their historical matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you have seen, you did say that China is leading the head-to-head, but 2 of those were a very long time ago. The recent matches have been a lot closer, trading back and forth between the 2 teams. This one is going to be very interesting because China's been looking very strong. Philippines have also been doing well despite lacking potentially a couple of the players that they've had success with in the past.
Yeah, like I think, like especially from the 2023 winning World Cup winning team, the only returning player really is Ochi-san, who I'm pretty sure will be appearing in this match the entire way through if things do look that way. Meanwhile, Team China, who interestingly enough is the other country that won the 7K World Cup, that is not South Korea. Back in 2016. Again, these 2 teams were the ones who have won the 7K World Cup outside of South Korea. Like Team China, on the other hand, I mean, their players are pretty much household names. You had Turks. In this one, you have...
We have Turks, we have Satori, and Van Wilder as well, potentially making an appearance this week. We are getting later into the tournament, and anyone that knows China's past teams, they know that Van Wilder is a player previously known as Zhang Fan, yeah, and 4K Game By. I was also thinking of another.
Yeah,
but definitely one of those players that you expect to be coming out more in the late game. Like towards the end is where he really shines when it comes to the combo, because not a very accuracy-oriented player overall. But so far in this tournament, Philippines, I think will kind of start leaning towards the LNs if anything, because Kura, Oji-san, can play basically everything on that team, but I feel like their second player, Sani, should be playing more of the maps, but he is definitely more of an LN player, at least in my head. Arquin being their Rice player so far might start falling off a little bit as far as physicality is concerned.
Yeah, unless if Arquin for some reason finds this really good form that Arquin for some reason manages to just pull out all of a sudden. But anyways, protects were I hope I did not miss it. Rice 5 Hebe for China. Philippines protecting Gekko Cho, which is our Ellen Coronation pick, and then the bans for Philippines getting the technical. Actually, both teams kicking out the technical picks. Philippines with the Rice, China with the hybrid.
These are some really wacky picks for China, it seems. Protecting Hebe and banning Hybrid 2 Enchanted Love. These 2 maps have like not been touched as far as like protects and bans are concerned so far. And China seeming to really trying to target Philippines on more of the uncomfortable rice patternings. They're not aiming for the straightforward rice like Japan does, for example. They're going for the trickier patterns.
And I think China will be taking advantage of that. Obviously, there's Turks who has been phenomenal with these really hard rice picks, even in previous MWCs. And we were talking about this after the previous match ended, like before we went on a break. I think the theory here really is Oji-san and Turks should be able to go head to head with each other. This one is really going to be leaning more towards how their second players are going to cover for each other.
And the biggest difference I feel like between these two teams is that China has a more dedicated rice player in AF. Philippines, they have some strong players, but I'm not sure if Sani is as comfortable here. We'll have to see if they can keep up with these patterns, because we've seen quite a lot of misses happening, and there's an early one from Sani actually. But more to come for sure later on in this map.
Yeah, it's a pretty uncharacteristic miss on a relatively lighter section, but thankfully it's still pretty early on. But again, already look at the accuracy of the Chinese players here. You have almost a 99.9 coming from Turks. And AF unfortunately dropping more of their accuracy, but is behind Audrey-san, but the miss is coming from Sunny. Already dropping them below 99%. This will be a problem for Team PH, I would think.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue when it comes to the comfort here for Sani on these patterns, and it's not going to get any better because we've seen there is quite a big difficulty spike towards the end of this map. So if there's misses coming in, Oji-san as well with the miss from Philippines, China still with the 2 full combos. This lead is getting big already.
And Team China will be maintaining their double full combo, and they're still half the chart. Like, this is a relatively longer pick for 7K World Cup standards. So this lead will just look to increase more and more and more. And there's still the final part of the chart where the pattern just gets really crazy.
It's going to get harder towards the end, but I mean, you have to imagine that difficulty increase is going to favor China. If Philippines is the one that's been finding the struggles on the first half of the map here, we'll see how it goes. We're speeding up now.
Everyone getting through the thrill just fine. Sunny wanting to recover to that 99% accuracy, but they're kind of struggling to get there.
This is the bracket section. Everyone holding on pretty well there. A little bit of accuracy drops I see, but nothing too serious. Everyone holding on to their combos, but Sunny finds a miss at the end. Hang on a second. AF that's the last possible note you could miss on. But we can call that an honorary full combo there. China with an absolutely monstrous team score. Gonna manage to pick up their protect.
And only 7-200s coming from Turks. That is some impressive accuracy coming from China's best rice player, in my opinion.
Oh, no question. Turks is absolutely a monster.
We're gonna see more of that.
Turks is a player that has been improving, I feel like, year after year. Just a few years ago, you can think back to the roster with Liang, when Turks was considered more of the combo-focused player that would get slightly lower accuracy compared to the rest of the team. Now it is completely the other way around. Turks with world-class accuracy along with the combo ability.
Okay, now so Team PH are now the ones picking. I presume that they might open this one via Gekkocho. At least in theory. I would think this is that one match where you're just gonna pick the protects early and then see what happens later on.
Yeah, I do think Philippines has an extremely solid roster. I would say Philippines LN1 even would be a strong pick for them. LN4 might be a bit scary because China have some pretty crazy LN4 like coordination players on their team.
Okay, I see Satori in the chat. I presume this might be trying to predicting Philippines picking LN.
Yeah, Satori is an insanely good LN player, especially when it comes to like the trickier coordination patterning of the LN. A bit of a specialist on Team China. And it will be
There you go,
LN4.
LN4.
And you have to imagine Philippines going to stick with the Kurosani duo. This is the LN team for this country.
Yeah, and I think Arkwin most likely will be coming in once the more straightforward Rice picks actually kick in, which are Rice 2, Rice 3, and Rice 6. Like if we're talking about Rice teams, meanwhile China overall really has a good rotation on the other hand. Meanwhile, for these LNs, I think these two duos that we're gonna see will be the ones sticking around for the entire thing. Whenever we try to slurp noodles in this match.
Yeah, I mean, thinking of LN players, Zhang Fan on Team China, or Van Wilder is the new name, is one of those players that comes to mind that does kind of specialize in LN a little bit. But the question is if the maps are hard enough to require him to step in.
I guess most likely if it's the faster LN picks like LN2, LN3.
I would say LN2 is more of like kind of a Van Wilder type of map, but this one for sure right up Satori's alley. Something that you would expect both of these teams to do quite well in, so we'll see if there's any mistakes that happen now that we're in the denser section.
And this is a fairly short pick as well, so any drops coming from any of these teams will be fatal. Sunny finding the first one, as I mentioned that.
Yeah, first drop down to 99.1 as well. Bit of an accuracy drop there. Satori keeping up with Kura in terms of the accuracy, and Turks is also holding strong with the 99.4. Not that much different in terms of the accuracy, honestly, between the two teams right now. It could flip back very quickly.
Yeah, like the score lead isn't really increasing that much. Satori finding a pretty sizable drop. Clean miss though. The accuracy is still right there, but Turks, now that is a sizable drop. Like that's a full 3/10.
Yeah, Turks now dropping below Sani in terms of the accuracy. So Satori versus Kura being won out by Kura with the full combo. And that's giving just a little bit of an advantage. 7,000 points still is not that safe. Philippines going to have to hold on to their combos as long as they can. But here is a very hard section, very tricky to be able to get through this whole thing, and Kura does find the drop.
A relatively clean drop though. There's still, the supporting combo's gone as well. So that's a full team reset for Team PH, and the lead is on China's side now.
Yeah, both teams, they're taking turns, missing. Turks finding a miss, Sani trading it back. Hang on. China is going to hold on to the lead, but not for long as Satori finds a miss. It's only Kura with that combo. And it looks like it's settling just a little bit in favor of Philippines, but they can't drop any 200s. It looks like it's switching back and forth so quickly.
Like, this is the win-in 1,000 points. Satori finding a drop at the very end.
That miss it. Satori with a critical miss at the very last pattern that possibly could have happened. Philippines managing to take their own pick.
Talk about close. Talk
Absolutely.
about really close.
Down to the wire at the end, 2,000 points, but Philippines, they have tied up the match, kept it close, at least for the first couple. And China, they're now deciding what they want to pick. Interestingly, Turks, he's checking offset, it seems.
Okay.
I was confused for a second.
Well,
Turks subs out.
Well, honestly, this will make LN1 look pretty spicy.
I think
Because I presume that will be picked at some point in this match. No way that doesn't get picked.
I think if I was Philippines, I would just pick LN1 next. Like just straight up. I don't think
Yeah.
I think that should be the first thing that Philippines would look towards in their next pick, but they're gonna have to get through China's pick first. Rice won. So yeah, China's really going the opposite direction of every other Rice team, it seems. Picking the least straightforward of all of the Rices right away.
Okay, so now we're gonna be seeing Arquin for Sunny here. You know, Turks, I presume AF is gonna come back for this one. Oh, it's Van Wilder. Okay.
Oh, okay. We are getting hard enough, it seems, for Van Wilder to make an appearance. Bit of a combo gamer coming into the chat. A player that you can kind of rely on to get these high combos on. Arquin also coming into Team Philippines, so we're seeing quite a few roster swaps for these two teams now.
Okay, just a fun fact for everyone. China won MWC 7K back in 2016. Philippines won back in 2023. But only 2 players from those 2 teams are in this matchup right now, and you're seeing them right here. Zhang Fan from 2016's winning team, Audrey Sun from 2023's winning team.
Yeah, those bottom 2 players, the ones to look out for. I mean, Turks now joining China since then has been a massive boost to China's firepower, so we'll see how it plays out on this one. Honestly, we might be seeing an accuracy advantage coming out for Philippines if everyone holds on to the combo, but looks like Arquin actually finds a little bit of an act drop at the start there.
I think, as weird as it may sound, considering how good Arquin really is, like the accuracy is going to be much. It's something that we really have to monitor here for the most part. So it does appear that Van Wilder and Arquin have been keeping up with each other for the most part. The main the difference between these 2 teams are coming from Turks being almost 2 full tenths ahead of Oji-san's accuracy at the moment.
That's only enough for a 2,000 point lead though, and of course still 4 full combos. Anyone could miss at any time, and there we go. Van Wilder finding the first miss for Team China. That's going to give the Philippines a little bit of an edge, but not by a whole lot. That was a fairly clean miss.
But it's not exactly a place where you really want to miss though. It's like at the end of a break section. But as it stands, actually, a few 200s coming from Van Wilder, dropping them to below 99.1. Almost dropping below 99%, but they are stabilizing. Turks finding a drop. This is Team Philippines' lead, stretching this a tad bit more. There's still quarter of the chart remaining. Anything could still happen. No full combos left on the Chinese side. Still 2 more for the Philippines. They just need to hold on if they want to score this break point. The lead has already increased to 5 digits.
11,000.
It's starting to decrease. Turks' accuracy has come back. Arquin finding a drop. Is there going to be enough time? Is there enough time?
It's 1,000 points. It's flicking over right now for Turks fighting this.
Ooh.
There might not be enough time anymore. It looks like Turks. That was enough for Philippines to get enough of an advantage. If Philippines just hold on to their combos through this last section, they've got it.
The Philippines winning on a pick that, honestly, I think could have gone to China.
I think,
like, without the misses coming from Turks at the end.
That was all on just individual misses right there. Kura, being the only full combo, did a lot of heavy lifting in that one. Arquin and Van Wilder both having very similar scores altogether. It is just those misses from Turks that did it. And it is going to be 2-1 Philippines. Now, they've got the advantage. They've got the ability to stretch this out to a 3-1 lead if they go for a good pick here. It's going to be LN2, actually.
I mean, it's a pretty good pick. Like, they might as well stick with the LNs for the most part. Like, LN1, as I said, like, yeah, it would have been a good follow-up from LN4, but LN4 ended a bit too close. LN1 has that element of coordination, which they might want to keep in check, at least for the most part. Now we have Van Wilder sticking in this match.
I did think this was
you guys aren't aware enough. Van Wilder is one of China's best LN players overall as well. So
I was thinking this is definitely more of a Van Wilder map than a Satori map, at least as far as I am concerned here. And of course, Sani coming in for Philippines as well, something that you would expect. So this seems like a fairly predictable lineup for both of these teams.
Pretty interesting so far. Well, anyways, we're just waiting for everything to. We're just waiting for everything to settle down before we start. I think there might be a last minute substitution. We're just waiting for confirmation here. So as it stands, Van Welder will be sticking here.
Yeah, okay. It does seem like it's going to be
Okay.
Satori coming in instead of Van Wilder here.
Okay, there you go. So that's
So Satori may be playing all of the LNs for Team China for this pool as well, it seems. And maybe some internet issues, resulting in Van Wilder not being able to leave the lobby.
okay. There you go.
Okay, we'll see how this one plays out. China's going to want to try and break this point as fast as they can. This might be their best opportunity for a while, because LN1 is pretty scary for the Philippines, I think, in the future. So this is going to be one. China got to keep it together, try to avoid these misses as much as possible, because Philippines have looked quite solid so far. A little bit of a lead right now for China. Sani and both Kura going down to 99% flat throughout that intro. That's giving a little bit of a lead so far to China, but everyone's still on the full combos. This lead, very volatile right now, could swing very quickly as we're getting into some of the denser parts of the map in just a little bit. And let's see now, everyone's still holding this. Bit more of these tricky patterns coming in. The density is really being kicked up now, but no one's struggling. All of these accuracies actually increasing in favor of Philippines right now. The accuracies are going up. Kura now at 99.3 as both of the Chinese players on 99.5. And I can't believe we still have 4 full combos halfway through in the map. Bit of a break section. And now it is 8,000 points in the lead for China. But there can't be any mistakes for either team halfway through. Fairly long map. So this accuracy lead is going to start building up more and more. Sani finds the first break. And this lead now going to start going up really quickly. 13,000 points already. 3 players still with the full combo. They're holding on so well. There's nothing really Philippines can do except hope for China to make some mistake in this last quarter of the map. As now we're at 15,000 points. Kura doing his best, 99.4, but still not enough to contend with either of the Chinese players. The double FC, as we're into the last moments of the map right now, 17,000 points. And I cannot believe this. What are we seeing? Two-way FC, 99.6 for both of the Chinese players. That miss looking like it didn't matter whatsoever. This is a dominant performance. This is, without a doubt, the best team score we are seeing this week on this map. No team is beating this. 16 200s for both of the Chinese players. Kura as well with the full combo, but we can see the ratio difference, the accuracy difference, and the combo difference all there in favor of China, and they're tying this match up right away. And it looks like China, they're not wasting any time whatsoever. It's going to be one of the more standard Rice maps now. Rice 2, bit of a chord stream map coming out. And this one being a bit longer, this is going to be a little bit more consistent than some of the other Rice maps that we've seen. Maybe can avoid the misses that China was finding earlier on Rice 1. That might be the plan for them. And we'll see Arquin coming back in for the Philippines, a strong performer on the Rice there. And it looks like actually Satori's going to be sticking in. So the first time I'm going to be seeing Satori playing a Rice map in this tournament, at least. I'm not sure if he has played in one of the previous ones, but definitely a strong player when it comes to accuracy. So the consistency might be there. Okay, a long one here. And oh my god, what are these initial accuracies? Obviously not going to last that long, but everyone was holding 99.9 at the start there. So very strong starts for everyone. And we'll see if anyone finds any mistakes throughout this one. Still very close between the two teams as everyone's holding still 99.8. Whoa, hold on. Turks and Arquin. Trade of misses in a very interesting spot to do that, but it looks like Arquin comes out a little bit worse for wear, down to 99.5 as Turk still maintains that 99.8% accuracy. So benefiting China ever so slightly, but still Philippines close enough for this to only be a 3,000 point gap. Arquin struggling a little bit in the accuracy compared to the other players and actually finding another miss. That repeated miss is going to hurt quite a lot because that one's not traded this time. This one being a marathon, it's going to last quite a while as well. The stamina might start kicking in at some point as well. But a bit of a break section. China now 9,000 points in the lead. 99.8 on both of their players. Just Kura managing to match that on the team of Philippines. Now 10,000 points. This lead is just going to grow over time unless mistakes come out from Team China. Both of their players now increasing their accuracy. Now above 99.8 for the both of them. And Arquin has stabilized his accuracy to about 99.4. Another miss actually coming out from Turks, but that one's a clean one again. A little bit of 200s at the start of that break section, but still 99.4, 99.74 that is. Tying accuracy with Kura. So the accuracy well in favor of Team China. That is offsetting these misses that Turks has been getting. And 8,000 points should still be decently comfortable. 8,000 is a fairly large gap when it comes to very long map like this. So even one or two misses might be okay for China. But here's the last section now. We'll see if anyone finds any mistakes towards the end here, or if China are going to manage to protect their own point. And oh, Arquin finding that miss towards the end. That might be all it takes now. China gonna manage to run away with their own point, 12,000 points. Even if both of their players miss at this point, it's not going to be enough. Satori does break that full combo towards the end. But clean miss once again. It is only Kura with the full combo, but not enough for Philippines. China managing to take their own point. This time a little bit safer than before, but oh my god, 1-200 from Kura. Strong 200 count there, but the ratios we can see for Team China are just that much better. now we'll see what is the response from Philippines. You have to imagine it. It should be LN1. They could go for LN3 if they want, but I think LN1 is definitely the one that they'll have the better advantage on. And they do decide to pick it. This one might end up being a similar story to LN4, a very close potential battle I can see between these two on this one. And for those wondering, for a while now, we have not had Surfchew. His internet exploded. So I am here by myself, at least for now. This one is, of course, the full inverse map. And, oh, hang on a second. We might be seeing a Turksless map coming out here. Kura and Sani expected for Teams Philippines. And we're going to be seeing Satori and Van Wilder. Two players that I do know for their LN capabilities, but in different ways. So it's going to be interesting to see what the team performance is out of China on this one. And let's see if we can get into it now. Definitely eyes on Kura here. Kura is one of those players that you can expect to pop off on all of these hard maps like this. But really, all four of these players are names that you would expect to see performing exceptionally well on something like this. And here we are at the start of the map. It does also seem that we have a replacement coming in, perhaps. Early on in this map, everyone holding pretty strong through the intro here. Welcome Reveil to the commentary booth, replacing the internetless Surfchew.
Yes, hello. This is very last minute. I apologize. Surfchew is having some internet issues, but I am free, available, and ready to see what is going to happen in this very exciting match so far. I've been keeping tabs. I've been following for a while, and China and Philippines have been duking it out extremely well.
This map no different as well. 2,000 points. Philippines just a tiny little bit in the lead. Van Wilder having some internet. Oh, Sani finding the first break. I was going to say Van Wilder having some accuracy issues, but now Sani drops down below to 99.2.
Yeah, accuracy advantage still to China with Satori leading the charge. Ojisan not too far behind, but with that combo pick from Sani, China have built up a pretty sizable lead, now 5 digits. And Philippines have to play some catch up. Sani finds a couple more accuracy drops. Actually, the entire lobby finding some accuracy drops, but China is in the good for this.
In fact, Van Wilder increasing his accuracy throughout that section. Sani now finding another miss as well. Oji-san as well! Both of the Philippines players, and China's still holding on to these two full combos.
Yeah, this pick might backfire for the Philippines. China now have a firm grasp of this lead as Sani drops again.
Yeah, it's more of China pulling out some extremely impressive combo work. These patterns are extremely hard to maintain a consistent combo on throughout the map, and we're still seeing two full combos towards the outro.
Yeah, still doing really well to keep on to the combos from China. And if nothing else happens here, I think that is going to be another point to China.
Yeah, 24,000 points at this point in the map. It seems like it's too late for there to be any kind of comeback. It is going to be China managing to take a break point. Going to maintain their lead. It's going to be 4-2 with a double FC.
Wow.
And those are exactly the ratios I was expecting with a team of Van Wilder and Satori. Satori getting the best ratio, and Van Wilder getting the lowest ratio, but both of them having that combo ability. Okay, hang on, this is a very fast pick. China has been wasting no time. They've been just going straight into their picks right away. Pre-prepared with them. Okay, and it seems like we are, thank you Rav for that half a map there, but we are going to be switching back because Surfchew has his internet back. Welcome back, Surfchew.
Typical Southeast Asian moment, huh?
That's how it goes sometimes. Luckily, it wasn't with the players. That would be a bit worse, for sure.
Indeed. Definitely not the first time I've been receiving issues in WC this weekend.
Yeah, it happens.
No,
It happens.
if you know, you know.
If you know, you know from yesterday. But
Anyways.
interesting to note, full team swap out for China. Van Wilder and Satori swapping out for Turks and AF. Oh, we do see Arquin swapping in for Philippines, so 3 players in total swapping for this map here. It's going to be the fast chord stream pick.
It's actually pretty funny how quickly China went for this. But I mean, we saw how close Rice One is. I think this is more up to China's alley for the most part. And right now, their accuracy advantage over the Philippines has been pretty evident as of the moment. AF with 4 ahead by 3 full tenths over Arquin's accuracy as of the moment. Like, it's practically the reason why we're seeing this point difference.
Yeah, just small amounts though. Only 5,000 points, and with full combos, anything can really happen so far. Yet to see any misses from either player. There we go,
Well,
there's
there you go.
AF. Expecting it to happen at some point, but actually, hang on, this is traded right away from Arquin. So China's actually going to maintain this lead.
Yeah, those trade practically just reset everything to where it was. Still status quo as we enter the final quarter of this chart. Oji-san actually dropping a bit in accuracy. Like Turks right now outright ahead of everyone accuracy wise with still their full combo. The only full combo remaining in China's side, so it's Turks against Oji-san now, who has a better accuracy for the most part. Arquin has recovered to around 99.4, but the time is running out. AF doing just enough to cover for them, maintaining this 4,000 point lead.
Getting close. This accuracy is very, very close between the two teams. But it is China just keeping enough. Look at these accuracies. Turks was only 0.04 above Kura, and AF was only 0.06 above Arquin with 1 miss apiece. That was within a couple 200s of being Philippines' point.
Well, that means that the Philippines will have to do 4 consecutive points if they want to seal this match at their end. Meanwhile, Team China on their best position to finally qualify, to finally hit the top 3 for the first time since 2022 if my history isn't failing me.
And this is such an... Wait, top 3 for the first... Wait. Did they not get top 3 last year?
Yeah,
Am
it was
I crazy? I'm
Korea,
crazy.
Korea, Malaysia, Philippines.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Malaysia, Philippines, Korea. It has been, for sure, China putting themselves back in that conversation. And this is, by far, the best opportunity for both of these teams to make that top 3, because the losers bracket is not a place either of these teams wants to go to right now. And it's going to be Philippines picking Hybrid. They're going to the Hybrid 3 right away.
They're going immediately for the hardest pick in the pool. Sunny coming in for Arquin.
I think this might work out pretty well for the Philippines overall. It really does come down to a little bit of Kura and Turks, I think. As weird as it kind of sounds, because this, as the maps get harder, Kura is one of those players that really can take over the entire match by himself if he needs to. And it's really up to Turks to try and match that as much as possible, because this is one of those maps that you can kind of start to see some solo carries on if everyone else is finding misses.
Yeah, such is the nature of these difficult picks. In a way, this is a prelude to what I'd say a certain category that's gonna be debuting next weekend. Like in terms of like the difficulty relative to the rest of the pool, that's the nature of these mid tiebreakers for the most part. Again, most likely we're not going to be seeing much problems here for Turks and Oji-san. It's the second players that are going to be making the difference here for the most part.
And so far, it does seem like both teams kind of tied in accuracy overall. Oji-san does drop in accuracy down to 99.6. Turks is on 99.99 somehow, but being matched a little bit by Sunny. Oh, very weird miss for Satori there in the break, but of course, pretty clean overall, so not going to result in much of a score difference.
Like right now, so far so good for the Team Philippines though. At least they have that going for the most part. Interestingly enough, it's actually Sunny that has better accuracy than Oji-san, albeit it's only a 10.
Yeah, but the difficulty about to ramp up right now, so now's the time that you expect some players to drop their accuracy down all the way, maybe their combos as well. Oh, and it's so close, but Satori finding another miss now. A third miss coming out.
Yeah, these misses are going to help Philippines a little bit. Interestingly enough, Oji-san also dropped accuracy while maintaining the full combo. Now it's gone. Sunny's full combo is also gone, but Turks manages to trade it, so we're practically tied.
Yeah, everyone's combo gone. It was Satori the only one to hold on to that section there, and now we are exactly even. All of the accuracy is fairly similar. Actually, China with the AC advantage as Sunny finds another miss.
It was a pretty messy miss coming from Sunny as well, dropping them to below 99.3. So, but there comes another miss from Turks, make the 2 consecutive ones. Team PH now has a slight lead.
That's
going into the second half of the start.
Big set of misses from Turks. That was 99.6 down to 99.3 with those. The highest AC in the lobby just tanking just like that. And now Satori and Kura both tying each other in accuracy. Turks is a little bit ahead of Sunny, but more misses have come out from the side of China so far. And that gives 2,000 points in favor of Philippines.
And now we enter the final quarter of the chart where the density just becomes really immense.
Long notes have been benefiting kind of both teams so far. So no clear advantage, I don't think, will be had for either team towards this end. It's just...
Yeah, the lead is decreasing though.
Oh, who messes up the most? It's coming down to accuracy a little bit. Sunny's accuracy still a little bit lower than the other players. Over time, maybe China can claw this one back. But Kura hanging in there with the highest accuracy in the lobby. Still, it might flip over. It's going towards China. And Sunny finds the miss.
Well, this is Team China's best position now. There's still a quarter of the chart remaining. They just need to limit those misses, but there's a big sequence coming from Satori. But China, oh no, that's another miss. And the scores are flickering again.
How is it still flickering? The misses aren't enough. It looks like Turks and Satori both missing. Philippines now with the lead, 3,000 points, and that's going to do it. They are going to secure their own pick off the back of the combos, because these accuracies are in favor of China even at the very end of the map.
We're not yet done, folks.
No, it's done.
Yeah. We're not yet done with the match.
In the
We're not yet done with the match.
This map is most certainly done. Look at that miss difference. That is the entire difference in these scores here. The 200s and accuracy definitely favoring China overall. But Philippines, they are 2 maps away from forcing this tiebreaker out. China have their best opportunity to close right now. They want to do it in their own pick.
And Rise 3 is still open, right?
Rise 3 is open. Yes.
There's also Rise 2.
Oh, they've already played Rise 2. That was when you were.
Okay.
When you were switched out. But yeah, Rise 3, the last Rise.
I see might be their best pick here.
Oh, that's a risky one though.
But
I don't know
Fox-
if you want to pick Rice 3 here.
I mean, Foxglove is also pretty risky.
Yeah, there's no good picks, I feel like, here for China. I'm not sure if they really want to pick any of these three maps that are remaining.
LN3 would be. Yeah, LN3 would be funny, but it's not the direction I expect them to take.
I mean, they did win. Yeah, they did win 2 of the LN maps. It looked quite good for China, but it's hard to rely on that because Philippines also look really comfortable on those LNs. It's going to be the Rice. China are going to fully pick out the Rice pool. And this one is Philippines' golden opportunity. This is their chance to win that one breakpoint back to really put this match in their own hands.
Just a small comment though. How fitting that this song actually gets picked in China versus Philippines. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. I don't even play MOBAs, but if you know, you know. Oh, WC highlights. I just saw it somewhere. So I guess we call it Wo-Osumania. Wo-Osumania Samigay. If you know, you know.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I am unaware. But that seems like something for me to look up in my own time after. We are going right into it. The most important map so far. This is going to be one that very well could determine the outcome of the entire match. China's best opportunity. They're not going to get something like this again. And Philippines, their chance to win this one as well. This is such a tense map to do it on as well. A map that could be decided by 200 count, by a single miss perhaps, because all 4 of these players have the ability to get extremely high accuracies.
Though I'm actually pretty surprised that of all 4 of the 3 players who I think is capable of doing this for Team PH, it's actually Sunny being the second player here for Team PH, but we see multiple misses from AF.
Really rough start from AF, dropping down to 99.2. That was a big act drop. This is going to be a quite sizable lead for Philippines. But AF is building that accuracy up. It's going to contend with Sunny pretty soon.
Yeah, we're already seeing the lead start to decrease a little bit, but Sunny has been increasing accuracy steadily, which is a good sign for Team PH. Meanwhile, Oji-san, 99.84, just 400s ahead of Turks, who I'm pretty sure will be able to get through the second half. I mean, the final third of this chart with better accuracy, I would think.
This is a one-miss game.
Yeah.
This is a one-miss game. AF is better accuracy than Sunny now, despite the misses that happened earlier. If Philippines do find one miss, this is going to go right back to China. The accuracy is slowly pulling in China's favor, but Turks dropping a lot of accuracy there. No one now is matching up to Oji-san.
Yeah,
Philippines in the lead.
Yeah, it's a pretty uncharacteristic act drop there coming from Turks. Still maintaining their full combo. But there's a quarter of the chart remaining. Anything could still happen, and the lead is still within 4 digits. A single miss would spell the difference between this match ending and one more chart.
Oh my god, Philippines, they got the breakpoint, the double FC. And just the one miss earlier from AF did the entire amount of damage that they needed it to be. Without that miss, this would have absolutely gone in China's favor. The match would be over. That accuracy was well in favor of China towards the end. But Philippines now, they get the last pick. They get to choose what they decide to go for to try and force this tiebreaker out of China.
Are we gonna hear LN3? Are we gonna see LN3, or gonna hear the saxophones of the OC original Foxglove?
Oh, what would
One way to find out.
I don't know which one would be better for Philippines. They won the hybrid pretty well, but the difference in these 2 hybrids is quite large. I don't know if you want to be going for a hybrid like Hybrid 1. That's a lot more straightforward, something that China might be a lot more comfortable on.
Well, rest assured though, like regardless of what happens here, we've been treated two amazing matches in the winners bracket. In the winners bracket. Like regardless of what
Absolutely.
happens,
These 4 teams in the winners bracket have proven exactly why they have been the ones to survive through the entire tournament up
okay,
there.
they're going fucked up.
Oh my god. Okay, Foxglove. This one is the one that I am not sure how it's going to go. This could go back and forth, and it's going to come down, I guess, mostly to the combos.
Time to hear these saxophones. I mean, it's most likely just one sax. Doing an entire solo, like this is really good.
Yeah, absolute banger as well. The Osu original, of course. And now Philippines in their own prime position now. It feels like the tides have turned a little bit. Philippines now in the driver's seat. But all it takes is for China to have one strong performance here, and they could very well end the match.
Well, at the end of this chart, it's either we're gonna be seeing the other Osu original, or it will go the same way as the other winners bracket match. Turks and
this-
Satori going for China. Sunny and Oji-san, their Ellen duo, playing this one for the most part.
This one's really a coin flip. I feel like I don't know where this is going to go. All 4 players, actually Sani off to a bit of an awkward start there, down below the 99% mark, but no misses just yet. Should be able to maintain that accuracy back up pretty soon.
Yeah, they're already back to 99%, and a Turks miss will be reducing the lead just by less than a half, and Sunny manages to return the trade.
Yeah, but you saw the problem there for Philippines. Even with that Turks miss, that lead was not really flipping. This accuracy difference really needs to be addressed by Philippines now. Sani needs to build that back up, and it is above 99% again.
Satori and Oji-san have been tying accuracy-wise for the most part. It's really Turks with a 99.7 making most of the difference here. Like, this is really phenomenal accuracies that we're seeing from Team China as of the moment.
Sani slowly building back up, is going to start eating away at that accuracy lead. 7,000 points for Team China, not very safe yet. Still almost in that second half of the map, and all of these patterns, I can't believe we still have this many full combos. Well, actually, I guess just the 2, really, but Sani finding another miss.
Oh, Sunny with another one. And it's not a miss that Team Philippines would want if they still want to bid for this tiebreaker. And now we enter this second half of the chart where the patterning leans more towards the LN. And as you've mentioned, the LNs have been benefiting both of these teams, so it's going to be really hard to call from this point. Sunny finding yet another drop in this transition section. Not much of an accuracy drop though, thankfully, but the lead is going to continue to increase.
Oh, and that's the
And
full
Oji's
combo!
finding-
Oh, both of the Philippines
team
players
resets
misses! This is massive. China now 22,000 points in the lead. They've held on the combo for so long. Philippines need them to collapse right now because last quarter of the map there's not enough time.
Yeah, and we're seeing, like, we're just moments away from seeing Team China enter the top 3 for the first time since 2022, if I am not mistaken.
And
Like,
off the
Team
back
China,
as well.
Satori. Like, off the back of Satori's full combo.
It's both of them. Not just Satori. Turks has only got 1 miss,
Yeah.
and his accuracy actually puts him at the MVP, I think, at this rate. 99.7 is insane for a map like this. They are pulling off exactly what they needed to. Turks finding 1 last miss at the end, but not going to matter. China are going to deny our tiebreaker. We are going to have 2 tiebreakers denied this weekend. But unfortunately for us, we don't get to see that just yet. Philippines is going to be sent down to the losers bracket. while China have secured their top 3 podium position, joining South Korea in that winners finals next week.
Yeah, and that is going to be a really spicy matchup. South Korea and China. That's a classic matchup. It's a rematch of the 2016 final, or the 2016 Grand Finals. You know, Team Philippines, as far as I know, will be facing the winner of, I think, the conditional match between Hong
No.
Kong,
No,
Hong Kong, Peru. No.
Philippines should
Oh,
be
it's Indonesia.
versing Indonesia. Yes,
Indonesia.
Philippines, Indonesia.
Okay, there you go.
Oh my god. Okay, that's gonna be
That's a classic.
that's gonna be a really good matchup, I think, as well. Those two teams been performing very well.
That's a classic matchup.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's gonna come out of that. That one is actually gonna be really close.
Also, like, okay, like, I might be speculating here at this point, but it's so weird that Philippines, China, Indonesia, and either Hong Kong, Germany is going to be out of the top 3.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams
Yeah.
that are gonna be fighting for that top 3. There are quite a few options down there, and we actually have 2 more matches. Because not just Hong Kong, Germany, Peru as well, waiting in that losers bracket. We actually have the winner of Hong Kong, Germany is going to be versing Peru shortly after their match.
Yeah, that is also an interesting dynamic because whoever wins that is playing 2 consecutive matches in a row, and this pool isn't exactly the most stamina friendly. Like, the patterns, the difficulty of the charts have been ramping up, and this is that point in the tournament where you're just gonna be tested so hard. And looking into these 2 teams, like, both Hong Kong and Germany have been having players play entire matches.
Yep, these teams
So,
are having to rely on a few of their players for sure.
Yeah, and also imagine playing 4. Like, if you manage to get through the entire thing, like, imagine playing at least 14 excruciating charts in a row. Like, if
Yeah,
you
I'd-
end up playing 2 matches.
I'd last maybe 30 seconds into one.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
lots of intense action coming up, but that next one is going to be at 14 UTC, so in pretty much exactly 1 hour from now. So we are going to be having a bit of a break until then.
yeah, but before that, just a small reminder that the OC Mania 7K World Cup 2025 team support banners are up on the OC store. If you want to support your country or your favorite player's country, you may do so by buying a banner for your profile. If you happen to buy the winning country's banner, it will stick on your profile until the next 7K World Cup. You may also buy multiples of the same country, multiple countries' banners. You could opt to make your profile as long as humanly possible. Like, unreasonably long, I think. If you want to do that, then sure, you may do so. The money that goes into those banners will be helping increase the prize pool for these players that have been performing out of their minds this World Cup.
Absolutely, make sure you go check them out. But for now, we are going to be on an hour break, so we will see you guys next time.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Oceania 7 Key World Cup 2025 in the semifinals round. We had just an insane match recently, China versus Philippines, almost going to the tiebreaker. The second match this weekend actually that almost went to the distance, but unfortunately didn't come through. It was a great match overall, but now let's shift our focus to the match that we have at hand, which is Hong Kong versus Germany, Seed 6 versus Seed 13. I'm Solo Escal, and joining me on the commentary booth is none other than Bifa. Hello there, how are you doing today?
Hey, hello there. Gonna be very interesting to see. I believe Hong Kong and Germany has come this far into the semifinals, and I believe it was like probably their first time delving into the top 12 realm for Germany. Hong Kong might be the first time as well, since Hong Kong generally did not have that many people playing on the 7 key, but now this time around, Hong Kong having seated this high, it could be promising to say the least.
I agree, it's actually very promising. I actually do commend both teams because, I mean, I could be wrong, someone could correct me, but I have a feeling this was Hong Kong's and Germany. So, like what you said, I think this is both teams' first appearance at the semifinals round, so I gotta give them that. I will give them that because that's a very impressive accomplishment.
Yeah, I do think that I guess for at least we're a little bit of on the underground side of players. I mean, you do think that you would know German players like Suki Whiskers, Blacko, and some of the other players that are actually are active in the 70 community at the very least. Hong Kong, on the other hand, might not be so much, even though the name is like it's a very familiar face, even though they do not like play as competitive as like a mini World Cup. I guess in that stance, I guess because like I said, Hong Kong has been like particularly fairly underground in that regard.
Fair enough. And honestly speaking, I just want to see a great match between these two teams. I would guess Hong Kong probably picks more on the rice, yeah. And I think Germany will try to pick Baby Ellen. I don't know. That's just my initial thoughts, but it could be wrong. I could be totally wrong with that analysis.
Yeah, we'll see because I guess core stream being protected. That's my guess is that Hong Kong is able to like capitalize on core stream. And Germany, on the other hand, might actually can do something with like Longmans. Maybe I could be wrong, but they could just be trying to target one of the Hong Kong's weaknesses. But in my mind, Hong Kong has been kind of like jack of all trades team.
Okay, I'm looking at the stats right now in quarterfinals. There's actually some charts where Germany and Hong Kong are very close, and that would be on the rice department for the most part. And when it comes to LN, I think Germany is actually a tad bit behind. Okay, yeah, that means I stand corrected on my thoughts a while ago. I think Germany would probably try to lean towards the rice compared to Germany here. Oh, sorry, compared to Hong Kong here, we'll probably try to lean towards HBs and LN.
Okay, we'll see. We haven't seen their protect just yet. Maybe we can see potential along with the hybrid protect. I guess it's up in the air really because their LN1 scores aren't particularly that great, so it might could just go with being the last pick of all things that Germany decide to go for.
Alright. So I want to take a look
Huh.
here.
Rise 5 Heave is going to be a protect from Germany.
It's better than an LN protect, that's for sure. I would have, if they protected an LN or a hybrid, that would be bad. Germany probably bans LN1 or LN4 as the usual. As your usual schedule, they're probably banning LN1 or LN4 because I think Hong Kong would actually be decent on those picks.
Yeah, I mean the one of the few reasons that Hong Kong seated this high is because their LNs are actually fairly competitive in most of the top 10 seedings, which you would have known that Hong Kong is already this good at long notes in particularly later stage of the game.
Yeah, LN1, LN4. I'm not even surprised at this point. Hong Kong probably bans maybe Rice 1. Okay, Rice 3.
Core Jack is
Jack.
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, fair ban. Let's see. Okay. I don't think Hong Kong played this, but Germany didn't have that good of a score on Rice 3 on the previous round. So, this is a bit of a questionable ban. I think they could have exploited it easily. So, I don't know. It's a Rice ban though, so that's something. They should have banned the Rice 1 in my opinion. But I guess Rice 3, if they aren't confident in being consistent, I'd say go for it.
All right, Hong Kong's pick for the first for the opener of the match. You would know that they can absolutely pick at anything, given their jack of all trades. Yeah, there you go, the core LN2 LN density pick.
Okay, so just to be clear, right? The ban for Germany is LN4, and Hong Kong's ban was Rice 3, which is we are electric. There we go.
All right, we'll see. Well, I guess let's see how Germany fares on I guess more higher density long range charge. It has been kind of the trend that higher density does not equate to re aspect of it. It's how you would contend with just density in general.
I like this pick from Hong Kong. LN2 is this is like a great test to see if Germany will be able to keep up on the LN side, and this is a great source of information. I just know Hong Kong has the capability to have really good accuracy on these LN picks, so great choice from Hong Kong here. So now, yeah, we're going to see the density aspect. And as we take a look at how these perform, I am really looking forward to see, because this, again, as I said, this will really test how Germany keeps up on the LNs, and that's already not a good sign on how Germany will fare on these kinds of charts.
Yeah, this is just the opener, and I kind of concerned at least a fair bit. Although I mean, I guess a fair trade, which Hong Kong still has like a 5-digit lead even in the opener after trading misses.
Yeah, and now I'm starting to lose my confidence on the versatility of Germany here, because this is starting to look a bit concerning. I mean, Tang Jinxie and Zek are only a bit ahead of Sukiya Whiskers, but Echo needs to start catching up. The thing about this chart though is it's, as I said, it's very dense, and it's also pretty fast, so there's definitely some skill ceiling that could be expected here. And I think that's what Germany is trying to avoid revealing this. However, this lead is starting to get a bit smaller, so I think there should be a slither of hope for Germany here.
Well, I mean, it just keeps growing to like about 30,000 point now, and I mean, I really don't blame them for actually having to struggle on most of the density this chart has, but it's just the accuracy by alone is just is quite far ahead for Hong Kong right now.
Very much so. Yeah, Hong Kong is really nailing all these dense sections, and while Germany's accuracy isn't too far behind, it's the consistency that's giving me a problem here. So right from the get-go, we can already tell that LN-wise, when it's very dense, Germany just doesn't have the ammunition to keep up with Hong Kong's team, as they have, I think it's still one full combo from Tang Jinxie here. That's actually really crazy.
Well, I mean, I guess that's probably a one miss. I can't recollect the thoughts, because I feel like there has to be like a one miss, because I do feel like the score itself is not that much. It's not that high, but it's still definitely very impressive. Maybe I could miss some. I could actually totally miss something that it was actually one miss, but
Maybe, but let's take a look. That lead, by the way, ballooned massively just in a short span. Okay, 250s. It could have been
okay.
a miss. No, that's a full combo though. No, that's a full combo. I'm confident.
Yeah, it's not. No, it's could be like 6 combo if you total it up. Two might have been the slider break there. So yeah, even then, still impressive 99s there for both almost Sukiya for just almost hanging out at the 99s there.
Yeah, those 50s kind of made it not reach that, but it doesn't really matter. This was Hong Kong's pick. Germany shouldn't be too faced about it. So now they're gonna go for Rice 2. And honestly speaking, that's an okay pick. I'd say it's one of the picks. Those are the kind of picks they have to go for.
Isn't this supposed to be Hong Kong's Protect?
I mean, yes, but if you were to compare all the other options that they have, I understand the concept of protects and all that should be coming to play here, but if you were to look at the other options and considering how Ellen went, I don't think it's worth it to give a shot on those other picks. So even if they pick Hong Kong's Protect, I think it's okay. I think it's okay to win for this.
I guess it just depends on whether or not the physicality it hits its breaking point.
Alright. But no time to waste now. They already chose this, so unfortunately they gotta stick to their gut. They gotta stick to their guns and hope that this strategy works for them.
It's kind of quite a long pick too, even for a dense court stream. Seems starting up with the wrong foot there for Black Hole, finding already the first drop over their side.
Yeah, that's a pretty rough start indeed. But thankfully, it's not too far apart. Like it's gonna get denser as time passes on, so the real test will be there in a bit.
So far, it's looking fine, but yeah, I guess it's just catching up in terms of accuracy for Black Hole right there. Just the lead's still fairly small up until this section of court stream.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But the more that Blackhoof finds those drops, something tells you fatigue's already coming into play, and it's still very early in the match. So the fact that there's already fatigue from the German team, that is not looking good. But they have a miracle here as Zek. That's a massive drop. That just means fatigue's also starting to hit Zek. Not to mention Tang Jinxi's accuracy too.
Yeah, the bracketing patterns are really what nails them actually. Now the lead's kind of growing to the Hong Kong side there. They're about 20,000 points in their favor. Which again, I might remind you that bracketing patterns like this are supposed to be really, really draining on the stamina. Even though this is still like the first half of it.
Yeah, well, Ski Whiskers is probably leading this entire lobby. The fact that Zek isn't too far behind, and Tang Jinxi is way ahead of Blackhoof, this is saying a lot already. And I am starting to get worried, because if fatigue is starting to hit Germany this early on, what more for the other charts that are about to come? I just know there's more physical charts approaching here.
Yeah, Tenjutsu is really comfortable with hitting most of the brackets here. It just does seem to have no issues. Maybe aside from maybe just keeping up accuracy, which I don't think it would be their number one concern.
Fair enough. But now we're in a break section. It's a 47,000 point lead. This is really starting to grow on me. Again.
Oh, there it goes,
whoa.
there it goes the full combo in the break section almost.
Well, that doesn't really matter. With such a gigantic lead, it would take a Hong Kong. It would take like a lot of chain misses from Hong Kong for Germany to regain even a bit of this lead. Blacku finding misses there again. The fatigue factor, both of these players are tired. And it's starting to concern me a lot. Because this is only the second map of this entire match.
Yeah, it's looking like a very, very strong start there for Hong Kong, taking 2 points off the board there, which means this is fairly confident that this would be Hong Kong's protect, and Germany picking their protect doesn't really work in their favor.
That's crazy. Crazy score from Tang, Jingxi, and Zek there. Tequila Whiskers and Blacku didn't do too bad either, but yeah, that's just an accuracy advantage for Hong Kong in general.
Ooh, long little one pick right there coming from Hong Kong. Ooh, we get to see wall inverse, which interesting because Hong Kong hasn't played like long little one picked all that much in this entire tournament. Maybe like once or twice, but that's all. That's about it.
Fair enough. So yeah, they really, I guess you could say, this is going to be. I just think it's a great pick for Hong Kong, simply because of the nature of this chart. And considering that Germany banned LN4, this is a great pick overall.
Yeah, one of the few reasons that Hong Kong is sitting this high is because their LN prowess is came into play, and this came to me as like who would be surprised Hong Kong to be picking this out right out the gate.
That's true. Now, again, I just want to see if Germany can keep their composure, try to regain their motivation, because it's definitely not over yet. So now, as we go through every of these players, I think this is a very advantageous chart for Hong Kong, though. Just because, again, like what you mentioned a while ago, Hong Kong's LN ability is part of why they're here in the top 8 seeds, being number 6. Very impressive work here, so I won't be surprised if Hong Kong performs extremely well on this.
And yeah, that's one of the few reasons that they already have quite a bit of a lead coming off. It's just kind of a goner if you can't read LN, I guess more inverse like this.
Yeah, this Ellen coordination is really difficult. Honestly. And the mere fact that Hong Kong can keep that consistency, you have to take note. Germany isn't doing too bad. Even if the accuracies look close though, it's not gonna mean much if Germany can't keep that consistency. Just because of the nature of these kinds of charts, you really have to be very consistent in playing them, because these will count as more misses than usual.
Everyone misses except for Zek.
Yeah,
It's really
a crazy run, yeah.
It's really just that one, that one fourth burst of that just non-walls. It just really messing them up.
Yeah, it's really crazy to me seeing how well Hong Kong is kept up. But you know what? We gotta give their props to Germany, because again, they're still within the S rank range for both players. Tequila Whiskers well above it. Blacku's still maintaining that. It's a really difficult chart. Like, just being able to consistently act this and trying to not miss is already a really difficult task for any player. So props to everyone in this lobby. But time is running out for Germany here to even have a chance of coming back.
It's really just if you have like over 100,000 points this late into the chart, there's no way you can come back from this one.
Fair enough. But now, as more of this chart progresses, like, I can just imagine how difficult this chart really is, and Wow, these players are nailing these sections like it's nothing. Very impressive work for everyone.
Yeah, semi inverse core stream, and it just really you would think that Hong Kong is able to just read all through all of it, and but it's just really good. It's just really good scores all around, and almost taking MVP there for Sukiya, just about by a couple hundred points there, just 4 slider breaks.
Very impressive work. When we're talking about like these slider breaks, that's just crazy. Fact that Tsukiya almost had a full combo as well. Blacku holding onto the S, that's an impressive work already on its own. And something that I noticed is the ratio game of Hong Kong and Germany isn't too far apart. It's those 200s and misses really that makes the difference.
Rise 5 coming out from Germany this time. This is this is their protect, so you can go. They can go for that. If they're feeling confident of handling the spite of he has, then especially with bracketing at the last 20 seconds, is really demanding on the physicality.
Fair enough. This chart is very technical from how I can remember it. So, as you say, I just hope the physicality aspect isn't too much for Germany.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a taste of how he plays out for most teams in the semifinals. They get completely blasted by the last 20 seconds of the spike. In terms of the speed and just the general bracketing, it really just kills accuracy at most, except for maybe 1 or 2 teams. We saw like Japan versus South Korea earlier that they are able to just withstand the bracketing after the transition from the speed itself. But this time around, Hong Kong and Germany, they had to at least tank a lot from that section alone.
Mm-hmm. Can definitely see where you're coming from. And uh, Germany protecting this. You know, on hindsight, I thought this was a good protect. But now I'm starting to question if their physicality is able to keep up. And well, there's my answer. Now that kind of miss is actually pretty bad because that was a very damaging miss.
It might look like to me it's I guess the misreading that column 3 jack for.
Oh, I think Tang Jinxie and Blacku are starting to trade. But the problem is Blacku's misses are just much more dirty. But hey, no more full combos on Hong Kong. That could count to something, especially on Germany's side. But Blacku needs to be a bit more consistent. Zek, okay,
Yeah.
there's an opportunity. But more of these patterns have to come, and
Yeah,
lesser misses have to come.
polyrhythmic structure is really not handling them so well. Black is at the low 98s now. Zach is actually falling the below 99s, then, but it's really just the Akis from the top row is actually holding them off.
Yeah, that's crazy. And now that Black was sort of caught up a little bit, I think there could be a chance. However, Hong Kong needs to find more misses. That is not the miss we'd want from Germany.
I guess this is very helpful because this is the only break after you get once we get into the spike that I mentioned earlier. The last third of it is very murderous. You would have to regain from this point onward.
Here we go. It is indeed murderous, but
This is the one I'm talking about.
3 misses! That's 3 misses! Zek is the only one to hold full combo, which is kind of ironic.
Okay, this
Zek
speed.
was the one.
The speed
Zek was
right
the one
here.
who's missing a lot.
This
Okay,
speed
here we go.
sucks.
Wait a second. Oh! Okay, that's a big lead taken off. But with Blackie missing... Oh!
Bracketing time.
Oh
Bracketing
my
time.
goodness, Germany's... That's a massive lead. That's a massive lead cut off, but... Can Oh! Wait a second.
Just one more like this though. One more like this, and then mini jack and the speed.
Oh, we almost saw a 20,000 point lead evaporate into nothing in a span of a few seconds. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. But unfortunately, it's just not enough.
Yeah, they got caught off in the speed and the bracketing earlier, but it's just it shaved off a little bit of
few thousand points, but it definitely was not enough.
Definitely, that's just a bit of a sad outcome, honestly. Because there were so many times where Germany almost took it, but that final moment just could not hold on. It is what it is, though, and they have to keep on hoping that something happens on the next pick.
Will Germany's request to pick Hybrid 1 will be acquiesced?
I think they're picking LM3. Maybe they pick Hybrid 2, you never know. Next round. Oh!
Next round. Oh, whoa! They're challenging, all right.
Wait, they're going Rice. I disagree
Okay.
with it. Okay, if they're going Rice 1, I disagree with this pick. I don't like this pick, actually. I don't like
Hey,
this pick.
I think this is a bit for those who actually may not know that this was a little bit there's a little bit of taunting over there, making sure that Germany has to go into the next round. That means they have to beat Hong Kong first to get their Hybrid 1 pick.
I don't like this pick from Hong Kong, though. I understand the physicality, but at the same time, that on Hebe, a part of me is feeling not confident. But to be fair, Hebe's a tad slower than this, so I guess that's why Hong Kong chose this too.
Yeah, well, this is one of the few speed picks that are just well, I mean, I guess in the last round's pick, Aliake was a speed pick from like last round. The BBM is slow, but it's like it has some weird quantizations outside of the one straight up 1/8. This one has much more than just a 1/4 delay chart. Delay patterns. I mean, it's really hard to comprehend.
What is going on? What is going on?
Maybe once we get to resync everything, then we should be good to go.
Alright,
Okay.
there we go. Okay. Zek is still holding on 100%. Just absolutely normal thing. Here we go. So...
Yeah, these-
Oh, yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. I thought this was a bad pick from Hong Kong just because right now, Zek Tang Jinxie is holding on to a bit of a skill ceiling, but Blackwood trades him.
Oh.
Blackwood misses once, and this could be a chain miss. However, accuracy slightly goes to Germany still.
Oh, Black was now below, just almost under 98. Taichi is holding on after, still with like full combo, but it's still doing just a tad bit worse than Sukiya Whisper, just the only 99.
It's starting to again, I just don't think, I don't know really, because Germany is
Second I was beefed up though.
Here we go, and I'm seeing Tang Jinxie finding miss, but Sukiya Whiskers,
Oh,
no more full combos from Germany. That's 2 misses in a row. Even if the accuracy is pretty close against these two teams, the consistency that Hong Kong has shown throughout this entire match is just a bit too strong. Tang Jinxie, despite not having the most ideal accuracy, that consistency has helped.
yeah, these beefed up delay doesn't really help Germany's cause.
Exactly. I thought Germany had a good chance here, and for a bit they really did. Zek finally finding a drop, but I think it's a bit too late. Tang Jinxie still maintaining the only full combo in this lobby. That's actually very clutch, just because of how this chart is patterned. It's patterned to make you miss. Oh,
There you go. There goes. There's a miss there of Tang Jinxie.
But
Now,
it's a bit too late.
unironically, has like the third lowest accuracy now after coming along with that miss.
You know what? Germany could have won this if they lessened their misses here. Now that I look at it, honestly, they could have won 2 points in a row if they missed a bit less.
Yeah, very well fought there by Hong Kong taking the. Well, I guess taking their own pick, but it could have been closer. It's just that Germany doesn't have to miss that much, which it could have been gone either way.
Isn't it crazy? Like, I'm looking at this match, and just 2 picks in a row, we saw Germany had the chance to take something out of this, but now, unfortunately, 5-0, I mean, there's still chances for Germany. I think Germany has to pick Rice, obviously, after all that, because there's the potential. Maybe they pick Hybrid 1.
Well, to me, it seems like Rise 6. Yeah, I do agree with that because well, I mean, not so much, but this is definitely the faster course rate. Not necessarily dense.
Maybe so. Rise 6 is a good choice.
I would have expected Rise 4 actually, not Rise 6, but it's fine, I guess.
Part of it feels like Rise 4 would have been a great pick for Germany too. But at this point, I think if Germany prefers playing Rise 6, then just go with that at this point. Just because I feel like at this point, it's like you need this morale boost, even a little bit. And to be fair to Hong Kong, to be fair to Germany, there's like only hybrid picks remaining, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, no, LN3 is still available, right?
Yeah, LN3 is still available out of all like Long Node 1 and Long Node 4, which apparently oh actually Long Node 4 has been banned, so just only that one Long Node pick left.
That's gonna be terrifying though, if Hong Kong goes for that. Just because I think that's a pick that benefits Hong Kong a lot. So it's still not over yet. Definitely still not over yet.
Definitely on the faster side of course, so we get a little bit of taste of this, I guess the speedier side of in terms of consistency, which does seem to have a little bit of a trade over there. It's like Blackie there, but ultimately it's still nothing to lead.
But this lead probably can shift to Germany just off the accuracy of Skill Whiskers. But if Blackie can keep that consistency, it's not gonna help much. This has been the problem this entire match. Just Germany couldn't be as consistent as Hong Kong, and that's been a massive setback. Because there's really been a couple of picks where they had a chance.
Oh, there goes the full combo by Suki, which is only time you see the sole surviving full combo just almost this entire matchup, I feel, has been holding the longest combo of all of the maps so far.
Isn't it crazy that despite that accuracy, it's really the combo?
Ah, there you go.
Whoa!
That's a massive drop coming
That's
along
massive.
with it.
And that's even worse!
Wait,
That's
hang
gonna-
on.
That's gonna give it to Germany, and that's gonna have buffer, but Blackwood traded
That's a whole
that.
percent drop by Tangency there.
I think that was an entire mystery. That was a horrible mystery. But it doesn't matter if Germany can keep this consistency just as I expected. That opportunity with Tangency not mean much.
Oh boy, all
everyone
misses
missed.
from the entire lobby.
Oh my goodness, but there's still a chance. If Hong Kong can find any drops, it has to happen now, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Germany trying their best, but I don't think there's enough time.
Yeah, it at least just goes on for Hong Kong right there. It does seem to be Hong Kong has sealed Germany's fate right there, and then it's going to be a clean sweep 6-0 against Germany. So Hong Kong will still have the top 8 there, but they have to have one more matchup. I believe it was against Peru.
They do. It is indeed against Peru, which is, I believe, the match right after this, funnily enough. You know, Germany had a few times. If those unfortunate misses didn't happen, this could have been 3-3 right now. But,
Yeah, actually.
but at the end of the day, it is what it is. All I can really say about this is Germany has shown potential that they can definitely keep up on the rise department. However, Hong Kong utilized their consistency, maybe not the shiniest accuracy, but through their consistency they were able to display that they can defeat other teams with better accuracies if they make those mistakes.
Yeah, we will also like to congratulate that Germany. This is, I believe, would have been the highest finish of the tournament, because I believe this would be their first top as well for Germany, and also Hong Kong as well. Maybe they're also the highest finish technically, because we've seen a couple iterations of the Mania World Cup 7 key. In particular, that HongOng has been kind of sort of absent from like 7 key. 4 key we already see a few of them, but in 7 key, well, this is probably our highest finish in terms of their actual overall performance. Their top 8, but they have to face against Peru in about 25 minutes right there. So that's also the last matchup for the weekend, I suppose, because we also have a showcase, the final map pool showcase for the 7 Key World Cup 2025. It's going to be real exciting.
Oh, definitely. So yeah, it is going to be Hong Kong versus Peru as the final match. So excited to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, that's the it all comes down to this matchup whether or not both of these teams have never experienced into the finals at all. So this is their freshest of the taking of the top six, especially for the finals lower bracket. So they have to fight their lives off because they only have one more chance.
Fair enough. The final ticket to the losers bracket finals is going to be decided by this match between Hong Kong and Peru. Mifa, do you have anything to say before we close this out?
Yeah, before we have a little bit of a break, we do remind everyone that we still have banners there for Osu Store, so you can go check out the banners that are available to support your favorite teams as well. You can actually stack all the banners if you want to. You can actually buy multiples of them, and you can stack them on your profile page. You can maybe troll your friends to have maybe like multiple banners, just stacking up on the profile page just to make sure they actually have to scroll down a little bit further to get the necessary information you need. And of course, the favorite teams that we will be supporting will also be very thankful, and all the proceeds is also gonna help the prize pool as well for this entire tournament.
Fair enough. As for me, I just want to say I'm so excited to see which among these two teams will get to the losers bracket finals. I think this, regardless of who wins, will have their debut on the final stage. So either if it's Hong Kong, either if it's Peru, they will be booking their first ticket to the final stage, and I'm so excited to see who it's going to be. But for now, this is it for the Osimania 7K World Cup 2025. See you 23 minutes from now. Once again, I'm Silvas KLs, commentating with me is Mifa. Now we are signing off.
See you in the next match.
Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Osimania 7 Key World Cup 2025. It has been a very long and grueling semifinals process, so many teams duking it out, trying to snatch up those last remaining places, and we are finally here, the final match of the semifinals. It is going to be Hong Kong. We're going out of the frying pan and into the oven, back-to-back matches, not similar to last weekend. Going up against Peru, the 8th seed, looking to try and punch their ticket into that finals weekend. As always, my name is Sparky, and I am joined in the commentary booth by none other than Rafael. Rav, how you doing?
Doing great, and this is going to be a banger match to cap off the semi-finals. We have seen 2 6-4s. So unfortunately, we haven't seen the tiebreaker yet, but maybe this could be the one. The 6 seeds, Hong Kong, they are looking on form, but Peru are also looking very decent as well. They were the ones that also took down the United States not too long ago, so we'll see if they'll be able to keep the pace up.
Absolutely. Hong Kong needing to do the double here. Played literally just an hour ago against Germany, knocking them out by a score of 6-0. Looking to see if they can get through this, if the stamina can hold up, because Peru's had the entire day, basically 24 hours, to essentially recover here, and we are already into the protect ban phase. Hong Kong opting to protect Rice 2, Peru responding with Rice 5.
Okay, we got some rice lovers, and I think we also have some noodle haters.
Yeah, LN1 going to be the ban for Peru, Hong Kong. I mean, it's been that thing where, oh, actually, I was about to go on tirade about double LN ban, but no, Rice 3 going to be removed, so not going to see that in this particular match. And that will do it for that. These teams knowing exactly what they want to go for here, not wasting any time before going into that potential first pick.
Yeah, Kojak is such an egregious kind of skill set, so quite understandable that Hong Kong want to ban that out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Hong Kong wants to go for, though.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. Like I mentioned, they literally just played
Oh,
an hour ago, and they're going to start with their protect immediately, going for that Rice 2. to start this match off.
So going for the dense court stream.
Yeah, maybe just wanting to... Maybe just wanting to go back to something familiar. They did really well on this not too long ago, so maybe just riding the hot hand a little bit, not wanting to throw in any unnecessary variables, any deviation from what worked for them against Germany. So I can understand it, and court stream's usually a pretty decent comfort pick to go into. The length might be a little on the longer side, and the BPM might be a little bit strenuous, but it'll be interesting to see how Peru stacks up against Hong Kong here.
The thing that worries me is that Peru have a higher Rise 2 score than Hong Kong in the quarterfinals. And even though Peru have not played this map yet, Hong Kong has, which was against Germany of course, so this will be the first time we'll see Peru actually play Little Star. But just basing off the previous knowledge from the quarterfinals, seems like Peru do have a slight edge.
We'll just have to wait and see. It looks like it's going to be Tang Jinxi and Zek for Hong Kong going up against Love and Suisse, the formidable duo for Peru on these rice picks. Gonna have to see how they stack up as we get into this first map of this best of 11. First team to 6 points will be moving on to the finals weekend. Loser will be on the outside looking in, eliminated here and now.
Yeah, Suisse against the United States stepped up a lot. Love was pulling pretty much the weight of Peru until then. And then Suisse was like actually beating out some of Love's scores, being the X factor for Peru to be able to beat out the 7 seeds United States. So let's see if they were able to keep up that performance against another higher seeded opponent.
Yeah, it might not be the biggest seed discrepancy, but an upset is still an upset by that metric. And right now, very strong starts across the board. Very little separating the two teams as we get this map underway. But as I say that, Love finding a chain of misses, going to give Hong Kong an early advantage to work with here. Only about 3,000 points. Those were very clean drops overall. It didn't lose too much accuracy when they did find the misses. And because of the fact that it's a very dense court stream pick, Zek finds the drop on the transition, going back in, and Suisse trades it this time around.
Yeah, and now Tang Jinxi being able to lead the line for Hong Kong, 99.7, holding on to the FC still, keeping this lead still in favor of Hong Kong, but Peru might slightly pull it back if accuracy from Hong Kong start dropping. And Zek will contribute to that, and Peru might be able to rope this lead back in.
Sorry, I flicker back and forth. We're only a third of the way through here. This is such a long chart that being able to say that there's an advantage one way or the other is still way too close to call. 100 points, now 2,000 as Zek finds yet another drop going into the next break. It feels like these transitional moments going out of these longer sections just a little bit too much for them to overcome. And it gives Peru their most sizable advantage for this chart. 6,000 points now going into the back half.
Yeah, Love has recovered exceptionally well, almost matching Tang Jinxi's accuracy. But Zek has some catching up to do, and because of that, Peru have actually managed to grow their lead because of both of their players being able to gain some accuracy faster than both Hong Kong players.
Yeah, so we say beating out their respective counterpart in Zek at the moment. A couple of misses in the back pocket as Tang Jin finally finds the break. All FCs are gone, but they managed to still maintain a relatively clean drop overall, able to contest against Love, but now it gives Love some free time as Zek finds yet another drop, again on the transitional moments into these breaks. Last quarter of the map left to go, 15,000 points in favor of Peru as we get through this last quarter.
Peru have the chance to try and run away with it, both players holding incredible combos, incredible accuracy as well.
So all to play for. This could evaporate in an instant if they have a bad section, but so far they have been dialed in, over 2,000 combo each, able to support each other. But as I say that, Love finds the break on the core jack transition. Now Suisse going to be able to pick up the pieces here. 14,000 points. This is the opportunity for Hong Kong to start making some damage. The Tang Jin trades it back as the density begins to increase. Last eighth of the chart left to go here. A 10th behind Love as they make the recovery run. Now over that 400 combo cap. Zek trying to pick up the pieces here, but Suisse is holding them at bay. It is still 16,000 points going into the last section here.
It's just Suisse being able to hold Peru together. Zek will find another drop. I think that might just be enough for Peru to be able to steal a breakpoint away from Hong Kong. Love will find a drop towards the end, but there's not going to be enough time. Swayze has been able to step up once again.
Oh, what a backup performance. The supporting score. Love doesn't even take the plaudits here. That goes to Tang Jin,
Yeah.
able to hang on to combo for as long as they did. Keep the drops relatively clean, but not enough at the end of the day. Peru able to withstand that first pick and take the breakpoint to start it off.
It was a substantial step up from Tang Jin Si from their play against Germany, but that was a bit of a drop from Zach. 17,000 points from their score against Germany, so dropping the ball a little bit there against Peru, as Peru will go for Hybrid 3. The mini tiebreaker right off the gate.
Yeah, they have not been ones to shy away from Hybrid 3 so far this entire tournament as it's been available. Protecting it last weekend multiple times throughout this tournament, just willing to dive on into this basically half step up from the rest of the pool and show off what they are made of. They are a very physically capable team, and because they have that breakpoint in the back pocket, gives them a little bit more wiggle room to kind of get a little adventurous, maybe potentially pinch off some later picks for Hong Kong to go into.
But once again, I also have to mention, this is a very, very bold move from Peru. Because if we just take a look at the quarterfinal scores, Hong Kong have the number 1 score in Hybrid 3. And guess who's number 2? It's Peru.
Oh,
So
these
this
guys
is
are
going to be fun.
Absolutely, just haymakers left and right to start this match off. As we get this underway, again, another very long chart by the time alone, just over 4 minutes. And Tang Jin going to find the first drop very early on. Not going to make the biggest difference, but it does give Peru a bit of a cushion to work with very early on. As Suisse trades it out on these tiny impacts. We're still in the build-up here before the real chart has begun.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get used to these players dropping quite a bit. Tang Jin Si will be the next to follow again.
Not traded out, but as I mentioned, very early on, so not going to do the most damage. We'll have to wait and see how they recover, both Tang Jin and Suisse, now that they both lost their FCs. It's going to be down to Love and Zek on their respective corners to kind of carry the weight through this first half and see if they can build up a bit of a buffer for that back half, because it's every point is going to matter on a pick this long.
Yeah, 4 minutes long. It is going to be a grueling 4 minutes for sure. Both Zek and Love still holding onto FCs, but the build-up is happening right now. And Love will drop on the build-up. The highest accuracy of Peru finds the fatal mistake to give the lead back to Hong Kong, but is going back to Peru as Tang Jin Si and Zek both falling. No one has combo except for Suisse now, and Suisse will fall. This is going to be the pattern we will be seeing for this entire map.
Yeah, full lobby reset. Nobody having any substantial combo outside of Tang Jin. But Zek finding the drops, going to keep the lead in Peru's favor for the moment. The trades favoring them as we continue on. Tang Jin going to finally fall as both Peruvians, one Peruvian, going to be above that 400 combo cap as Love trades 2 of those misses back. Both Tang Jin and Zek finding misses of their own in that earlier section, but now Love having a bit of a struggle through this section, but the lead is only increasing for Peru as Suisse holding on to the only substantial combo for now. Tang Jin and Zek trade once again with each other. Hong Kong full combo reset on their side with half the map left to go here.
It's just Suisse. Look at them go, 99.2 holding 2000 combo. No one else can even hold a finger. This is a 40,000 point lead to Peru, and it's just off the back of Suisse. Love, of course, has been doing spectacularly as well. But Suisse, my goodness, this step up is incredible.
Yeah, finding the scores where it matters most. Crunch time in the semifinals. You mentioned it, that performance against the United States, able to propel them to this position, and now continuing right where they left off. Everybody else doing wonderfully to recover from that last section. Everybody contributing fully to their team's overall scores, but Love finding the break on the transition into this dense LN section. Another 1-2 boot, gonna put a tiny bit of a dent in that lead now as Tang Jin finally trades one of them back, and that gives the lead, the score loss, back on over as Suisse finally falls from their perch, but it is still 40,000 points that Hong Kong needs to overcome with a quarter of the map left to go here.
The good things from Peru is that their misses have been quite clean. You can see Love picked up a flurry of misses, still holding on to 99%. Zach was the highest combo up at that point, but they are finding a chain of misses now. And their accuracy has tanked all the way down to just barely 98%. This lead has increased to Peru's favor, almost dangling at the 50,000 point mark as both Hong Kong players drop trades with Love, and it's Suisei once again holding the highest combo of the lobby.
Highest accuracy as well. Both Peruvians a full percent at this point ahead of their Hong Kong counterparts. Last little chart left to go, and it is basically done and dusted as we get into this outro. 74,000 points, an expert hybrid 3 pick from Peru off the back of that first break point to really assert their dominance, plant their flag on this match to start it off, and they're going to make it 0-2 to start this match off. What a performance!
What a stomp. Suisei with an increase from 939k against the United States to 964. That's a 25,000 point jump.
Yeah, you don't find that anywhere else other than here. When push comes to shove, the players that rise up to the occasion, I mean, receive the plaudits. What an MVP performance on that pick. And it's only the second map of this match.
Yeah, catch your breath after that one. It's back to Hong Kong, and they are just going noodles now.
LN2 going to be the pick here to unveil that mod pool in this match. It'll be interesting to see how Peru stacks up on this pick. Haven't been ones to shy away from the LN picks, but I feel like their successes have been in the Rice and hybrids and kind of just being able to stand toe-to-toe against their opponents on the LN. Not really a preferred skill set, but definitely one that they can take breakpoints off if the other team isn't too careful.
Yep, so the info that is known right now is that both teams have already played this map, which is the core. I believe Tang Jinxi might have an FC. I'm not too sure about that, but Zach has a 945k, Tang Jinxi has 966k, and Suisei has a 961, and Love has a 960. So really, there's only one outlier, and that is Zach. So they will have to be stepping up for Hong Kong if they want to try and at least get themselves on the board.
Yeah, definitely can find it within themselves. Needs to overperform in comparison to their previous performance, a second opportunity to maybe right the wrongs. We're able to get the point against Germany, but against Peru, with the way they've been performing, going to need to leave it all out on the table as we see Love with the mirror here going into this pick.
Yep, I believe Love did also play with Mirror against the United States. So nothing has changed since then.
Yeah, maybe just preference. Some people would call it mind block. I always call it preference of how they want to play some of these structured LN streams. But as we get this underway, everybody having relatively strong starts. The only outliers were going to be Tangjin, Suisei, and Zek, all finding near simultaneous trades as Love joins them not too long after. So a full lobby reset, everybody losing their FCs from the intro here. But Peru, on the account of both of their players having 99% accuracy for now, compared to Hong Kong with their 98, going to be able to build a 9,000 point advantage going into the second quarter of this chart.
Yep, Love still crucially holding the accuracy advantage over everyone else. Zach will find a miss, drops them below Tang Jinxi's accuracy. And now we go into a Kiai.
And everybody able to recover very nicely from that introduction. Nobody finding the drops on this section. As we continue on, we see Suisei with some early releases and finally finding a drop traded by Zek. And now we have Tangjin and Love duking it out on the top side. And Love is winning that battle by about 0.5% for the moment, nursing about half of this 15,000 point lead for the Peruvians going into the second half of this map. There's still plenty more to come. This lead can evaporate in an instant if Peru isn't too careful.
Oh, and as you say that, Love will actually find a drop.
gonna put a tiny bit of a dent. The one good thing about these density LN picks is the fact that the recovery is so quick. Already back up at that 400 combo cap, and Zek finding the miss, going to bleed over a substantial amount more points than Peru gave up when Love found their drop. But now Love finding a second drop to answer that one back, and the lead strings back to where it was, 22,000 points going into the last third.
Yeah, Tang Jin C holding up to 4,000 combo as they finally reset, and both players of Hong Kong will actually find drops. This could be it as Swayze finds a couple of drops, trades with Zek, trades with Love as Love finds a couple misses themselves. This lead is shrinking for Peru, still 27,000 to the good though.
Yeah, putting in the work in that first half, able to withstand the drops that come inevitably on a chart this difficult. And because of the fact that they were able to keep those misses clean, able to keep the run overall near immaculate, that 99% accuracy for both of them, just able to bolster each other when the other finds a bit of a slip up, able to account for the majority of this lead. And as the chart comes to an end, a third point for Peru, a second break point in this match to make it 0-3 to start it off. Peru looking really good to start things off here.
Yeah, and something that is also really nice to point out is that it's not just, of course, the Swayze show. Love being able to improve their score against the United States. So these two players are just kind of, you know, trading off improving scores off each other. And that's what's giving Peru the dubs.
Yeah, they build each other up so nicely. Balanced team scores overall. I mean, to Hong Kong's credit, these are very good scores. It's just the level needed to withstand how Peru can overperform at times. And because of the fact that we're getting into these more physically demanding map pools, I feel like this is Peru's chance to really just show off what they are capable of as they opt to go into Rice 5.
They're going into Hebe, they're going into some mixed rice.
Yeah, nice little change of pace. Back to where we started. Top half of the map pool. No substitutions for either of these teams. You have to wonder, Tang Jin and Zek staying in for all the maps they did against Germany and not really taking that much of a break. Maybe the fingers are starting to go a little bit, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Schedule can be a little brutal sometimes, but they're not getting completely blown out of the water on these picks, despite the scorelines looking a little disparaging. They're able to stay within a couple thousand through the start. If they could just keep a run together towards that last quarter when Peru starts finding their misses here and there, they can put themselves in a position to capitalize. It's not impossible by any stretch of the imagination to start getting some of these breakpoints back, but they're going to need to start getting them, as Zek asks if they can take a timeout. I believe they can. Either team can take a timeout. I think that rule was modified a while back, so
yeah,
I'll have to wait on the referee here. Yep, so gonna add 2 minutes to the timer. Don't need to take the full 2 minutes, but it is available in case they need it, and it's understandable. Just mentioning that Tang Jin and Zek have basically now gone 9 maps uninterrupted. Might need to stretch the hands out a little bit. So right now, just recapping how things have gone, how we've arrived to this position. As we mentioned at the top of the stream, Hong Kong winning their match against Germany just an hour ago. So no rest for the weary for them, as Peru having a full 24 hours to recoup after their match against the United States yesterday, and looking to be benefiting from it, improving their scores as a team on some of the common picks that they played against them in this match already. Able to take 2 of the breakpoints.
Yeah, something to
From
also
Hong
point
Kong.
something to point out, like as like a South American team in the 7K World Cup, this is the furthest I think we've seen a South American team in the 7K World Cup since 2019, when Brazil made top 6.
That is incredible. So
Yeah.
picking up the mantle for an entire continent, basically 2 continents, the entire western side of the world, essentially, is getting behind Peru at the moment and really showing up to play on this stage. It is not very often we see any country outside of the Asian territories making it this far into the tournament. So definitely a sight to behold. Hats off to them. They have been building on success after success over the last couple of years in both 4-key and now 7-key. So it's been incredible to see here how far they have come as a country.
And really deserved as well. Like just looking at the performances of the players, and coming from like a country that has one qualifier's appearance, and then every other 7K World Cup has just been a did not play. To
Yeah.
this.
To 8th seed, 3 points up over your opponent to make it to the finals weekend.
3 points away from top 6 from a did not play is ridiculous, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, when you get on a run, you build up that momentum, and the timer is over. The timeout is finished. Players are going to ready up. No substitutions. These 4 players in it for the long haul as it stands. 4th map of this best of 11. Peru 3 points away from punching their ticket to the finals. Hong Kong looking to notch their first point on the board in this match. Gonna need to start getting some of these breakpoints back, and what better way to do it than on Rice 5 here.
Yeah, so something to also point out, I'm not sure if this was mentioned yet, but Peru did play this against the United States, and there was an unfortunate disconnect towards the end. So let's hope that does not happen. As Ben Show, please.
You almost spoke it into existence there, Rev.
Oh my gosh. Tang Jinxi will be the first one to drop combo though. So gives the lead to Peru as Love will actually trade it back.
So now top half of the lobby losing their full combos. A bottom half battle beginning to develop as both Suisse and Zek cross over that 400 combo cap first. But right now, Zek going to be the first one finding the misses in that trade. Not answered back by Suisse, able to hang on there as these staircase rolls catch out Zek once again, and Peru builds up this advantage that we have seen them acquire through their accuracy alone. 23,000 points and a number of misses in the back pocket as Love finally gives one of those back, but overall just so much cleaner as Suisse finally loses the FC, and that's going to start doing some pretty substantial damage. Zek trades one of them back, but that lead has shrunk in half, 12,000 points, and now things are looking a little shaky going into the back half of the chart.
Crucially, both Peru players holding accuracy better than their counterparts, but Tang Jinxi with the 1200 combo. And climbing, this could definitely pose a challenge. As we now go into a BPM slowdown right here, it's going to be a good time for these players to kind of rest their fingers a little bit, just kind of shake off nerves, because from here on out, we're going to increase this BPM by 10. All the way up to 175 BPM, and then the show begins.
Yeah, let's see if the players can hang on. Things start to get a lot denser. Love gonna be the first one to miss. Zek trades that one back, going to help keep this lead in check for the Peruvians. Into the trill, into these staircase core stream patterns. Both Love and Zek trade once again. Tangjin and Suisse holding strong for the respective countries, but a full combo reset on the side of Peru, a full combo reset on the side of Hong Kong. These opportunities going unanswered for the Hong Kong players, as all the misses happening across the lobby are going to help Peru re-establish this lead. 34,000 points when all is said and done, going into the last couple of notes here. And Peru able to once again capitalize on a breakpoint to make it 4-0 to start this match off.
We say again, the unsung hero now being sung. 952k MVP of the lobby, 4 points to the good, 2 points away from Peruvian history. Back to Hong Kong's pick though.
Yeah, Hong Kong definitely still has something to say about it. But right now, I mean, we knew Peru had a potential advantage on these rice picks. But the fact that Peru is able to willingly go down into the hybrids and take points there and able to break on the LNs against Hong Kong, it doesn't leave that many options, and they're going to opt for Rice 6 here.
Wow. Going to the fast court stream, and this is also a relatively short map, 1 minute 57 seconds, which means that misses are going to weigh heavier.
Yeah, the room for recovery on a map like this is definitely much shorter. Singular misses can be exacerbated to the tune of, say, 10,000 points if they aren't kept clean enough. So expect wild swings here in comparison to some of the longer form maps we have had. We've had 3-minute, 4-minute showdowns where it was just kind of death by 1,000 cuts at the end of the day. When the misses come through, it's only a couple hundred, couple thousand. But this is where if one thing goes wrong, everything can just fly off the rails.
Yeah, Hong Kong did play this against Germany, Peru did not. Zek had a 964k, Tang Jinxi had a 927k, so actually the tables are turned. Tang Jinxi actually going to be the one that has to step up.
I mean,
And
they've been showing
Mirror.
out here.
Yep, Mirror from Love. And Tang Jinxi already the first to fall, as I mentioned that they have to step up, they are the ones to fall behind first.
And down into that 97% range. Sure, very early on, going to lead to some very wild number swings, but
Ooh.
Love trading one of them back, so not the biggest stretch of an advantage here. As Love continuing to find drops, Tang Jin finally trades one of them back, but that is 4 to 5 to 6 to even
my
7
gosh.
misses from Love, giving Hong Kong the biggest advantage that they've had to start a map off. 17,000 points with a quarter already done.
That is the messiest chain of misses we have seen in this match. Love dropping from a 99 down to a 97.6, and they are still missing. Zek and Suisse holding on to FCs, but Zek holding on to the 99.5, and Suisse just barely holding on to 99%. Hong Kong, 28,000 points to the good.
Yeah, and off the back of this score from Zek, Love finding another miss, but I mean, the damage is already being done halfway through the chart. Still not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Could take one rough section, but I mean, this is the most confident we have seen Hong Kong look. A shaky start from Tang Jin, able to be recovered beautifully. 98.5%. Zek putting Tang Jin in the backpack here. 99.5, head and shoulders above everybody else as they duke it out against Suisse and winning that battle here. 34,000 points to lead for Hong Kong going into the last quarter as Suisse finally drops.
And that has to be the nails in the coffin. Both Peru players dropping, Love finding even more drops. Tang Jinxi is able to recover since their drop, and Zek is absolutely running away with it. They finally fall, but the damage is probably done. But Zek is finding a couple of misses, dropping accuracy down to just barely above 99%. This is going to be a little bit close towards the end, but Love and Zek will both trade. Tang Jinxi is able to carry the burden of Zek's misses. And I did say at the start that they had to step up, and they have. Hong Kong have a point on the board. No sweep.
Able to put the broom away. An improving score from Tang Jin to be able to back up Zek when they finally found their drops there at the end. But oh boy, what a run from Zek for 3/4 of that chart. Able to just put the distance, put the cushion. And even with all that, Suisse takes the MVP.
Yeah, just the one clean miss could have been a PFC. Also, very nice 200 counts in the lobby. 29, 39, 49, and 59.
Nice.
Very nice. But yeah, Hong Kong finally being able to show their prowess on fast court streams. Give some info to Peru.
Yeah, the good thing is for Peru, there aren't any charts left that are exactly like that. Maybe Rice won an outside contender, so won't have to hit that high BPM mark anymore for this match. But now we're running out of Rice picks. Rice 1, Rice 4 remaining. Hybrid 1, Hybrid 2, and the LNs for Peru. This could potentially be their last pick in this match if things go their way, but gonna need to make the right decision, and they're gonna opt to take their timeout now to try and think this over.
Very understandable. These maps remaining are now slowly trickling out of Peru's comfort zone, I feel.
Yeah,
This
there's
is also,
some...
this is also a good time for like Peru to kind of just analyze Hong Kong versus Germany.
See what remaining scores they have, see what they're most comfortable on. on the common maps that have been played and seeing if they can just do another consistent performance on something remaining. This is, dare I say, the most pivotal
Yeah.
pick in this match for Peru, because things can turn if they aren't too careful. Hong Kong has shown a propensity to fight in matches past. Not going to go down quietly. We've seen them answer back when needed. Rice 6, a very good start, a very good confidence boost against a very hyper-physical team in Peru. Gotta feel good there.
Definitely, and also, not really to the benefit of Peru, is that Hong Kong really only have one score that's available to them that they played against Germany, and that's Umami Blaze Rice 1. So everything else is completely unknown to Peru, besides Peru's own scores.
Yeah, you just have to hit and hope. Hybrid 3 worked out amazingly for them. But
Yeah, I feel like Hybrid 1 could be good, actually.
maybe. I mean, they haven't been one to shy away from these hybrid picks, so would not be surprised in the slightest if they do go for something like that. But for right now, inside of that timeout period, gonna whittle away those 2 minutes that get added on to the time. Gonna need to make a pick here sooner rather than later before it runs out. Don't want to have a situation where you're still not sure what you want to go for. I imagine right now just taking a second to collect their breaths. It has been a very fast start to this match. Only half an hour in and already 5 maps down. That is more than anybody should be playing in 30 minutes.
But yeah, I'm just looking at like the LN scores as well, and like I don't think Peru should even think about LN2 or LN3 or LN4. So I feel like it's just the hybrid that Peru might just comfortable with, and they are to pick hybrid 3 again.
Yeah, we'll go right back to hybrid 3. Run it back.
Alright, there
now.
we go.
Okay, hybrid 2.
Hybrid 2. All right, we actually have not seen this map from both teams.
Alrighty. Very well-known song if you've been around the block a couple of times. Needs no introduction, but seeing it here in the semifinal stage, Peru taking a second to collect their breath. Still gonna be Suisse and Love going at it, the dynamic duo for Peru, going up against the equally as dynamic duo of Tangjin, Ji, and Zek.
Yep, so this is as opposed to Foxglove, which is hybrid 1, this is the technical hybrid. So we're gonna see some bursty patterns with some complex LN, some jacks, some shields, all in 2 minutes.
Yeah, another pretty short pick in the grand scheme of things. And as you mentioned, a very technically demanding pick. You find a chain of misses. All of a sudden, you give over an advantage to your opponent. We'll just have to wait and see if that timeout pays off for Peru, a chance to restabilize after giving over one of Hong Kong's own picks to them. Not able to break it this time around.
Pretty calm intro here. We do see some presence of jacks. But so far, all players doing relatively okay. Zack is actually having trouble with accuracy. But otherwise, throughout the board, still doing okay. But Love will actually trip on the jacks. And now this lead's gonna flicker.
And a second one to boot on the build-up into the first real drop of the map. 5,000 points in favor of Hong Kong as we continue on here. Both players for Peru having a higher accuracy, but not finding the clean runs. Suisse and Zek trade on those staircase LN runs. And when all is said and done,
Love and Suisse will both drop. Tangency, the only FC in the lobby, despite holding the lowest accuracy of the lobby. But Zek will find a flurry of misses, dropping accuracy, but both Peruvian players drop though. Keeping this lead still quite simple. 6,000 points. Love is going to grow this lead towards Hong Kong as Tangency still holding onto the FC as Love and Suisse both drop 17,000 points out of Hong Kong.
yeah, Yeah, these misses just coming at the most inopportune times. Love, once again, none of these traded back as Zach finally falls.
Whoa.
But, as it stands, Changji going to find the miss as well, but the damage is being done. Quarter of the map still left to go. They're going to need a lot more than that to give over this 24,000 point lead. They have built up this cushion off the back of that run from Tangji before they found their drop and able to withstand the onslaught from Peru. A bit of a stumble here now as this map comes to an end. 23,000 points to margin for Hong Kong as they get the first breakpoint on the board for themselves to make it 2-4.
Hong Kong momentum breakers. And now we're going
boy.
into very unknown territory.
Yeah, you have to feel there's uncharted water that needs to be explored. Some risky picks. I feel like this was Peru's first risky pick in this match. Probably the first time they didn't feel wholly confident in the pick. And it shows in the performance. Not bad scores by any stretch of the imagination, but just getting out-dueled by the respective counterparts. And Hong Kong showing signs of life here. 2-4. Going back to their pick. And if things play out correctly,
This
a
is-
potential tie in the scoreline on the cards.
This is looking risky for like both teams. Rise 1,
absolutely.
Rise 4, LN 3, LN 4, Hybrid 1. Hybrid 1's coming out. Hong Kong says, if you are going for Hybrid and you've lost, we are going to try the other one too.
Hopefully not to the same result.
Hopefully not.
But, I mean, this is basically, we're going to handshake. We touched LN2. We played the density. Cool. We're not going to look at the LNs anymore. We will settle it on everything else and break those in case of emergency.
Hey, we have an also original.
Love to see it. This is such a good song. Another long one also. 3 minutes. Tacking on an extra minute to the earlier charts. Has played in favor of Peru ever so slightly. The ability to build up that advantage for the back half when they do eventually start to slip up here and there. Able to mitigate some of the score loss, but gonna need to get it together from the start. They've had some shaky introductions over these last 2 picks, so
I feel like this could be a confidence booster though to Peru. The Peru did play this against the United States and they did win. Love had a 966k, Swayze had a 956k. Love will be the first to drop though. But I think in terms of accuracy, it might still be favoring Peru. But this lead is red. But how long will it be till it shifts over to Peru?
looks like it'll be just about now. A couple 100 points separating the two teams. The miss able to withstand the loss, but Love and Zek trade this time around. And that second one, the third one now from Love, going to give the advantage to Hong Kong, but it is so minuscule at the moment. They don't have the accuracy to contest. Zach finding the trade once again. Sweet save falls this time around. A full combo reset on the side of Peru.
And it's just Tang Jinsi holding onto the FC again. Just like the previous map, Sweet save will miss again. And now this lead is more solid red than before. And this map just does not let itself up. And Tang Jinsi will finally fall.
And that shrinks this lead. Sweet Save trading one of them back. 3,000 points in favor of Hong Kong. They don't have the accuracy to contest in the grand scheme of things. Not able to build the advantage. Zek finding the miss. Gonna drop them down below that 99% mark as Peru stabilizes ever so slightly. Half the charge still left to go. All to play for here. 1,000 points separating them as Sweet Save finds the slider break. Going to give the lead right back on over to Hong Kong. This is still way too close to call here.
Extremely close to call. The accuracy game definitely in favor of Peru. But Hong Kong have been able to edge it out just from the combo game alone, and Sweet Save finds another miss.
Still 2,000 points. Zach falls. Once again, this bottom half of the lobby has been going at it against each other. Tang Jin going to find a massive break on the build-up into this LN section, and now Peru has a bit of a lead to work with. Love trades one of them back. but a number of misses from Hong Kong give Peru a 7,000 point buffer, the largest lead we have seen in this map going into the last quarter. It is still not over by any stretch of the imagination. This chart flies off the rails here. Can Peru hang on?
Zach will be the next one to fall. The lead might actually enter 5 digits now as we see Peru might be trying to run away with it. Suisse is hitting kind of all over the place and Love has been able to support Suisse so far, but Love will find a drop. This lead's gonna shrink now. Suisse will now have to hold as they are going toe-to-toe against Tang Jinxi in terms of combo. Peru's lead is shrinking. Hong Kong might try to snatch it away from their fingertips.
4,000,
falls again. This lead
3,000.
shrinking. There's a couple of seconds left in the map.
2,000.
Can Hong Kong steal it away? But Tang Jinxi finds a miss towards the end. Have Peru just done enough? But Love trades it with Zack though. Suisse finds an accuracy drop as Love finds a couple more misses towards the end. It won't be enough. Match point Peru.
Oh my
What a
goodness,
sequence.
Everybody take a deep breath. That was a roller coaster of a pick. Peru able to edge it out at the 11th hour. Able to hang on ever so slightly, and it has been the standout man, Suisse, able to put Love in the backpack as they tried to recover, and recover they did. Able to MVP the lobby when all was said and done. Oh boy!
Oh boy. This was
Match point.
This was a step down against the United States in terms of performance, but they just did enough. They hung on to it. And they are a point from history.
Able to an opportunity to write themselves into the history books of South American 7-key history. Can they join the rest of the teams that have already booked their place? It is Peru's pick. It is the primo opportunity for Peru. You love being on match point situation on your pick, a chance to try and close this out on your terms. There are no more hybrids to go into. It has to be either a pure Rice or pure LN pick to try and close this out.
Oh boy.
I don't know about you, Rav. This has been
This crazy.
an exceptional match.
I'm a bit scared now though. The walls are closing in for Peru. The maps that are left are looking very tricky. Okay, they are going for Rice 4. And to their benefit, they have played this against the United States and they did win. Suisse had a crazy score, 971k. Love had a 938k. So falling off by about 30,000 points. Love will definitely want to improve on that.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the tale of Peru's story in this match. They picked these longer picks above that 2.5 minute mark, over 3 minutes in most cases. And it has worked out for them. They have managed to weather storms. They have managed to build advantages. And when they have the advantages, when they do find the trades, because, I mean, at the end of the day, these maps are ridiculously hard to play through unscathed. They're able to sustain enough of a buffer to avoid giving over these breakpoints. It was when they started going into these shorter maps that they didn't have enough time to withstand the onslaught from Hong Kong, and that's when those 2 points went over. But right now, Peru standing on the precipice of a finals berth. Hong Kong looking to try and stave it off as long as humanly possible. We're going into Rice for our tech pick.
And this is a very rough tech pick as well.
Suisse and Tangjin going to have a bit of a rough go through the start, but as it continues, Love going to be the next one to fall. There's very little separating these two teams as they begin to settle in. 98s and 99s across the board. The lead is going to be flickering through this introduction. It is a very long map by all accounts. And Zach and Suisse are going to find yet another trade, going to give Peru a bit more breathing room now. 2,000 points very early on can grow out of control if they aren't too careful.
Yeah, accuracy game once again favoring Peru just from Love, holding a 99.4. Zach had the highest accuracy from Hong Kong, but they did drop the combo, dropping down to 98. Suisei will find a miss, and this is going to make things interesting.
Absolutely. First quarter of the map already done. A massive drop in the score as both Tangjin and Zek begin to build in terms of their accuracy, needing to get back up to that 99% purse to make any sizable inroads in this advantage, because as Suisei and Love begin their own respective recovery runs, Tangjin and Suisei trade. And the lead swings back on over to Peru as Love falls as well. And now things go into a bit of disarray. These accuracy drops going to make some wild swings occur here as the players begin to recover. Suisei the next one to drop, and it is still way too close to call with half the map already done.
Oh, but Suisei finds another fatal miss, and this will actually swing it to Hong Kong. As Zach holding on to substantial combo. Love doing all he can, holding on to the 99.3% accuracy. Which also means that this league might actually swing towards Peru.
Absolutely, but Love finds the drop, able to keep it relatively clean, still above that 99% mark. Of 0.5% ahead of Tangjin. So once they get back over that 400 combo cap, gonna start making some inroads in this lead, but they need Suisei to find some vestige of that performance against the United States. Not able to hold on to the FC like they did against them, but needing to build back up to that 99% mark to lend some support here. They have bled over several thousand points as Love finds yet another drop on the transition, building back up into this broken stream section. A quarter of the map left to go, 8,000 points down in favor of Hong Kong as it stands here.
The problem for Love is that they are finding these individual drops, even though it's been clean, it's been everywhere, and that's been hurting them a lot. It does trade with Zach once, and that also means that this lead might swing it back to Peru. Tangjin see that was a huge drop as Zach as well. Suisei will also trade it back. It is just Love holding on to any kind of combo, but the accuracy game once again has always been favoring Peru. Tangjin C will find another drop as they find another one again. It's a 5-digit lead to Peru in the dying seconds. It might just be South American history. It might be a South American samba for Peru. Tangjin C and Zach falls, Suisei falls, Love does not crucially. And for the first time since 2019, a South American team is in the top 6, and it's Peru out of all teams. From a did not play to a top 6.
What a performance from Peru. Able to close it out. It was looking so dicey for long stretches of that chart. Neither team able to eke out an advantage, a sizable one to rest on until the very end. Tangjin and Zek finding some inopportune drops at the worst of times, right as Love and Suisei were able to build some combo. The accuracy carrying them through at the end of the day to really build out that advantage. People are going to look at that score difference and be like, wow, Peru must have been really comfortable. No, Hong Kong almost had it there.
Hong Kong definitely gave Peru a run for their money, but we do have to say goodbye to Hong Kong and say hello to Peru in the finals weekend. This is also the biggest jump from a did not play since Malaysia in 2019.
That is insane.
Malaysia went from a did not play to a 3rd place in 2022. This is the next highest jump, but did not play to a minimal top 6.
Congratulations to them. Well deserved. Very well deserved at the end of the day. But that will officially end the semifinals weekend. We have had some electrifying performances. Unfortunate not to have a tiebreaker, but I feel like the fireworks that have occurred here have more than satiated the appetite. And all that is left to do is prepare these players for what is to come. It is almost time for the finals map pool showcase. We will take our leave for now. Get ready for that as we take one final look at the bracket in the Philippines, Japan, Peru.
Oh boy.
To start off that losers bracket.
Yep, and of course the upper bracket being the two juggernauts of 7K history. And if you have no idea what I am talking about, then you probably haven't been watching 7K for a while, but those are going to be South Korea and China.
Yep, so some very exciting matches to come next weekend, but like I mentioned, we gotta show them what they're in for. So we'll take our leave for now, and we'll be back at the top of the hour for the finals map pool showcase. So don't go anywhere. Just 8 minutes from now, we will unveil the finals map pool. Till then, take care, y'all.
Another matchup.
Yeah, we don't have any time, so don't go anywhere because 2 minutes away, we may as well just stay on for this. Indonesia versus Malaysia coming up right now. Have a quick break, I guess, but we're going to be sitting here talking about this one coming up, a losers bracket match, actually. And the second round losers bracket of this week then for these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Indonesia coming up to winning against Russia, like 6-1 in the previous matchup. So this is effectively a spot for the final finals round. So Malaysia, however, did get a win by default against I believe it was Chile, which is unfortunate.
So,
which
just for anyone that doesn't know, the unfortunate situation was that Chile was not able to have enough of their players available this weekend, just in general, so they had to forfeit their match against Malaysia. So Chile not moving forward throughout this weekend, and Malaysia going to be versing Indonesia, who won against Russia. That does create a little bit of an interesting scenario where Malaysia knows about Indonesia's scores on some of these maps, but Indonesia doesn't exactly know of Malaysia's scores.
oh yeah, given they do not play their match, so all scores will be just completely concealed information.
It's going to be interesting, given especially that Malaysia has been a super strong LN team throughout this tournament, and Indonesia's kind of excelled at the same kind of skill sets, actually, overall.
Yeah, similar skill sets would be the thing that we might be getting a much closer matchup this time, I feel.
Yeah, definitely close as far as the seeding goes as well. 5-9, and also similar kind of skill sets. I'm going to be interested to see how the Protects and the Bans play out in this one. But yeah, we can see here the teams. Some very heavy hitters for both teams onto Bekasi and Neokje. Actually, on Malaysia's side, that name in particular, Neo, that is a name that should improve over time. A very late game heavy player that might end up being quite scary now that we're in the semifinals.
Yeah, there's a spot for the finals round. They definitely have to fight their wits out because having similar skill set means they're probably gonna be sharing their protects and bans, and which is kind of funny with playing long notes against who also loves long notes.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see because we might actually just see multiple Rice maps being banned. No, that sounds weird as well. Surely not.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, there's not really any clear direction I see this match going in. Either way, LN1 has been very strong pick for both teams throughout the tournament. LN4, maybe I could see Indonesia protecting LN4. Malaysia should be protecting an LN as well, though. Okay, no, Malaysia protect LN1. Indonesia protect hybrid. I'm not sure actually.
It is up in the air, yeah. Also, yeah. Speaking of which, we're also gonna have a swap of commentary because I will no longer be commentating this one since apparently we got Surfchu commentating this block. So, how you doing?
Yes.
Hello.
Welcome,
We have a fun one.
Very fun one, in fact. Here, Mifa has been fired now. So
all right,
we're being replaced by Surfchu in this commentary booth.
Well, I mean, Mifa and I will be commentating something later tonight, as far as I know.
Yeah, fired temporarily, but at least you can have your way for this particular matchup. So I'll be heading out a little for a few.
Okay. So this matchup, what do you think about it, Servchu? Because we were just kind of shooting it out there a little bit, kind of thinking about how this will play out, and I, for one, have no idea what the protects and the bans are going to look like. But looks like we're actually going to see it right away. Wait, Malaysia protecting Rice 3.
Okay, discussion. This is weird.
I did not expect that. That's not what I expected.
I mean, you two were talking about the LNs being the focus in this matchup, but like seeing the protect, I feel like Malaysia is just trying to work with their accuracy for the most part. Like remember, they did come into this World Cup without their star player, and I think them getting this far is already quite an achievement.
I mean, I guess I was thinking that Neo on Malaysia would fare better relatively on the harder maps of the pool, like the less accuracy focused, but at the same time, maybe it is their second player that also struggles on some of those.
Yeah, it's really dependent on their second player, though as far as I know, it seems like Yonhong and Z1 were capable of catching up on the LNs, which I'm pretty sure Indonesia will be taking advantage of. For the most part, they do have Onta Bikasi, they do have their superstars pretty much.
Do Indonesia ban LN1?
That would be odd. That would be really odd.
Do they protect LN4 and then ban LN1? Because that, I mean,
that would be weird.
It makes sense though somehow. Malaysia are really good at LN1. And they're also kind of good at LN4, but Indonesia are also really good at both. So it's really hard to expect what they're going to go for here. It's going to be Rice 5 actually. Hebe band is an interesting one. Maybe they're just not comfortable with the end section.
I mean, we've seen a lot of things happen on Hebe. That's pretty much the thing about this that mixed rice pick. Like the final quarter is just where all chaos would happen. Also, a dynamic that we might want to look into as Malaysia is banning Rice 1. I think that's a really good ban from them. But anyways, back to where I was. Indonesia has played the match this weekend. Malaysia, due to unfortunate circumstances, were not able to play against Chile because Chile had to forfeit their match. So Indonesia has no idea what Malaysia has.
But on the other side, Malaysia does have an idea. So Malaysia, interesting to actually ban Rice 1. I guess maybe they're just really not comfortable on that one because Rice 1 was one of the maps that Indonesia did not play. So Malaysia doesn't really have the information on that one in particular. There were some very strong performances overall from Indonesia on some of these maps, so I was thinking about maybe one of those being banned off instead from Malaysia. But it looks like a very LN-focused match might be the focus here for some of these teams.
Aside from Rice 4, this is a pretty straightforward Rice pool as well. So I think with this, the thing Malaysia has to monitor is the performance of their second player, because as you mentioned, Neo will be there.
I trust Neo to combo.
Yeah.
If I trust anyone to combo, it's that guy. So I am expecting Neo to perform fine. He will keep up with the other players, but yeah, just like you said, the second player is going to be the key point. And Malaysia picking Rice 6 right away. I think this is a very good pick actually, because this was the only point that Indonesia lost in their match yesterday against Russia.
A really good pick indeed. Trying to see, and I think with the fact that Indonesia also played this against Russia, Malaysia opening this one, I think they're confident they're able to beat Indonesia's team score from yesterday.
Yeah, that's the advantage that Malaysia has coming into this. They have directly looked, they have seen Indonesia play this map, and they have said, yeah, we can beat that team score.
Okay, so here comes Rafko and Asriel for Indonesia, and Malaysia will be having Neo and Z1 for this pick.
Yeah, the same two players that played this map yesterday for Indonesia, so that makes a lot of sense here. Malaysia I expect Neo to be playing everything at this point in the tournament.
Yeah.
And the second player maybe switching out between like Ziyuan and Yonhong, perhaps.
Neo definitely has the experience of playing every single chart in a World Cup,
Yep.
thanks to their second place finish last year.
And I mean, not even
where
just
they-
last year.
yeah.
It feels like it's been almost 10 years in a row now with Neo playing
Yeah.
every map for Malaysia.
So I think stamina won't be an issue for the most part.
He has the stamina. One of the most physically capable players in the whole tournament, for sure.
Early lead for Indonesia.
Yeah, a little bit early there. Ziyuan actually finds a miss, dropping down to 98.3. That's the huge accuracy drop. Ziyuan's hitting very, very late right now.
Yeah, it's a particularly rough start there from Z1. Asiel would have missed, but Z1 was just right there to cover. And the accuracy has already dropped to below 97%. This chart, while the patterns are pretty straightforward, like it's still 222 BPM. It's a particularly fast BPM for 7K standards.
And Z1 really struggling to keep up. It looks like the late inputs are still coming. And this now 60,000 point lead in favor of Indonesia. They are running away with it as Rafko and Neo both with the full combos, one apiece for either team.
Yeah, but as it stands, Malaysia would need a massive breakdown from Asiel. Might be even a few misses or so coming from Rafko, considering the accuracy advantage they have over Neo right now. And now we enter the final quarter of the chart where the density picks up a little bit more compared to the rest of the chart. Z1 has recovered a bit to a 99.7, but the density has been affected for the most part.
Yeah, and I mean, this one is absolutely sealed. Indonesia going to earn a very early breakpoint in this match. As Azriel and Z1 does find a bit of a trade at the end there, but not going to matter. 130,000 points in the lead. And a very strong FC for both of those top players, Rafko and Neo.
Also, look at that 200 count coming from Rafko. Unfortunate 50, but still a full combo. Meanwhile for Neo, the combo is right there. The accuracy might just need some more fine tuning, at least for the most part.
That's something that you come to expect with Neo. Full combos are there. You can always expect them. And generally, I mean, at this stage of the tournament, semifinals, being able to full combo is an extremely valuable thing to have. So definitely Neo doing his job there. But overall, the discomfort seen from Team Malaysia on that pick means that Indonesia gets an early point, and now Indonesia get their choice of map. And we do have all of the LNs and hybrids available, which is something that's very rarely seen in these tournaments.
Now, honestly, for Indonesia, like the rice might be like if they're gonna pick any rice pick, a rice stew might be something to look into. And there you go.
Okay. A very interesting order of how the picks and bans have worked out so far. We have 2 rice bans and then immediately 2 rice picks. But it makes sense for Indonesia after what they just saw on Rise 6, right? They very comfortable win for them. Malaysia struggling a little bit to keep up, so why not pick the other chord strain map of the pool right away?
Relatively slower chart, but the patterning here is a bit more, let's just say, dense. I think like lots more bracket usages in this one.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think Malaysia has to be careful with their miscounts. Again, Neo will be right there. But I think the point of concern now for Malaysia is Z1. Maybe they just needed a bit more of a warm-up, I think, going into this match. Now we're seeing Ontabikasi coming in for Azriel for the Indonesian side of your screen. All right, we begin, Little Star.
Okay, let's see how they perform on this one here. On to Bikasi, obviously a name that we're going to be expecting to see a lot as well in this match, coming in for one of the Rice picks now. And a long Rice pick at that, 3.5 minutes long. We're going to be looking to keep up the consistency and the accuracy throughout this one.
Rafko has been maintaining high mid 99.8. Well, they did drop a 200 right there, but still relatively high accuracy compared to their Malaysian counterparts. Onto Bikasi also ahead by 5 full tens from Z1 as they find their first drop as the main chorus of the song begins. And more misses coming from Z1, dropping to below 99%, and that is not exactly a good sign for this pick. There's a decent amount of charting remaining. And this one is pretty dense. Like lots of places for you to drop. Z1 hasn't exactly been finding the big chords. Their consistency on the big chords in this chart. We saw Rafko dropping their combo as well, but not much on the accuracy.
Yeah, that was a super clean miss from Rafko. Both of the accuracies on Indonesia above 99.7. And that is a team accuracy that is hard to really come back from. Neo managing to kind of hold in there, 99.65, but the miss right as I say his name. That is going to be even bigger of a lead in favor of Indonesia.
Otomikasi toe-to-toe with Rafko right now. The only full combo remaining in this room. And they're just so consistent right now. Rafko finding another drop, but as it stands, it won't really do anything aside from helping them just maybe adjust a little bit more. Like it's not really going to be affecting the lead. Like it's this sizable now.
Yeah, almost 50,000 points, and on a long map, that's really hard to come back from. Each miss that comes out from Indonesia potentially was only going to dent this like a couple thousand points. It's going to require a massive amount of misses to ever come back from this one, and it's just not looking really that possible here or feasible at all. Indonesia looking strong on their first pick.
Yeah, and this has been a really, really good run here for Indonesia. Onto Bikasi, a few patterns away from full comboing this chart. They just need to hold on and take this home. And a full team reset for Malaysia at the very end. That is unfortunate.
Super strong team score here for Indonesia. This is really, really impressive. A much better team performance than they had yesterday on this same map, in fact. Only 9 200s from Onto Bikasi with the full combo.
Alright, so it's now Malaysia's turn to pick. And I'm pretty sure if they're gonna want to exhaust the rice pool, I think they might go for rice 3 immediately. But personally, I'd want them to go for the LNs now. Like they gotta stop the bleeding.
Rice 3 was their protect, so I could see them going for that right now. It would be very, very weird to see the entire rice pool being eliminated before any of the LNs or hybrids are picked or banned.
Actually, I did forget about rice 3, but I don't think it's a pick they could go for right now.
I think Indonesia looking so sharp on the accuracy front as well. It's very dangerous to be picking something like that. So LN1 actually going to be the pick here. Something that Malaysia's been very strong on so far in the tournament. Neo in particular been absolutely eating up these inverse patterns.
Okay, so we've just seen word in the multiplayer chat that Yonhong is not going to be present for Malaysia. That is quite a blow for them this match.
Yeah, I mean, looking at kind of the logs here from the tournament server, it looks like there is only Neo and Ziyuan right here for Malaysia today. Indonesia having all 4 of their players online, it seems. So missing some of their players is Malaysia. I guess, you know, if there's any team that would be used to that, it would be Malaysia, running the 2-man team for quite a while.
Now, for Indonesia, on the other hand, seems like there's no substitutions. Though, honestly, this team, this duo that they have right now is a pretty strong LN team. Like, Onta Bikasi, obviously, one of Indonesia's best LN players ever.
I mean, you say Indonesia's. I would argue one of the best LN players when it comes to kind of these mid-game MWC level LN charts. I have seen many an Onta Bikasi map MVP in MWCs in the past.
Z1 with an early mishap really for this chart, dropping them to below 96% before they started recovering with these patterns that are a bit more movement based at least. But we see a drop here coming from Z1. Only 3 more full combos right now. Neo actually outperforming Rafko accuracy wise, and it's just right behind Onta Bikasi right now.
Yeah, the 2 LN specialists here, you would say, in the lobby, Onta Bikasi and Neo, both very, very strong when it comes to these kind of patterns. And they're showing it here. We're getting some streams now. Ziyuan not finding it comfortable, dropping down below 98% a little bit with those misses. But the other 3 players are somehow looking really comfortable on these patterns.
Rafko, interestingly enough, has the accuracy lead between the 3 full combos that we have right now. And there is still half of the chart remaining. I mix up my throw. More towards Onta Bikasi with 2 misses. Those are pretty uncharacteristic.
But doesn't really dent the score lead that much. Onta Bikasi's accuracy is still 99.4. That's very high. Enough to actually match Neo on the side of Malaysia.
But as it stands, Neo has the accuracy lead between the 2 full combos. And we only have these calmer patterns. Calmer, relatively speaking, but the reverse shields are really hard to hit.
Yeah, it's the slow inverse that really gets you sometimes, right? The fast inverse sometimes
and
can...
Rafko's combo is gone.
Oh, that's the last FC for Indonesia, at least. Still 1 FC on the table for Malaysia.
Surely they'll be able to hold on to this.
I'm gonna just not look there. Very nice team performance here for Indonesia. Overall, 99.4% just about for their 2 players. Oh, never mind. No 99.4% for their 2 players. It is going to be 99.3 instead. But Neo with the very impressive clean full combo there, going to be taking the map MVP.
Rafko, unfortunately had a LN break, which made them miss out on the full combo. Still impressive run for everyone here. Z1 scoring above a 98%, which is already one of the stronger scores that we're going to be seeing for this chart this weekend.
I mean, there's a big reason why LN1 has been banned quite a lot. It is because it is very hard. It is hard to do. It's rare to see an LN1 pick being played so well by 3 of the players in the lobby. It kind of just goes to show these are 2 LN teams.
I had first-hand experience of like back when this was being played tested. I think this was like one of those charts that I never ended up finishing. Like I only did it section by section just because of how difficult it is to string a good consistent play on this chart.
Yeah, when it comes to like these kind of things, if you really can't do those motions, it feels like you're just flailing your fingers around randomly, right?
Yeah. Anyway, speaking of a chart that I would actually flail my arms randomly, we have We
Yep.
Are Electric. Indonesia picking Malaysia's Protect. Though honestly, this is a really good pick if they're gonna gun for accuracy.
Yeah, the Protect being picked up, very interesting. But yeah, it's a short one, and it's one that's very accuracy focused. And Indonesia so far, they've had the accuracy. This is kind of like the one map of the pool where you really can't just rely on combo alone to win you it out. This one, you have to match the ratio of the other team at the same time.
So now, honestly, with Malaysia picking this, I think there should at least be some semblance of confidence for them in this start.
Yeah,
Unless that Protect was a bluff.
I expect Neo to be able to match at least one of the players on Indonesia. It's up to how confident ZU1 is. And I mean, very possible. I mean, we've seen some very strong performances on these Core Jack picks. Maybe something that might be more comfortable for some players compared to some of the other ones, like the inverse, for example.
And here we go with the dense Core Jack patterns. Everyone doing pretty fine. The main difference really between these two teams has been Z1, but a drop from dropping them to below 99%. That was a full chord being missed.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the reason why Malaysia protected it as well. Even if Malaysia doesn't have that good accuracy in relation to Indonesia, single mistakes can swing this map so much. And we did see ZU1 finding a miss, but traded out by miss again from ZU1, but it's going to end up benefiting Malaysia in the end because drops all the way down to 98.6.
Again, this pick is contingent on how the second players are going to be limiting their drops, as we see again both of these two players trading, but we're seeing a few more bigger accuracy drops from but Z1 dropping to 98.3.
Oh, it's going back and forth now. Hold on. This is getting interesting now. ZU1 and both with very similar accuracies. Ravko actually drops in accuracy a little bit, so now Neo is beating out that accuracy on the top of the screen, but ZU1 finding one more break. That one is not being traded right now, and ZU1 finds another one.
But there comes the misses coming from but the accuracy is still in Indonesia's favor. Ravko has recovered to around Neo's accuracy now.
Hang on a second,
Wait a minute.
It's traded at the end. 2,000 points, and it looks like Indonesia. Whoa, that was a chance. That was a very slight chance there for Malaysia. But one miss at the very end, and Z1 just has one too many. Those scores from the top two players are exactly the same. What the hell? 9-9-1-2. 36 points apart.
Only the 450s from Ravko. It's so funny that like the 450s is almost an equivalent to 100, and the ratio barely mattered in this case. All because of the 50s, really.
Yeah, lots of very close one there for Indonesia. Probably not a map they wanted to pick in hindsight. That was definitely something that Malaysia could have very well taken a breakpoint back on. But now 4-0 up, they win it regardless. So they're in a good position in this match so far.
So now Neo is...
Wait, wasn't this Indonesia's Protect?
Now they're... Okay, so let's coin a new term. Break Protect.
Break Protect.
Break Protect. Let's call it Break Protect.
I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a match where both teams have picked the opposite team's Protects. That has never happened as far as I am aware.
I mean, the possibility has always been there. The rules never said that if you protected it, you're the only team that could pick it. The only thing about Protect is that they cannot be banned during the ban phase of the match. So if you protect the wrong chart, it's on you.
Yeah, well, it's not against the rules, but you gotta think like what situation would this ever happen?
Yeah.
It turns out the situation is now right here, where both
So-
teams are kind of experimenting with what picks work out, I guess.
Okay, I think the best way, like, here's how we should define a break protect. So it has to be your opponent's protect. Then you pick it and you win a point on it.
Wait.
So yeah.
I just saw I just saw in the chat before it started. Rafko said, "Oh no, mind block."
Oh no.
But they protected
What?
it. He
That is
protected it though.
weird.
What?
Okay,
Oh
I
no,
think-
he's sad that that his team protected was picked. Oh well.
Well, there's
oh.
a drop from Alta Bikasi now. That is a weird drop.
The
Early
last
on,
player
but
I would
Z1
expect to drop
yeah.
first is onto Bikasi, but Z1 finding multiple drops to trade it back. It looks like Indonesia. Oh, never mind. Hang on.
Hang
Another
on.
miss. Traded back and forth here between the bottom two players, onto Bikasi and ZU1, but it looks like it ends up favoring Indonesia in the end.
I mean, anyways, back onto the mind block thing. Like Rafko with the mirror right now, I think this is one of those measures that they are taking to avoid triggering the mind block for the most part. Keeping up very well, like they have the better accuracy compared to Neo, who's still carrying a full combo as well for the Malaysian side. Onto Bikasi has recovered now to A99. This is coming from Z1, which has been a trend for the entire match. But there's another drop from Onto Bikasi. I think it might be Onto Bikasi who has some mind blocks here. Like, as it
Yeah.
appears, because this is quite uncharacteristic from one of the best LR players in the entire roster.
Yeah, I mean, Rafko looks like the mirror mod there is working wonders for him right now. Managing to hold on to this, the accuracy matching Neo, so those top two players both cancelling each other out. That's been a trend for the entire match as well so far, but oh, hang on a second, that's a bit of a messy miss there for Rafko. Traded out by ZU1 though.
And Onto Bikasi as well, that's another drop from them that puts the lead below 75,000 points, and doesn't really matter now because the margin is pretty sizable and more consecutive misses coming from Z1, pushing this to almost 6-digit levels. And surely Neo will be full. No.
Oh, don't do this. You,
Oh,
oh, you had to open your mouth just before
had
the
to
map
talk.
finished.
I just
You had to
talk.
call it. You had to talk beforehand. Nah, Neo deserved that one. That's on Surf.
And that's match point for Indonesia with their pick as well.
Yeah, interesting scores here all around. There's a lot of variation in the 200 count and the miss counts all around the board here. Onto Bikasi, despite all the misses, getting only 15 200s. I think that's less 200s than bad judgments overall.
Okay, so now for Indonesia, they could pick, I think, anything really for the most part. I would love to see either LN2, LN3 Hybrid 1 coming from Indonesia, like just to see how good their team score is going to be on those picks. Phosphor might be something to look forward, might also seal the deal considering what we're seeing from at least looking from Indonesia's point of view. Hybrid 3 might also be a really strong pick for them, especially what they're seeing from their opponents. They're pretty much open, but no, they're going for Hybrid 2.
Hybrid 2, wacky one there.
Yeah,
One
the
that
wacky
has a bit of coordination focus as well, so kind of plays in a little bit to what we just saw in LN4, but also just, you know, extremely hard to combo when it comes to the shields.
Anyways, honestly, I mean, this is still a really good pick for Indonesia for the most part. Like the ones I stated were more of just like I want to see how high they could score on those because they have the roster for it.
Yeah, are they switching out Rafko for this one?
So that is Zaciel gonna come in? Oh no, it's yeah.
I don't think I've seen play a non-Rice pick so far this tournament. I guess in some ways you could call this a Jack map. if you were to stretch the definition quite a lot.
If you just squint enough, this is a Jack map.
Yeah. Oh no, Rafko is staying in. It's onto Picassi swapping out in the end.
So one strong Rice player, one strong Island player for Indonesia. Malaysia will be sticking out with this duo, and they're gonna hope to extend their campaign by one more map. Because if they lose this, it's all over for them for this World Cup.
Let's see if Indonesia can close it out here with the clean sweep, or if Malaysia can get one on the board and mount their comeback attempt. We'll see, because we're about to see some mini jacks here, some shields coming in, and these are notoriously difficult to try and navigate, even to hold combo on. So these accuracies are going to be tanking throughout this map.
Yeah, with the first drop, giving Malaysia some hope here, but Z1 was right there trading that one miss with two. But yeah, I think we have to pay attention to those misses coming from Ye and Z1, I think.
Yeah, Yen not looking that comfortable when it comes to some of these LN patterns for sure. And oh, that's a big accuracy drop from Ye. Actually, Malaysia taking the lead by a little bit here, but remaining close.
This is really just a matter of who limits their misses. Yeah, and Z1 trading again. Neo dropping their full combo. That's unfortunate. Rafko though, with a really good FC.
It's a big issue there for Malaysia. Strong accuracy for Rafko, much higher than Neo now with that miss. And Z1 repeated misses once more. Yeah, has managed to kind of stabilize a little bit more. High 97s, while Z1's dropping down to the low. So 22,000, and both of the players in Malaysia missing.
Yeah, that's a full team reset coming from Malaysia. Neo has also dropped below 99%. And the patterns here are going to be relatively lighter now. Not much of an opportunity really for any major drops now. Rafko conceding a few 200s, but that isn't really gonna matter, as Indonesia will be sealing their 6th point, securing the sweep, and advancing to the finals weekend. And I think that's for the first time since 2022, if anyone could fact check me.
I definitely cannot right now. I'll have to go and check that one later, but absolutely strong performance here. Rafko with the full combo once again, been an extremely impressive player throughout the entire tournament. Absolute consistency machine there. And Indonesia pulling off that sweep. Malaysia gonna be eliminated here in top 8, while Indonesia managed to break into that top 6. Very exciting matchups are being lined up right now for next week. We are going to be seeing Indonesia face the loser of China versus Philippines, which I think is going to be an absolute banger match.
Actually, I've been looking into it. Like, I think the last time Indonesia even got this far in MWC 7K was in the late 2010s.
Oh,
I'm taking a look. I'm taking a look at the other World Cups.
They have been on fire. It is no longer just Onto Picassi charging ahead in this squad. Onto Picassi is not even the MVP machine this year. It is the other players on Indonesia stepping up massively alongside him, and that's really paying off here.
Okay, I just got word. That is Indonesia's first finals weekend appearance since 2017.
That was 8 years ago. What? the heck?
Yeah.
Why is 2017 8 years ago?
Why?
Why? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But we actually have 3 more matches later today, being started off with China versus Philippines. That's going to be in 1.5 hours, just about, at 12 UTC.
Yep.
Of course, we actually have not just 2 that are shown here, but we have 1 more as well. That last one going to be the winner of Hong Kong and Germany facing off against Peru for that last slot in the top 6.
Yeah. And I think this and with that matchup as well, I think Germany is like the last European team left in this World Cup. Peru, the last team from the Americas as well. So it's just like this might be one more continent eliminated from contention to win the entire thing after, or maybe 2 after this week ends. But first things first, though, about an hour and a half, as you mentioned, a very storied matchup, which pretty excites me for the most part.
Yeah, very big name countries for sure, China and Philippines. Staples in the podium. Staples, we expect to see these 2 teams in the top 3 almost every year for the past, however many years it's been. But only one of them is going to manage to secure that podium today. The other one is going to have to fight through a terrifying looking Japan and Indonesia in that losers bracket.
Well, we're gonna save most of our words once we step back in the booth later at 12 UTC.
Yeah.
That's going to be a pretty exciting one. The last time that they did play together, we were the ones commentating it.
Wait, when was that? I can't remember.
Last year's final.
Yeah, it has to be last year, right?
Yeah,
it's every year.
But anyways, before we go on a break, and before we take too long in closing this one out, just a reminder that the OC Mania 7K World Cup 2025 team support banners are up on the OC store. If you want to support your country or your favorite player's country, you may do so by buying a banner. It will be appearing on your profile, and if you just happen to purchase the winning team's banner, it will stay on your profile until the next World Cup. In addition, you can buy multiples of the same banner, multiple banners of different countries. It doesn't really matter. If you just want to support the World Cup, please do so.
Yeah, of course, go check those out. Have a bit of a break, and we will see you guys in an hour and a half. So bye.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to this Mania 7K World Cup 2025. We're now the new day. It's going to be last few matches coming forward for today, and this is going to be a little bit of a, 1 hour for this particular block. Especially, we got a winners bracket match coming up here: South Korea versus Japan. One of the few anticipated matches after we saw some ridiculous performances from like the last few rounds. I'm me finally joining in with the Tennessee Man. How's it going?
Yeah, back for another day, and we're going to be seeing our first winners bracket match of the weekend, and none other than South Korea versus Japan. This is a really exciting one. South Korea, of course, they've been South Korea. They've been super, super strong. Expected to be one of the teams to definitely be in that grand finals matchup. But Japan has also been performing very, very well, particularly in the Rice. I think pretty much every week Japan has gotten like about 4 team number 1s on the statistics sheet, if you've been keeping track of those. So they have been performing kind of crazy when it comes to that accuracy.
Yeah, well, Japan has been like kind of the standout for most of the Rise picks that they actually play. You got a few number ones in most instances, but now we get a little bit of a Japan, the obvious protect in the world.
Yep. Rise 3 is Japan's territory. They have been getting number 1 just pretty much every week on it. As
Exactly.
that is their most comfortable pick, but I think the problem for Japan in this matchup is South Korea is really good at every single pick. So even though Japan is super good at the Rice, Korea is going to punish hard when it comes to these LN picks, and we can already see LN4 Protect, that's the one that Japan is going to be really uncomfortable with, you have to imagine.
Yeah, that's the one discussion that we already actually gave it away, that we saw LN4 being protected. We kind of consider LN1 but in specifics, but considering Japan's scores has been pretty stellar on walls.
These protects and bans have gone out like exactly what I said before, like 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago.
Yeah, Japan protecting Rise 3, South Korea protecting LN4, and banning Rise 6. Rise 6 was the only map that South Korea has lost in the tournament so far.
Exactly the same.
And yes, LN2. Okay.
Wow, okay. That's exactly the exact same for protects and bans that we already talked about. We talked about before the stream starts, and we're kind of happy that the match goes in one direction. So we're agreeing on that.
Japan has been struggling just generally. Their players are not entirely comfortable when it comes to like the high density LNs, but for whatever reason they've been performing super well on LN1. So that's the reason why they haven't been banning LN1 like the other teams have so far in this tournament. But,
there you go.
Oh, there we go. We're wasting no time. We are starting with some very high scores. I'm expecting to be blown away by some of these ratios that we see from all 4 players, no less.
All 4, exactly. I mean, given this is the protect that Japan have been so far in a tournament, it always has been core jack protect, but they have to be very extra careful since your opponent is not. It's South Korea is your opponent. But, yeah, you can just maybe just outact at some point, but it's also Japan's pick, Japan's strengths in a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean, Japan is super strong. If Japan don't mess up, then I do favor them very slightly. But when I say favor them, I mean like it's going to be within 1,000 points between these two teams if they both play at their best potential. So I think like 1 or 2 200s even would count as a critical mistake in a map like this.
It is definitely a fatal mistake. Any sort of 200 non-300s are fatal. Even if you drop too many 300s, it could also be considered fatal for Japan and South Korea.
And I mean, that's not even mentioning a miss. If a team misses, it's over. I think in a map like this, it's 2 minutes long as well. It's not even that long. It is going to hurt the score so much. And this is going to be Rainley off to a little bit of a worse start. This is going to be a bit harder to recover from because everyone else is holding 99.9s. The slightest advantage here. Kalkai with the 99.98. The highest in the lobby. It's Butanic managing to catch up though, 99.96, and Rainley's managing to hit that 99.9. So this is less than 1,000 points as we're already a third of the way into the map.
Core jacks are so easy to bad chain and maybe rush a few 300s, so any mistake will kill you.
And look at that Butanic and Kalkai finding a miss just before the break.
That is huge. That is definitely what Japan needs here.
That gives a nice buffer for Japan. They've caught up in the accuracy as well. Rainley above 99.9 now. And Butanic holding the best in the lobby. They just need to hold on to these combos.
It gets a little bit denser on the second half of it, so you might have to maybe consider toning down a little bit on the, I guess, not getting too hard on accuracy.
And Rainley caught up with Dresser just about now. Accuracy lead in Japan's favor.
It just seemed to me that Dresser is only staying still with a 99.82 so far throughout the course of the map.
Yeah, Rainley's judgments are definitely much tighter. You can see the hit error bar at the bottom there. Maybe like an early 200 even for Rainley at the start. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm interested to see what the scores are for Butanic because
okay,
999.2.
What are these
I believe
ratios?
like 36? 36!
Oh, 36.
Exactly.
Oh
on the
my
dot.
god, wait,
No
hang on.
no miss, no 200.
If there was,
only
hang
one
on a
miss.
second. If there was no miss, that would have been, wait, doing the calculations.
168 300s versus 163.
300. Yeah, 5 300s difference between the two teams. Japan would have won it by like 200 points, maybe.
200. Just that's a lead. That's a lead, but
That's nothing.
That's nothing. Yeah, exactly. Only 9 too, by the way.
99k for 999k for Butanic once again, absolutely crushing it the entire tournament on these core jack picks. That's why they protect it.
It is their strength in a nutshell, but that is a definite win for Protect for Japan. So South Korea have to respond with their Protect, maybe. I don't know.
Does South Korea want to go back with their Protect right away? They could if they wanted to, but I feel like all those LN picks that are left up should favor South Korea quite a bit. Japan, I mean, Butanic has been super strong with all these LN picks, but they've kind of struggled a little bit with both of their players, like their second player really keeping up. Especially when it comes to South Korea, you expect South Korea to have both their players firing on all cylinders right away.
Yeah, it depends on the team members, I guess. It may be. It seems like synonymous to whether or not they would protect, or I guess they would pick any of the long-term picks. But given their coordination is their Protect, so I'm not too surprised.
I do think though, however, for Japan, like they have a bit of a wild card when it comes to the LN being like Suzuha. As we get like later into the tournament, Suzuha is going to relatively improve. I think he does scale very well into late game. Wait, whoa, hang on.
Oh, mini tiebreaker.
Hybrid.
Okay.
Hybrid 3 coming out for South Korea. One of the harder maps of the pool, the longer one as well. And this one's going to act as a bit of a mini tiebreaker, as you said. But I'm not sure if this benefits South Korea as much as any of the LN picks. I think Japan scales very well into some of these harder hybrid picks.
Well, so does South Korea. Apparently with their
yeah.
hybrid scale very well.
I'm not saying they don't. South Korea, I mean, probably the best scaling team in the whole tournament, but I have to be at least somewhat wary of Butanic and Suzuha in particular on Team Japan.
This is a toss-up. I do expect LM to come out this early for South Korea, but I guess not. Maybe hybrids will be testing the waters a little bit on how they would fare on the hybrids in particular.
I guess that would make sense for South Korea to eventually have to protect this at some point during the match. So just a case of order in some ways.
All right, yeah, Suzuha definitely showing have a stronger performances on most of the hybrids, and definitely scale very well in the late game, like you said before.
Yeah, I mean, Suzuha is not much of an AC player in particular, but definitely like a very high physical capability.
And as long as you get the consistency of it, shouldn't matter too much.
And we're going to get a nice and kind of mostly uneventful, like, first minute here.
Just anchors.
I mean, yeah, it's a few tricky, like, little rolls here and anchors, bit of LNs, but it looks like none of these players, except for Suzuha, actually finding a little bit of a drop there, but not dropping in accuracy too much. Still at that 99.7 just about.
Yeah, overholding that one LN, like, one of them. So that is pretty clean draw, all things considered.
It's only 2,000 points in the lead for South Korea, not much whatsoever. Joseph and Butanic right now tying each other in terms of that accuracy.
Just one-on-one, 1v1s here, all across the board. Once we get to the more meteor section, it's gonna change.
Yeah, we're going to expect to see a lot of accuracy drops now in this section, and Suzuha finding the first break out of everyone once again. Still 3 full combos, but Kalkai does trade that one.
Kalkai does trade. Butanic also dropped a few 200s on the side too, 99.7 now. Dresslin is only one, like an 9.8.
back to the two 1v1s, as you said before, one full combo, I should say, actually. Butanic does find the miss, but Kalkai does trade it right back out, so that is neutral until he misses again.
Still clean. That's also a traded drop too, but surprisingly Suzuha dropped like 9.2, so the lead might actually go towards South Korea for a fair bit there.
Yeah, but there's Dresser. Last full combo is gone, and this lead is going to stay very close, but both players in Japan missing. Everyone's missing back and forth, but it seems to favor South Korea very slightly so far.
Kalkai missing again, Butanic dropping as well, so no shifting in the lead. Coming to the break. I'm scared for the LM section next though.
LN section should be favoring South Korea at the end of this map for sure. That's what you should expect at least. And right now, no one is matching Dressurf's accuracy. Kalkai is similar to Suzuha right now, but Dressurf is the one that's keeping this keeping South Korea in the lead.
Lead still stays exactly the same as before the first drop kicks in. Now we're entering the LNs right after this build-up.
Yeah, these are the sections now that relatively South Korea should be more comfortable at. Suzuha does find one miss. It's a clean one though, but not traded out from the side of South Korea just yet.
Gaining accuracy, but Kalkai drop. That's a fair trade for against Suzuha there, but that's only a 5-digit lead. Goes to South Korea.
Yeah, lead is growing over time as everyone maintains their accuracy. Butanic dropping a little bit down to 99.4. Dressurf dropping down accuracy a little bit as well. And Kalkai finding a second miss. That's not enough though, as Butanic does trade it.
Every single miss is traded over. It's always definitely not a shift in the lead.
Yeah, these like weird LN burst patterns are really tripping up Butanic throughout this map. That is where he's been finding those misses, and it looks like South Korea, they're going to secure their point. Fairly close in the middle there, but that LN section absolutely benefited them.
Both Suzu and Butanic pretty much has the similar scores all around. Just almost beats out Kalkai's score, but the standout here it seems to be Dresser with 986k, seems like.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you said. Look at the three other players. Kalkai, Suzuha, Butanic are all like 1,000 points apart.
The amount of slider breaks that Kalkai has, too, that even almost a better ratio than Dresser there.
There's a Dressurf difference.
Good pick for South Korea there, although it doesn't win by that much, but it's still a decent pick from them.
Yeah, looking good so far. Of course, South Korea once again in one of the more difficult picks of the pool. And now Japan, they're going to get the option to go for what I expect to be Rice 2, perhaps?
It could go with Rice 2, but there's also has a relatively longer length of a dead score tree.
I'm kind of thinking between like maybe Rice 1 or 2.
Yeah, maybe at some point they have to pick it.
I mean, they have to be picking all of them at some point. So I guess in some ways it doesn't matter that much. But Rice 2 is going to be the one to come out first.
It just seems to me they really want to go to such high lengths to making sure they have to sharpshoot as best as they can, since their opponents can rival them in ratio.
And it's also just the kind of patterning that the Japanese players are just more used to, right? Both of these players, Butanic and Ren, really coming from BMS, that kind of background.
Yeah, BMS, LR2. Most charts are definitely on the, I guess, more on the weirder side, more brackety, more unorthodox patterning. This seems to fit the bill. Except in the, I guess, intermediate tournament, you have to go and sharpshoot them. So it's another different matter entirely.
Yeah, we might be seeing some relatively high ratios once again on this map. Another fairly straightforward, as far as the snapping is concerned, definitely not straightforward as the patterning.
Yeah, relatively popular pick for I guess from the previous matches so far. But yeah, we've seen like about like 100% pick rate for this one too. So fairly decent to gauge the physicality of dense core streams in particular.
Yeah, also fairly long, almost 3.5 minutes. So even if there is a clean miss here or there, it is possible to manage to come back from that using your ratio alone. We'll see if that ends up happening. Actually, very early miss from Kalkai.
Not after the 400, so the drop might not be that significant. But against Japan, you don't want to drop anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely not. I'm a rice pick at that as well. Look at the accuracies right now. Dressurf and Rainwilly both tied. It's Butanic that's ahead of the curve.
It just seems to be pretty consistent, I guess.
That's
Once this time goes on. Oh, Kalkai, second drop.
Yeah, that one's going to matter quite a lot more, actually. That's going to tank the lead a fair amount, as I'm just interested in how Butanic's holding this. 99.95.
I just don't want to look at it.
Yeah, Rainwilly does actually drop the accuracy down to 99.7, but it's still close enough to Dressurf, and Kalkai finding another miss as well. Japan is going to be in a little bit more of a comfortable lead, but still not in the 5 digits just yet, so it could flick back really quickly. And this is some client shenanigans going on.
Yeah, exactly. Just wait. Okay, there you go. That
Dressurf did miss. Wait,
no. Okay. It takes a while.
Don't bait me like that, client.
Hey, but at least that's quite a decent lead going for. Now that's a drop.
Now that's a miss actually from Dressurf. So no full combos on South Korea. Still 2 on Japan, and Kalkai misses again.
5 drops against none from Japan. That goes without saying. That this is their strength.
Japan are looking dominant on these Rice maps. This is crazy.
I mean, who would have guessed that this is their bread and butter?
Yeah, in their comfort zone for sure. Dressurf does find one more miss. It's looking like, even though we still have a third of the map left, we can just kind of see the difference in comfort managing to hold on to these combos. And the accuracy well in, or actually not even that much in favor of Japan, just a little bit in favor of Japan.
I mean, so far the misses from South Korea has been like particularly clean. Like, there's 4 drops from Kalkai and 2 drops from Dresser. It's still at 99.8. You kind of wonder what the ratio is going to be for Kalkai though.
Yeah, Kalkai's been holding some very strong ratio to maintain like the same accuracy as most of the other players, despite those misses here and there. But 18,000 points on a map this long, we just don't have enough time really for this to have a comeback unless we see a full meltdown. But Japan, of course, not planning on that anytime soon. And this is a ridiculous team score.
For both of these teams, not just Japan, since considering the drops from South Korea, this is still a monstrous performance.
Butanic got a 99.9.
99.9, the
1/200.
Wait, South Korea's ratio are...
Wait, what is South Korea's ratio? Oh my god.
204, 230. That beats out Butanic's score, beats that ratio, but
these are some crazy accuracies. What's going on in this lobby?
All single digits. Do you love to see it?
But the double FC wins at the end of the day. 0 misses to 7, and Japan very, very solidly and confidently taking their second Rise point. They are keeping up with South Korea in this match so far.
Yeah, that's definitely a much more comfortable win, because 7 drops against 2 FCs from Japan, it definitely helps them.
It's like Kalkai maybe with some keyboard issues. Maybe
Looks
explaining
like,
a couple of those misses.
Looks like Kalkai has a spare keyboard for that.
You gotta come prepared.
Alright, South Korea's pick now. The hybrid wasn't particularly convincing, at least for the win, even though it's like 20,000 point difference.
It does feel like they were bailed out quite a lot by that LN, like full LN section at the end of the map. So, I mean, the other hybrids maybe that doesn't have that long of an LN section might not favor South Korea as much. I mean, I think either way, they would want to be picking into the LN straight away right now. They cannot afford to give off a break point in this match.
Oh, South Korea's gonna get their tactical timeouts, seems like.
Might be related to the Kalkai keyboard issue, I suspect. It could be just them giving some time to make sure all of the hardware is in order.
Yeah, hopefully no funny business with their respective hardwares. No relative like input drops or electricity issue or whatever. That happened yesterday, I guess.
And I guess they can also use this time to decide what they want to pick. I guess which of the LNs they should pick would be what I would be deciding here. It depends if they want to pick their Protect early, like right now, might be a good idea, or if they want to save it until the very end.
I would expect LN1 to be the last thing they would pick.
Yeah, I mean LN3 seems like a good option as well.
Yeah,
so they're gonna
it
go
is
for it now.
I guess the next best option after LN4. And yeah, we're getting to see Suzuha or Misa depending on their average performances, maybe.
Yeah, and I'm only seeing Misa coming in.
Okay.
And
Alright.
YZ as well for South Korea. So 2 player swaps.
Oh, Misa's not here again. I don't know. It depends on whether or not you are comfortable with tornado patterns in the intro.
Oh, it's going to be Suzuha actually coming in for this one. It's Suzuha and Misa, like the 2 kind of LN players for Team Japan. But I guess switching out depending on the individual map. And as we get later on into the tournament, I expect to see Suzuha coming out a bit more, having that higher physical ceiling, you would say.
Yeah, a little bit more of a higher skill ceiling for most of the late game charts in general.
But some of these, like the tornado patterns, as you said before, those are the patterns that I expect would benefit South Korea the most, as we did see Japan struggle on some of those, kind of like stair burst patterns in the Hybrid 3 before.
Yeah, like Botanic has, both of Japanese does not look like having fun with that.
Yeah, rough start for both of the Japanese players there on those exact patterns that we were just talking about as well.
I mean, luckily there's only that one pattern in the intro. The rest is just density.
Well, density generally should favor South Korea as well, as we saw in the hybrid as well. But keeping it close so far, the accuracies have managed to recover quite well for Japan, back above 99%.
Yeah, relatively like a 5-digit lead for South Korea, just on sheer accuracy alone. 99.7 for both YC and Kalkai.
It could flick still quite fast. It's only 10,000 points, and in a short map like this, that can change very, very quickly.
Still staying in the 5 digits.
Yeah, 2 FCs to technically 0, but those combos on Japan may as well be FCs, so those were very, very early misses. And IZ, weird place to find a miss.
There goes 1 FC, only Kalkai is left.
And that did do a significant amount of damage, despite being a clean miss. That score lead did dip quite a lot, and never mind. Japan.
That's rough.
They eat dirt a little bit on that pattern going into this last section, and now South Korea in a commanding lead towards the end of the map.
The lead just skyrockets to about 27,000 point lead now. And that just, taking into account why it recovered very nicely after the miss earlier.
And it looks like there's no coming back from this one. 30,000 points. Japan still holding the 99%, but it's not enough against 99.6. and still the full combo on the table for South Korea as well.
Yeah, just only this one pattern left, and looks like Kalka is going to be taking home with the full combo here.
Yeah, I mean, the keyboard switch worked, it seems.
Exactly as you stated, the ratio is just seemingly higher for South Korea there. Only one slider break, not even an actual miss by itself.
Yeah, and just too many misses for Japan in some of those sections. 986 for both of the South Korean players. That's hard to beat.
The response has been looking pretty great so far for South Korea. This is definitely a much more convincing win for going to venture into LNs rather than hybrids. So definitely a good one.
Yeah, good pick in the end there. Japan now, they are already kind of running thin on their picks here. 3 rice maps left.
Oh, Heeb. All right.
Oh, wow. Okay, Hebe coming out.
Okay, Japan is relatively okay on most. They played like revolutionary anima like on the last round's pick against Indonesia before. They did fine, but this one is fairly different in the intensive approach. The spikier pattern starts at the last 20 seconds or so. It's just straight up forward stream and it's all bracketing shenanigans over there.
Yeah, I mean, the brackets at the end of the map, yeah, you made good point there, because Japan is very good at brackets, so that might kind of be in their comfort zone a little bit, that very hard part at the very end of the map. Maybe that's where they're trying to capitalize on. But of course, just it being a rice map in general means they do have to win this one regardless.
Yeah, being extra careful wouldn't hurt at all. Hey, it looks like you're getting Dresser back in.
Yeah, Joseph and Kalkai, Rain Lily and Butanic, the 4 rice players in the lobby, coming back in. And we'll see another, I mean, 2.5 minutes is about average length.
For most, yeah. I
Yeah,
guess
nothing too crazy here, but we'll see if this one plays out the same as the other ones, because this one is definitely less straightforward of a map. Much more twists and turns in this one than compared to the other 2 rice maps that we saw.
it definitely has the funny edge spike. Oh, Dresser with the miss on the mini jack on the column 2.
Yeah, early miss there. That was a clean one, of course, just being on the mini jack there. And before that 400 combo mark, so not going to be a big lead at all for Japan.
Hopefully it's just that mini jack drop that Dresser has. Because so far, that is not a concern. That should not be anybody's worry on the intro.
Yeah, only 3,000 points, but oh, Kalkai now finding a miss. That's both the full combos gone for South Korea.
That drop is kind of harsh too, from like 99.9 to 99.5.
Yeah, and the accuracy is still looking very good on the side of Japan as well, winning in the accuracy and the combo now. 11,000 points in the lead.
Yeah, they have the lead by a 5-digit here, but we're not entering in the second half just yet. The patterns already have more solid rhythmic structures here.
And over time, I do expect the South Korean players to increase their accuracy. Rain Lily, big drop! Down to 99.3. That was from 99.8 before, so accuracy might just be tied up between the 2 teams now.
The lead goes to nothing.
Oh, and Rain Lily's still not at 400. It's going to South Korea by less than 1,000 points. Rain Lily needs this accuracy to increase fast.
Rain Lily needs to brace themselves because the ending is about to take place here.
Oh my god, the accuracy is so important here. Combo's just about tied.
Watch out, Kalkai! Watch out. These patterns right here. It's a make or break. Kalkai dropping twice there.
Lead starting to go back towards Japan, but still mistakes can be made. Here's the bracket section.
Brexton here is gonna favor Japan a whole lot more here.
But no one's missing on it.
No one's missing, but except more drops from Rain Lily's side actually. 99.4. The lead's cut down.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
1,000 points. Hang on. Don't drop anything now.
Is it now? Is it?
I'm holding my breath. Okay, remember that.
Okay.
Oh
The
my
difference
god.
still staying put. That might have been an accuracy drop by Rain Lily over there, but it definitely wasn't enough to shift the lead. That is a point.
And Butanic again, full comboing another ice map in a row, another MVP with the 993.
Kalkai with 199.
Yeah, ratios still on South Korea's side are absolutely insane, but Japan is winning it with the combos, the consistency on these rice.
That is a very dodgy pick for getting the lead back up from the ending.
And oh my god, it is staying put. Tied game still.
Yeah, South
At
Korea's
least so
pick
far.
now.
Yeah, no break points in the match, and South Korea is going to want to keep that going. I would think now is the LN4 time. I mean, they could pick LN1 if they want, but I'm not sure if it's the time to be taking too much risks yet.
They still had the hybrid. There you go. They're going with Osu Original. Back to back Osu Original. This is gonna be spicy because as far as this hybrid goes, it's just generally density, or just as generic as it gets for patterns. So no funny business in weird tornado patterns like we saw in Longer 3 before.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. The weird tornado patterns were exactly where South Korea was finding their biggest advantages in all of their picks so far. This one being more straightforward. Maybe Japan is more comfortable holding close scores on this one.
Yeah, YZ comes back in to replace Dresser back when the LN3 pick was up.
I still do expect this to be a comfortable map for South Korea to play though.
Yeah, just praying that when Kalkai said that it's more of a keyboard issue when they played for Heeb earlier. Hopefully that does not happen here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. South Korea can't be affording many mistakes themselves on their own picks. Because maybe Japan, if they're playing a little bit better on a hybrid such as this, it could happen.
Sousa with a rocky start on the accuracy at the below 99s, but now recovering very nicely.
This one having a lot of chord stream element as well. That's exactly what Japan wants, and Kalkai
Kalkai
finds the first miss.
Oh no! That must have been a keyboard input issue there. That was a very, very weird miss on that one.
Yeah, and drops the accuracy now. Suzuha and Kalkai both tied in the accuracy. YZ and Butanic also tied. It's only the combo. Those two combo breaks are the entire lead right now. And I think South Korea, over time, might just claw that back with the accuracy.
Yeah, it might claw back in accuracy. Kalkai needs to hang on to dear life with that accuracy. That accuracy needs to gain. And
oh
no!
Like that, though.
That's a drop again on that one too. Only one drop in the side of Kalkai.
This lead is going to stay put. 6,000 points still. Very close between the two teams. No mistakes can be afforded either way. But Japan is absolutely keeping up so far.
This Susa recovered very nicely at the below 99 to 99.6 right now, rivaling with Kalkai's at the very least with 3 drops in total for Kalkai.
Oh my god!
Oh no, why is it not dropping on the releases?
Oh, such an unfortunate place to miss. You let up your nerves just for a second on the slow part. And that's going to give Japan a little bit more of an edge. Still only 6,000 points. Hang on a second.
The lead's dropping a little bit. There's a drop down to 99.5, Butanic 99.6.
Yeah, I mean, look at Kalkai's accuracy now. It's at 99.6 now. Kalkai's fully recovered that accuracy, and it's going to start pulling back the lead.
YZ is trying so hard at the 99.7 of the LNs here. Lead's cut down to 4,000 now.
Oh my god, it's shrinking over time. I think there might be enough time if it continues it like this. South Korea might be able to have enough to claw it back.
They still have the last quarter, 3,000 now. It's gonna drop ever so slightly towards South Korea here.
There can't be any 200s. Any significant accuracy drop for either side could swing this lead. 2,000 points.
Now. They're running out of time here. Japan needs to get that accuracy back up here. 1,000 point lead.
Oh, it cannot afford to dip any lower for Japan. South Korea almost actually taking it back.
It's gonna ship again.
This might
it's gonna ship again.
3-digit
lead.
Oh my god.
Oh no, it's gonna call back into South Korea now. Oh no, it's gonna drop back to South Korea.
Oh my god, wait, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Wait.
Oh no, wait. Oh my god.
114 points.
114 points.
That's a double FC.
Oh my god. That's the incredible score difference for Japan, holding on to dear life with double full combos against none from South Korea. That accuracy is helping South Korea, but it was not enough.
That's insane to pull out a double FC at this stage of the map on your opponent's pick. And 114 points, the first break point of the match. And hang on a second, Japan, now's your opportunity.
They have the opportunity to make that 3-point lead against South Korea by just basically winning any of the 2 rice picks remaining.
They can just win now. They can win both rice picks. If they do that, they will win the match. But easier said than done. South Korea's had the better accuracy on so many of these rice picks so far, and now, this is a risky one now.
This is dangerous. 4. I mean, at this point, they have to pick either Rice 1 or Rice 4. Both of them are not safe.
I mean, Japan is picking both the Rices. That is a guarantee. But
oh god, Dresser's coming back in for... actually, they're replacing Kalkai this time.
Yeah, first time YZ is going to be playing one of these rice picks, and I mean, if I know YZ for anything, he is really good at holding combo. Consistency gamer.
I'm just gonna be putting at least one joker because at least they don't play with random bots for this one. Not in the previous show match I gave you earlier.
Imagine busting out the random mod in a match like this at this time.
Make the jump trails at spacebar.
But this one, oh my god, this one has so much potential for misses, potential for chokes throughout the entire map. The 3-minute long tech map.
I mean, for a song that is decided to get a potential match point, this song is very eerie.
But also a perfect opportunity for South Korea to tie it up back once more. They can come back into this game at any point.
They really need to watch out because a drop can be lethal for a technical like this. Rain Lily is the first drop from Japan.
Now South Korea with an early lead. We haven't seen that much in the match. Rain Lily with another one. That's a messy drop down to 99.3.
You gotta have better watch out though because it's still like first quarter in. We're not even there yet.
There is time to recover from this though. But 9,000 points. Oh, it's gonna grow.
Oh, God. 3 drops in total. This is already a 5-digit lead to South Korea here. This is looking very good for South Korea.
Yeah, Japan is going to need South Korea to make some mistakes if they want to come back in this one now. YZ and Butanic both holding each other's scores. Dressurf, though, with the full combo, beating out Rain Lily.
At least the rapid jump trails is not gonna cause anyone trouble. No, Butanic and YZ actually.
The 2 highest scores going. That favors Japan a little bit because YZ did drop a little bit more accuracy on that one, but not enough. It's still going to be 15,000 points in favor of South Korea. We're halfway through now. Butanic finds another miss.
Oh no. 17,000 point lead. South Korea had built up a decent lead so far. We're now entering the second half now.
And 20,000 points is going to be very hard to come back from unless Japan manages to full combo the rest of the map.
So far, the sub is looking good there. Trust of replacing Kalkai because Kalkai has been the one to have more drops on the side on the South Korea. So definitely a good call.
Yeah, I think Kalkai keyboard issue is definitely a part of that. But now it is the consistency on the side of South Korea for once. They are the ones with the higher combos. And accuracy as well. Both YZ and Dresef, the highest 2 accuracies in the lobby.
YZ has how much higher accuracy even with 1 drop.
Oh, and another miss from Butanic. This feeling like it's gonna be a bit too much to come back from, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a trader's breakpoint, so we might be looking right back at where we started.
And we will see it last parts of this map. 25,000 points in the lead, and even if there's a few misses here, there's just not enough time for the score to really switch over. South Korea with a really convincing breakpoint right back. After that 100-point difference, South Korea just say, no, let's come back in this right now. Breakpoint traded.
Oh boy, that is definitely a much needed win for South Korea to get back into the game.
Two 99.5 scores in this accuracy for South Korea. YZ with only 2 200s.
Yeah, lowest accuracy being 99.5. That just tells you how crazy this lobby is.
Any other match, that's the highest accuracy. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's much information that you all need for a winner's bracket match, no less.
But this is it. South Korea, they're coming back now. They get the next pick. They could tie this up 4-4. They still have their protect. Important to note here, they have not picked LN4 and do not pick the hybrid. South Korea, please do not pick the hybrid. That would be a silly idea after what just happened.
That hybrid is also even funnier because technical hybrid is the one that is just a random dice roll because of how very difficult the patterns are. No, they did not. They did not just go with that.
They're leaving their protect till the very, very last moment. LN1 is going to be ignored in this match. That is guaranteed at this point.
I'm concerned. At the very least, it's not. It's just still YZ and Dresser playing.
Yeah, we are seeing YZ and Dresser, Butanic and Suzuha coming in once again. But I mean, this one, Japan are looking really good at the hybrids. That's just what I'm thinking right now. But I guess to South Korea's credit, this is much more technical. This is much trickier to be able to combo. And I mean, if we're looking at technical picks, they just convincingly won that Tech Rice.
It's a definite 180 turn in terms of hybrid approach. This one is so much different than Foxglove, for example.
And this is going to be an interesting one to see. I don't really know how this is going to play out. I guess the one constant that we have been seeing, South Korea should be getting a bit higher accuracy. So in that regard, they'll come out ahead, but it's up to the misses really between the two teams. It's up to Butanic and Suzuha to prove once again that they can keep up with these hybrids.
Still up in the air on who's actually going to be taking this one. I have no clue since this pick is crazy.
Bit of coordination focus in some of these parts of at the start here, which might not be super comfortable for Japan, but again, maybe not the hardest coordination either in the world.
We've seen like mini checks like this.
Yeah, it's those shields that are going to be the real key point of this map.
The shield. It just makes you so nervous to whether or not you miss time shield.
And you can see Japan tanking some accuracy. Butanic and double miss from them. Oh, this is looking super good for South Korea right now. Jessup does find a pretty decent sized miss, but it's not going to be enough to cancel out the double from Japan earlier.
In fact, he just keeps going to South Korea. Look at accuracies go.
Yeah, these LN patterns, these weird LN timings definitely favoring South Korea overall. And Butanic finding another miss here. This is going to grow this lead.
Yeah, it's looking fairly solid there. 24,000 point lead to South Korea. Yeah, it's building up. Dresser with another drop, but that's only a 30,000 point lead. Quite hard to reach.
Yeah, it's a fairly big lead now. Because it's only been Dresser trading with Butanic right now, and the accuracy well in favor of South Korea. Suzuha does find another miss as well. YZ still on the full combo. And the highest accuracy in the lobby, no doubt.
Yeah, it's just winding down after this at this point in the game, and it's just a very, very solid win for South Korea.
Yeah, this one going in their favor for sure. And now it is going to be a tied match once again, 4-4.
Right back where we started. It is now best of 3.
And YZ with the full combo, the only one in that one. Best accuracy as well by quite a margin. 12 200s compared to everyone else. Very low.
Boy, this is it now. Japan has to pick the last prize pick, otherwise it's death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of this match is very clearly laid out. Rice 1 pick for Japan, LN 4 pick for South Korea. But this is definitely now, at this point of the match, it's starting to feel like South Korea has the edge. This is the key pick. South Korea is expected to win their LN4 after this, so Japan has no choice. They have to win this pick right now.
Good reminder that this pick is just wild. 336 speed delay-ish chart. You can expect to have random misses anywhere.
Very, very possible, but also, as a side note, Japan has been very, very good on the Rice 1 pick so far this tournament. I expect this to be, I wouldn't say comfortable for Japan, but strong for them.
Definitely strong. But is it stronger than South Korea? Now that is the question. In a late game scenario,
It's a hard
can be
ask.
different.
This is a hard map, and as the maps get harder, you know how well South Korea performs. These two in particular, Dressurf and YZ, been doing it for years.
Exactly. South Korea has been fairly dominant in most picks in particular. For Japan, it has to be different. They have to win this.
Let's see, this is for Japan to try and secure their tiebreaker, and for South Korea to try and win out the match potentially outright.
Yeah. Question is, are they gonna get this or not?
It's only 2 minutes long. Anything can happen here. Single misses can be absolutely deadly in a short pick like this, and we've seen the combo has gone both ways so far this match.
Alright. More drops on the Rain Lily side. Butanic, the first drop.
Oh, Butanic and
that's
Rain
a
Lily.
massive drop.
Both players dropping down to the low 99s. And now South Korea in a strong lead. So early on into the map. 99.6 for both of their players on the full combos.
Lead steadily grows in South Korea's favor. 20,000 point lead.
And I've said this is a short map. We're already a third of the way into the map. There is not much, really, there's not that much long in the map for South Korea to find these mistakes. For Japan to manage to build back their accuracies. Butanic's having a go at it, 99.4 now. But it's reliant on a South Korea big mistake.
It's just these speed streams now. handling on these fairly well, actually. At least not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, Japan's accuracy rising over time. It's not quite going to reach the levels that it needs to. Butanic is very close to Dressurf's accuracy, but still the miss is in favor of South Korea, and there's only a quarter of the map left. Japan needs South Korea to find a massive mistake right now, or nothing is going to happen. Rain Lily finding the miss towards the end of the map.
It's gonna get denser from here on out, so I'm just concerned right now that this point lead is massive.
30,000 point is not going to be shrunk by just 1 or 2 misses here. And the end of the map here, South Korea, they have won the break point. That is 2 full combos.
Yeah. That is extremely bad now. Japan are now backs against the wall. South Korea has their protect open, and they're gonna have to pick it now.
I mean, even without those misses, look at the accuracy. South Korea with 4 200s for each of their players, and the better ratios overall. Butanic having a really strong accuracy himself, but South Korea, they're turning it up. They're locking in when they need it the most, and now on match point.
Yeah, this is looking very particularly dire from Japan. Has they do not have any other choice than playing the next match that the next pick that is from South Korea now, and Crush is coming back. It can come the first time from this match.
Yeah, Crusher coming in. Okay, South Korea. Surely they're picking LN4 here. They should not be picking LN1. Yes. Okay.
There you go.
LN4.
LN1's gonna be ignored.
I mean, rightfully so. Butanic has been the #1 player for LN1, I think 2 weeks in a row now, which is terrifying, just generally. But now, this is do or die. Japan needs to win this pick right now. Crusher and YZ gonna be the lineup for South Korea. And of course, Butanic and Suzuha.
Oh boy.
It's gonna be a hard one. Because this is, I mean, whenever you kind of think of a team as being not that comfortable at LN, you know, Japan is one of those teams relative to their Rice. They're not the most comfortable at their LN overall, and LN4 is the ultimate punish pick to teams like this.
Alright. But the last pick before we get to see whether or not we get to a tiebreaker.
It's either South Korea winning or a tiebreaker going to happen, but it's going to rely on a break point. And we'll see good starts for all of the players so far. We'll see when it keeps up with the density increasing.
The lead's gonna go to, I mean, it's still momentarily very,
Oh no! With an early mistake, actually. Hold on.
That's after the 400 too. Oh no!
Double miss there. Butanic does trade it, but Crusher drops in accuracy a little bit more. It's advantage over to Japan right now.
Crusher is at the low 99 now. Butanic is at the mid 99, so it's essentially the lead still goes to Japan.
Yeah, pressure is on so much right now. Suzuha finds a mistake. That accuracy drop means that South Korea now in the lead in the ACK and the combo. YZ still with the full combo. But 3,000 points is not safe whatsoever.
South Korea really needs to hang on. That lead's gonna a little bit on the side, but Suzuha, another mistake there from Japan.
A bit of a messy drop from Suzuha there. Crusher's managed to go back up to 99.39. Crusher's now beating both of the Japanese players in terms of the accuracy. This lead is growing quite fast now.
Still about a 5-digit lead until the last third of this.
16,000 points. Japan need to hold on. South Korea still holding their combos. YZ with the full combo still. And 17,000 points and growing.
Crusher recovered very... Oh! Crusher, I thought he recovered very nicely, but no, not anymore.
Clean miss from Crusher though, and it is traded out from Butanic, so ultimately does not matter for South Korea. They are holding this lead, and it looks like they're about to close out this match. 21,000 points, and one more full combo for YZ.
That's a very clutch performance there by YZ, taking to the match 6-4 victory against South Korea once more, and they have the podium spot open for South Korea here.
YZ is an absolute machine in this second half of the match, really clutching it up when they needed it. And that is going to be South Korea winning 6-4, a really close match overall. And Japan are going to be scaring every single team in the losers bracket next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Japan is a force to be reckoned with on the late game polls, and for any team that whoever faces Japan is going to be rough.
Yeah, but congratulations to South Korea. They have secured their top 3. They have secured podium in this year's 7K MWC. And they will be moving on to face the winner of China versus the Philippines, which I believe is coming later today.
Yeah, that although after this match finishes, I believe like the next map pool also has something new added to it. So for any team that has much more physical strength, it definitely favors them, especially for South Korea and Japan. So they're gonna have tough opponents moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. But extremely good match from both of these teams.
Yeah, when apparently we do not have that much time to rest and taking a break, because apparently the next 3 minutes is going to be